Chapter 426. No matter what you do now, you'll attract the attack of the other party. As long as you don't win beautifully, Director Chen will be defeated without a fight. This was what Feng Shihui said before he left. Feng Shihui was a little discouraged. He was not optimistic about Yang Fan's situation, but he still rushed over and explained everything to Yang Fan. He had done his best. The next day, Yang Fan went up to Crouching Bull Mountain. Not long after Feng Shihui left, Xue Huai went to look for him and revealed some things to Yang Fan in the most subtle way that this boorish man who liked to be straightforward could. Wu Sanxi sent someone over because Pan Ziwen was Wu Chengxi's man. He wanted Yang Fan to take this opportunity to overturn the Supreme Court's verdict. After this case was decided, he could use the excuse of not teaching his son well to attack Pan Ziwen. Although Pan Ziwen's position was not high, he had a lot of power. If he could win this position, it would be much easier for Wu Sanxi to rope in the officials. Soon after, Wu Chengxi also sent someone over. Wu Chengxi naturally wanted Yang Fan to uphold the Supreme Court's verdict in order to protect his right-hand man, Pan Ziwen. Wu Chengxi's relationship with Yang Fan was not as good as Wu Sanxi's, so he had used both the carrot and the stick to persuade Yang Fan. In any case, if Yang Fan complied with Wu Chengxi's wishes, he would definitely take care of Yang Fan in the official circles in the future. Xue Huai was not stupid. He was unreasonable in front of people because of his special identity. He also understood that his disciple did not have a golden shield to protect himself, so he pretended to be stupid and sent both sides away. He did not let them meet Yang Fan directly. This way, Yang Fan would not be in a hurry to make a decision and could weigh the pros and cons. After Yang Fan heard the news from Xue Huai, he was afraid that Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi would force him again. If they came personally, Xue Huai would not be able to stop them, so he escaped to Crouching Bull Mountain. If he wanted to return, he would naturally have to wait until everything was decided. Not long after Yang Fan left, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi personally came to the White Horse Temple. Xue Huai sat in the middle like a great Buddha, while Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi sat on his left and right. Their brows were furrowed and they looked like a pair of glaring Vajras. Xue Huai was laughing so loudly that his laughter shook the roof tiles. "Your Highnesses, you came at the right time. I'm bored of being alone, ha 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 ha. Hong Liu, tell the kitchen to prepare some dishes and wine. I want to drink with the two princes, and I won't go home until I'm drunk." Ha 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 ha. What? The prince asked where Yang Fan was. Yang Fan had gone to Crouching Bull Mountain to hunt. Sick. Hey. There is no need to burn fake incense in front of a true Buddha. You and I both know what the so-called plague is. Of course he is alive and kicking. Ha 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 ha. What? Ayo, there's nowhere to look for him. Crouching Bull Mountain is so big, and I'm not a living deity. How would I know which mountain he went to hunt on? Ha 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 ha. What? Oh, of course. He's acting like this just to show that Chen Guy some respect. In another 2 days, he'll definitely return to work in the Yamen. Ha 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 ha. Xue Huai, who used to play with sticks and sell fake medicine, was actually very good at playing Tai Kai. He held Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi firmly there. He did not say a word about his business, and even if they wanted to leave, there was no way. After a while, the food and wine were served, and Xue Huai fed them with fake medicine. The two princes were supported by someone, and when they walked out of the White Horse Temple dizzily, Xue Huai's heroic ha 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 was still echoing in their minds. There were no cows on Crouching Bull Mountain, but there were monkeys. At this moment, Yang Fan and Xiao Man were sitting side by side on a towering ancient tree. The trunk they were sitting on had already been peeled off, and only the trunk was as smooth as bone. The two of them sat on top of it, and looked at the group of monkeys in the forest in front of them. There were about 100 monkeys in this group. The Monkey King was attacked by some kind of fierce beast and died from serious injuries. The monkeys lost their leader, and immediately fell into chaos. The strong male monkeys started to have ideas. Some of them gathered in 2s and 3s, and tried to test each other. The tall and fat ones, who were confident in their strength, stood on the branches and looked around, trying to recruit subordinates. Some of the male monkeys comforted their companions from time to time, and some urged the monkeys that had already pledged loyalty to them to provoke other monkeys that had formed small groups to test each other's strength. Because this was not a challenge to the Monkey King, but the Monkey King had suddenly died, and the monkeys were fighting for the position. Therefore, the situation became especially complicated. After a period of preparation, the Battle of the Monkeys finally began. It was unknown which monkey took the lead to attack its opponent, but the monkeys rushed forward as if they had heard an order. The female monkeys screamed and jumped on the branches, waiting for the appearance of the king. On the grass, in the forest, the male monkeys began to fight. Some of them had their eyes injured, some had their fingers bitten, and some had their hair scratched off. Young Fan watched quietly. A strong yellow-haired monkey was very powerful, so its opponents, a male monkey with long eyebrows and a monkey with black and yellow hair, formed an alliance and attacked it at the same time. After a few battles, the yellow-haired monkey was covered with cuts and bruises. Finally, it whined and admitted defeat. The curly-browed monkey was proud of himself. He stood up like a human and waved his arm at the female monkey on the branch. The black and yellow monkey, which was its ally just now, suddenly jumped up and pounced on him. After another fierce battle, the black and yellow monkey, which had one of its legs bitten off, escaped. The curly-browed monkey climbed up a bluestone cliff that was more than 3 people tall. With a sharp cry, its tail stood up high like a flagpole. The male monkeys gathered under the rock and looked up at it. The female monkeys jumped up the cliff one after another, squeezing and rubbing at him, winking at him. Xiao Mang found it interesting and couldn't help but laugh. These monkeys are so interesting. Young Fan also laughed. He put his arm around her waist and said, "Well, a group of monkeys is actually quite scheming." Xiao Mang laughed and said, "Monkeys understand human nature. But, their so-called scheming, in our eyes, is really childish and ridiculous." Young Fan scratched her nose and said, "After all, they are a group of monkeys. They think that their scheming is brilliant, but in our eyes, of course, it is childish and ridiculous. Otherwise, the most intelligent of all creatures is not human, but..." When Young Fan said this, his heart suddenly trembled. Was he now a monkey who wanted to fight for the position of Monkey King? Chen Dong was the current Monkey King of this mountain of the Ministry of Justice. He wanted to replace the strong male monkey and become the new Monkey King. Regardless of the female monkeys that were scratching their heads and throwing themselves into his arms, or the other male monkeys that were itching to try yet didn't dare to make a move, all of them could only wait until the end of the Monkey King hegemony competition before they would bow their heads and pledge their loyalty to the victor. From this point, even the flatterer monkey with the surname Foam was no exception. If he won, he would be the Monkey King of the Ministry of Justice. If he lost, he would push down everyone who was down. He couldn't even hide in a corner and pick up leftovers. What difference was there between this situation and this group of monkeys? However, no one could interfere with this group of monkeys fighting for the throne, but he was different. He still had a supreme emperor above him. This emperor sent him to the Ministry of Justice and specially instructed WNR to make it clear to him that he was to be the emperor's new eyes and ears. Would the emperor not ask about his actions in the Ministry of Justice? The scheming of this group of monkeys, in the eyes of him and Xiao Mang, only felt that it was childish and ridiculous. Between the 2 doctors of the Ministry of Justice, between the 3 departments of justice, between Prince Wei and Prince Liang, all kinds of scheming methods, once seen in the eyes of the high and mighty emperor, what kind of opinion would she have? He used methods to manipulate Chen Dong. That was a kind of ability, and the high and mighty emperor would only feel admiration. He would only feel that he had a good eye for talent and had not misjudged him. However, if 2 great power groups interfered and the 3 law divisions fought openly and covertly, if he had to choose whose power was greater and who could obtain more benefits from them, would the emperor still maintain this kind of aloof attitude? What the emperor wanted to nurture was a trusted aide, not a capable general for her faction. In the forest, the newly born Monkey King was proudly receiving the worship of the other monkeys. The previous Monkey King's beloved concubine, the red-faced female monkey, had already gently moved to its side and become its concubine. It was now the supreme existence of this group of monkeys. However, Young Fan only needed a flick of his finger to take its life. After that, the monkeys would once again engage in a fierce battle, and a new Monkey King would be born until he was satisfied. Regardless of whether it was the decisive battle between him and Chen Dong, the struggle between the three departments of justice, or even the struggle between Prince Wei and Prince Liang, once there was a so-called victor, would he be like this complacent Monkey King before him? As long as that high and mighty existence was dissatisfied, he could erase everything at any time and force them to start anew. A chill suddenly swept past Yang Fan's heart. Xiao Man sensed that something was wrong with him. She grabbed his hand and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Lang Jun?" Yang Fan said, I know what I should do about the current situation." Xiao Man's delicate eyebrows jumped, and she gave him a lively questioning look. Yang Fan pulled her into his embrace and gently stroked her beautiful hair. He leisurely swung his legs that were dangling from the branches and whispered into her ear, "What Ministry of Justice? What Ministry of Imperial Envoy? What Prince Liang, Prince Wei? Everything I do, as long as I uphold the word righteous, it will be enough." Yang Fan casually broke off a withered branch, and with a flick of his finger, it flew out with a whoosh, and struck the flagpole-like tail of the new Monkey King. That Monkey King wailed in pain and jumped off the cliff in fright. With a loud roar, he led the other monkeys into the dense forest. Yang Fan sighed softly and said, "If I can't uphold the word righteous and choose to rely on one of the various powers that are trying to recruit me, even if I win this time, I will still be defeated, and I will be defeated forever. If I can uphold the word righteous, even if I lose this time, I will still have another chance. Moreover, I might not necessarily lose." He slowly raised his head and gazed at the sky. The sky was clear and blue, and a few pure white clouds were drifting across the distant sky. Yang Fan looked at the clouds and said unhurriedly, "Because there are people up there." Chapter 427. It was another morning. The bells and drums in the city had just struck for the 800th time. The Yamen of the Ministry of Justice was the same as usual. The people walking in front were prisoners wearing shackles and shackles. Behind them were officials in black robes who dragged their wind and fire rods and swayed lazily in the long corridor. There were low-ranking officials who were walking hurriedly in front of the departments. When they saw a superior with a higher rank, they would stop and greet him respectfully and warmly. There seemed to be something different. There were more people in the Yamen today. Perhaps it was because of one reason or another. Some people who did not have to report to the Yamen early in the morning had arrived early. Or some people who liked to stay in the office after arriving at the Yamen were also loitering in the courtyard, looking for someone to talk to. Could it be, today was payday? There was a courtyard with grey eaves in the northwest corner of the Yamen. That was the public kitchen of the Ministry of Justice. After the smoke had stopped for many days, the sky above that courtyard began to emit faint smoke again early in the morning. When the low-ranking officials and officials in the Yamen saw each other, they would stop and greet each other. Their greetings were all the same, "The pestilence doctor is back." When they finished, they would smile tacitly and nod their heads. No one knew what they understood, but they would pass by each other. Some of the officials who were more or less in charge of some errands, even if they were minor officials of the lower 9th rank, inevitably had to put on some airs. When they saw low-ranking officials, they naturally didn't bat an eyelid. When they saw officials of the same rank, they just nodded and smiled, but that smile had an extra layer of inexplicable meaning than usual. It was only when they met their superior, a superior whom they were usually very close to, that they would hastily approach them, and with an expression even more anxious than that of the petty officials and officials, they hurriedly said, "Dr. Pestilence is back. What should we do?" Their superiors almost all had the same expression and the same words. They would keep a straight face and reprimand in a deep voice, "Watch your own mouths and do your own work. Don't ask around. When two bodhisattvas are fighting, when did you have the right to tell them what to do? This is just the beginning, do you understand?" Whether the low-ranking officials understood or not, they just nodded their heads blankly, as if they understood everything. No one knew what kind of Zen they were chanting, but the entire Ministry of Justice seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious and hazy atmosphere. The plague doctor was naturally Yang Fan. He used the plague stratagem to turn the entire Ministry of Justice upside down. Then, he hid in the White Horse Temple and enjoyed his leisure time. From that day onwards, he was nicknamed Dr. Pestilence by the officials who had given him the nickname Cheng Feng. It was still Assistant Minister Kui's office, and it was still one of the 5 great ministers of the Ministry of Justice. Gentle blade Chen Dong, window-breaking axe Pai Erding, difficult to write Sun Yuxuan, sweet potato wading Yang Xiaojun, and Yang Fan, who had just been given the elegant title of plague doctor, sat upright and still. Kui Bodhisattva, the wooden sculpture, slowly walked out from behind the screen. He looked at the 5 lamps and coughed softly. The 5 of them stood up together and paid their respects to Assistant Minister Kui. Greetings, Assistant Minister. Everyone, please sit. Kui Bodhisattva sat on the seat of honor and pressed his hands together. The 5 great ministers returned to their seats with a swoosh. Kui Bodhisattva coughed again and said, "A few days ago, many people in the Ministry of Justice fell ill with an acute illness. The symptoms were similar to the plague. To be cautious, the court temporarily isolated all the officials who contracted the illness. The affairs of the Yamen were inevitably affected. Everyone knew what the plague was about a few days ago, but what could not be discussed on the table was not discussed. If it were someone in the military, they would have already used their bodies to speak. However, the people in the hall all looked calm, as if what Kui Yuanzong said was true. Kui Yuanzong continued, "Now that the Imperial Medical Bureau has investigated and confirmed that it was a false alarm, all the officials are here. We have to make the best use of the time to deal with the affairs that have been delayed these days. Otherwise, we will miss the time limit set by the court." Kui Yuanzong covered his mouth and coughed. He picked up a thick file from the table and gently caressed the hard leather cover. His eyelids also gently drooped as if he was caressing the smooth skin of his favorite concubine, Miss Hua Ying. Old Kui touched it for a while, then slowly said, "Yesterday, a case was transferred from the Supreme Court. Because the Imperial Envoy Station had doubts, and the Supreme Court insisted on its own judgment, so according to the rules, the Ministry of Justice will review the case." At this point, Kui Yuanzong gently raised his head and glanced at Yang Fan. He said with a faint smile, "This case is closely related to the case handled by Yang Langzhong. According to the rules, it should be reviewed by Yang Langzhong. I have discussed this with Dr. Sun yesterday. Dr. Chen also has the same opinion." Yang Langzhong. Yang Fan smiled and straightened his back. He said seriously, "Since this is the rule and the assistant minister has already arranged it, I will comply." But the corner of his mouth curled up. He said mockingly, "If the scribe and Yamen officials suddenly get sick again, I'm afraid these 2 cases will be reviewed indefinitely." Hearing this, Chen Dong's expression became slightly uncomfortable, but he quickly put on a very calm expression. Seeing him agree, Kui Yuanzong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He said repeatedly, "It won't happen, it won't happen. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again." Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, and Yang Xiaojun all looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. The trick that Yang Fan played earlier was not like that of a new official. They did not believe that Yang Fan knew nothing about this case that had been transferred from the Supreme Court. Even so, Yang Fan was still willing to accept this hot potato. This matter was thought-provoking. Of the 3 doctors, only Yang Xiaojun looked at Yang Fan with a faint trace of sympathy. Old Yang was also a slanderous person. When he was still a small Yamen official, just because a melon farmer refused to give him a melon to eat for free, he could run to the Yamen and make up a lie about thieves hiding in the melon fields. In the end, the farmer's melon fields had no melons to harvest. Given his vengeful personality, he very much admired the way Yang Fan punished those small officials and Yamen officials who looked down on him. Therefore, old Yang felt that Yang Fan was a hero and a hero. Yang Fan smiled again. He said, "This lowly official is in charge of the Ministry of Justice. I wonder if I have the authority to judge the officials of this ministry?" Kui Yuanzong did not know why he had suddenly brought up this topic. He couldn't help feeling surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, "Officials but not officials?" Yang Fan nodded. "Yes." Kui Yuanzong smiled. "Of course I have the authority to judge. However, whether it is scribes or Yamen officials, most of them are sons who inherit their father's position. This position is hereditary. Unless there is a big mistake, there is no such thing as dismissal." Yang Fan opened his mouth and smiled. He said lightly, Assistant Minister's words are too serious. This lowly official does not want to dismiss anyone. It is just that during the last court session, I felt that the vice monitor named Yuan Han was quite easy to use. Now I want him to be the monitor. Kui Yuanzong was stunned. He coughed and said, "He is just an ordinary official. As for the matter of moving him, the doctor can decide. There is no need to tell me." Yang Fan bowed and said, "Yes." Yang Xiaojuan's gaze towards Yang Fan had an additional tinge of admiration. Don't beg that monitor to listen to Chen Dong's instigation to make him look bad. Then, he would put down his airs as a doctor and settle a score with this lowly official. He is one of us. He is indeed a man of my generation. From now on, I will no longer be alone. A trace of contempt flashed quickly in Chen Dong's eyes. A dignified doctor of the current imperial court was also one of the top officials in the Ministry of Justice, yet he was actually haggling over minor matters with a lowly official. This person's breadth of mind and vision was only so. What great things could he do? In reality, both of them had guessed wrongly. Yang Fan was not the type to argue or seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The reason he cared about this matter was that he had only been in the Ministry of Justice for a short time. To obtain the obedience of his subordinates, one was prestige and the other was ability. Both were indispensable. In terms of ability, as long as he could handle this thorny case of the three departments satisfactorily, he would be able to gain the recognition of all the officials in the Ministry of Justice, subordinates, the three departments of justice, and even the emperor. On the other hand, prestige was a gradual process. It was impossible for everyone to have the authority to kill people to establish prestige. The 6 ministries were not the army. This was a place where bureaucrats and civil officials gathered. It was impossible for him to use military law to kill people to establish prestige. Thus, this was a gradual process. When the words "I am in charge here" were instilled into everyone's hearts, his prestige would naturally be established. Once this idea was instilled in everyone's hearts, his prestige would naturally also be established. What he was doing now was instilling this idea into all of his subordinates in the Ministry of Justice. He did not have the time to waste. From time to time, he would have to wrangle with his subordinates. If he did not do well, he would be tricked at a crucial moment by a small official such as a constable or a supervisor. He would be forced to learn from the window breaker Dr. Pai and climb out of the window to retrieve documents. After this incident, anyone who encouraged their subordinates to drag him down would have to think twice. Kui Yuanzong's expression became solemn. He said sanctimoniously, "All right, there is nothing else. I just want to tell everyone that the case Yang Langzhong is investigating involves the 3 departments of justice. Thus, when he needs the assistance of the departments, no one is to be negligent. In addition, Yang Langzhong has only just arrived and will inevitably be unfamiliar with matters. Dr. Chen has been in the Ministry of Justice for a long time. If Yang Langzhong has any matters to discuss with you, you must assist him." "Yes. We will solemnly obey the Assistant Minister's instructions. Many thanks for the Assistant Minister's protection." The 5 doctors rose together and bowed to Kui Yuanzong, respectfully sending the Bodhisattva back to his seat. Kui Yuanzong then walked behind the screen. "Everyone, farewell." Pai Erding cupped his hands to everyone and floated out. Sun Yuxuan hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands to Yang Fan. The case that the Supreme Court of Justice handed over may not be complicated, but it involves all the departments of the 3 departments of justice. This makes it very complicated. Yang Langzhong, be careful. Sun Yuxuan still gave him a word of advice because of the endless free drinks every day. Yang Xiaojun also smiled. This kind of case is not easy to judge. It is a pool of muddy water to begin with. How can we clear it? If we can make the 3 departments of justice leave some face, then it will be perfect. Haha, this is just a crude opinion. Please consider it. Farewell. He rather admired Yang Fan's personality, so old Yang also gave him a word of advice. When Chen Dong heard this, his face darkened slightly. Yang Fan's face was not very pale, but compared to him, he had a jade-like complexion and vermilion lips, a handsome young man. The others left, but Chen Dong could not. This was because he and Yang Fan were officials in the same department. Thus, one with a black face and one with a white face returned to the Ministry of Justice together. Chapter 428. Might. Might. In the hall of the Ministry of Justice, the shouting of might of the court this time was neat, loud, and dignified. The sound waves converged into a wave of air, as if a whirlwind had risen from the ground. The window lattice and people's hearts shivered in this shout of might of the court. The design of the hall originally had the effect of strengthening the might of the court. If the prisoners heard this frightening shout, they would lose some of their courage. The mirror of eminence hung high, and the seat of the presiding judge was still empty. The Yarman guards lined up on both sides, with their wind and fire rods on the ground. They looked serious and strict. There was a short table on both sides of the presiding judge's desk. The supervisor and the secretary stood behind the short table, waiting for the presiding judge. The chief and deputy chief stood at the forefront of the Yarman guards, with their chests out and their heads raised. Their bearing, when it came to bearing, these two chiefs were really not imposing enough. Although they tried their best to straighten their bodies, they still looked like wilted ears of grain. Standing in front of the line on the right was Deputy Chief Yuan Han. Deputy Chief Yuan's expression was very unnatural. He had never been a chief before, but now that he had done it, he had ambition in his heart. As soon as Chief Mo came back, he, the acting chief, was immediately beaten back to his original position. How could he feel comfortable? Standing in front of the Yarman guards on the left was Mo Chio, the chief who had suddenly contracted an emergency last time. At this moment, Mo Ban looked like he was suffering from an epidemic. His head and face were swollen, and in the middle of the red lumps, there were a few deep and shallow streaks, like the long tails of comets sweeping across the sky. The red envelope was bitten by autumn mosquitoes when he was quarantined in the wilderness. The autumn mosquitoes in the wilderness were fierce. Bitten by a big bump, it was itchy, painful, and swollen. It would not go away for half a month. It would be uncomfortable if you didn't scratch it, and it would be even more uncomfortable if you scratched it. As for the tails of comets on his face, according to him, it was caused by the itching and scratching of his skin. However, almost everyone had been bitten by mosquitoes, and he had never seen anyone who scratched from the temples to the cheeks after being bitten by a mosquito. Scratching his face until it was blooming could relieve the itch. It was given to him by the class monitor's wife, who had accompanied him to be locked up in the wild and fed mosquitoes for many days, in a fit of rage. Yang Fan walked out from behind the screen and looked at the solemn court. He frowned and said to Feng Shihui, "Why is there such a grand display?" Feng Shihui said in a daze, "Sir, it has always been like this in court." "Oh. Yes, it's my fault." Yang Fan suddenly understood and said with a smile, "I didn't make it clear. In these two cases, the murderer and the witness are all from the same family. 3 generations of grandfather and grandson facing each other in court is not a good thing. Let this official interrogate the case in the second hall. Bring them to the second hall. Also, bring them up one by one. Don't let them meet each other." Feng Shihui thought, "What's so important about this case? Other than Dr. Chen, no one cares if the old woman dies or not. The case transferred over by the Supreme Court is more important. Instead of focusing on that case, Yang Langzhong wants to investigate the death of Lady Cheng as well. How can he not distinguish the importance of this case?" Feng Shihui thought this, but he didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly agreed and did as he was told. Just as Yang Fan was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly saw Mo Chio with a big bump on his face. He couldn't help but be startled and asked, "Who are you? Since you're the class monitor, why have I never seen you before?" At this moment, Mo Chio didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance left. Although he hated Yang Fan in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He just replied politely, "Doctor, this lowly one is this department's monitor, Mo Chio." Yang Fan replied with an O and said indifferently, "So it's you. From now on, this department's monitor is Yuan Han. As for you, you'll be his assistant and be the deputy monitor." Yuan Han was surprised and happy when he heard this, but Mo Chio was both shocked and angry. In a moment of anger, he blurted out, "May I ask, Doctor, what mistake did this lowly one make to be removed from the monitor position?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "No mistake. Then what's the reason? No reason. Yuan Han was so angry that he laughed and said angrily, "Ha! Since there's no mistake and no reason, how can this lowly one be convinced by doctor's judgment?" Yang Fan also laughed and said indifferently, "Why do I need you to be convinced? You just need to obey." Mo Chiu clenched his fists and asked in a loud voice, "Then what's the reason?" Yang Fan curled his lips disdainfully and turned to walk behind the screen. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but his voice didn't stop because of his footsteps. His words were clearly sent into Mo Chiu's ears, as well as the ears of everyone in the courtroom. "There's no reason for anything, only because this is the decision of I, the head of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Langzhong." The first to be brought into the second hall by Feng Shihui was Chang Jiyuan, the half-grown child that Yang Fan had met at the Tianjin Bridge. He was the Lady Cheng's side. It was no wonder that he had to be the judge of this case. In the case of the old woman beating her daughter-in-law to death, Chang Jiyuan and his father Chang Lin were the witnesses. In the case of the Chang Jiyuan beating Pan Junyi to death, his father was the witness, and he was the murderer. How were these two cases going to be separated? The second hall was much more relaxed than the main hall. There were no signs that said silence or out of sight, and there were no bailiffs shouting "Hall's might." There were also no 2 rows of wind and fire rods, which made people tremble with fear when they saw them. Yang Fan sat behind the table. When he saw the little prisoner in chains being brought in, he smiled and said, "Today, I will be investigating the case of your mother's innocent death. Chang Jiyuan, you witnessed everything that happened at the time. Now, come to me one by one. Not a word of falsehood is allowed." When the Yamen bell rang, Yang Fan was the same as before, scrambling to leave the Yamen with the petty officials and bailiffs. Dr. Chen was as slow as ever, as if he had an endless amount of documents to deal with. However, his attention today was clearly not on the files. From time to time, he would raise his head and glance at the door, as if he was waiting for something. "He's coming, he's coming." Luo Ling burst through the door and said excitedly. Before he could finish his sentence, the scribe who took down Yang Fan's notes today hurriedly walked in. Chen Dong hurried forward and said warmly, "Mingda, it's been hard on you." The clerk's surname was Qin, and his name was Qin Mingda. Qin Mingda was flattered and said, "I'm willing to work for Dr. Chen. It's not hard at all." Chen Dong chuckled and said, Come, sit, sit, sit." He pushed Qin Mingda into a chair, then lifted the hem of his robe and sat down as well. He said calmly, "Tell me, what has he been busy with this day?" Qin Mingda frowned slightly and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he said after some deliberation, He's been asking questions for the entire day. He's been asking questions tirelessly, over and over again, asking questions in a confusing manner." As Qin Mingda spoke, he lightly shook his head and said, "This lowly official feels that he has some ulterior motive, but I don't know what it is." Chen Dong's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Where's the statement?" Qin Mingda said, "It's already been kept by Yang Langzhong. This lowly official has been taking down the statement, and my hands are about to break from exhaustion, but I didn't have the time to make another copy." Chen Dong said, "Pick up the parts that you can remember and tell me in detail." Qin Mingda began to describe as he was told. Chen Dong paced slowly in the room, listening carefully to his narration. After listening for a long time, he suddenly stopped and said slowly, "I understand now. He's trying to lure me into a confession." Qin Mingda was stunned and said in surprise, "Lure me into a confession? How is that possible?" Chen Dong smiled and explained to him, "The lure I'm talking about is of course not the usual kind of lure that you think it is. I'm talking about..." It seemed like Chen Dong also couldn't think of how to explain it. He deliberated for a moment before saying word by word, "It's possible that some scenes that really existed were overlooked by Chang Lin and Chang Jiyuan, so Yang Fan wanted to dig them out. Some of the statements might not be what Yang Fan wanted. He wanted to mix his own judgment and analysis in this kind of repeated questioning, so that the father and son would unknowingly recall and describe according to his inclination." Qin Mingda said in shock, "Isn't this luring them into lying?" No, it's not lying." Chen Dong smiled and said, "You have to know that you don't need to conceal the truth of the same matter. You just need to use different words to describe it, and when others hear it, they will have a completely different impression. This is the effect that young Fan wants. Chen Dong took a deep breath and said, there are also some that the father and son had completely forgotten in their panic at that time. In that kind of situation, it was inevitable that they would overlook some things in their panic, and these things would become a blank in their minds. Young Fan would help them fill in this part of their memory through repeated questioning and skillful luring. Chen Dong placed his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, because those missing memories are something that they're unable to recall. So when young Fan asks them repeatedly and incessantly, the scene that appears in their hearts will be something that they've seen with their own eyes and heard with their own ears. It's absolutely true, Qin Mingda said in a daze. What is he trying to do by putting in so much effort? Chen Dong shook his head and said, from what you said just now, the things that he lured Chang Lin and his son to remember are all beneficial to reducing their punishment. It seems like this young man has the drive of a greenhorn and wants to be a good official that is praised by the people. But Chen Dong frowned and said with some doubt, if he does this, he will offend a lot of people. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to be an honest and upright official, gain a good reputation like young Qingtian, and then hang up his crown and leave? The young Qingtian that Chen Dong mentioned had already arrived home. He stood behind the screen wall and smiled like a big corrupt official who had received a mountain of gold. He instructed the doorkeeper, Mo Xuanfei, after dinner, don't stroll around. You stay at the door and guard it well. From today onwards, there will definitely be guests coming to our house. Mo Xuanfei scratched the back of his head and asked curiously, Lang, do you know in advance that there will be guests coming to our house? Young Fan said with a smile, of course. Not only do I know that there will be guests coming, but I also know that guests will never come empty-handed. All right. Keep a close eye on the door. If there are guests, report to me immediately. After saying that, young Fan put his hands behind his back and walked slowly into the courtyard. Chapter 429. Mo Xuanfei felt that his Lang had the potential to be a fortune-teller. He had just come out of the gatehouse after his meal and was about to take a stroll around the screen wall when the brass ring on the door rang. Sure enough, someone had come to visit. It was almost dusk and the curfew time was approaching. Those who dared to go out to visit at this time without worrying about being questioned by the patrolling officials must be rich or noble. However, he did not know the identity of the visitor. Although the visitor came in an ox cart that was not extravagant but vaguely noble, there was no official banner on the cart to prove the visitor's identity. A black-clothed attendant next to the ox cart handed over a greeting card. The style of the greeting card was simple and simple. There was no indication of the visitor's identity on it, only his name, Pan Ziwen. Pan Junyi's father, Pan Ziwen, was the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Personnel. The minister-counselor was one level lower than the minister-counselor, but Pan Ziwen was an official of the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel was the head of the 6 ministries, so he was not overly reserved. He did not need to write too much on the greeting card. He might not be familiar with the officials of other yamens, but it was impossible for the officials of other yamens not to know him. Minister Councillor Pan was welcomed into Young Fan's study. Young Fan's study was not as full of the scent of books and ink as the study of most officials. He had seldom come here to read, much less to compose poems and embellishments, so that the greater part of his bookshelves were filled with the same things as those on the antique shelves, implements and playthings. On his desk, there was even a bottle with a few blooming orchids stuck inside. The small flowers were emitting a delicate fragrance that filled the room. There was a lamp on the table, 2 bright lamps. These days, Young Fan began to read by candlelight. Xiao Man was afraid that his eyes would be tired, so she made 2 lamps for him. The cover of the lamps was also pink and white gauze, with only a few plum blossoms on one side. It did not affect the light. Now that the 2 lamps were on, the study room was as bright as day, so Young Fan could see the uninvited guest clearly. Pan Yuan Weilang was dressed in an indigo blue robe with a round collar and narrow sleeves. There was a horizontal stripe at the bottom of the robe. He did not wear a scarf on his head, only a black scarf with 2 white silk straps tied tightly around it. The scarf hung lightly behind his head. Minister Councillor Pan looked to be less than 50 years old. His body was thin, his cheekbones were high, and his chin was sharp. From his cheeks to his chin, there were two knife-like lines. His skin glowed green under the light. He had just lost his son, his most beloved youngest son, so his expression was somewhat haggard, and his slightly red eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. Perhaps it was because he had developed a habit of bossing people around in the Ministry of Personnel for a long time, or perhaps it was the privilege of someone whose family had suffered misfortune, but he didn't exchange too many pleasantries with Yang Fan and quickly got to the point. I'm here today as the victim's father. I hope that Dr. Yang can understand the feelings of a father. The white-haired person has to send off the black-haired person. Pan Yuanweilang's voice was slightly choked. He calmed himself down and gently wiped the corner of his eyes. He slowly raised his head and stared at Yang Fan. The Imperial Envoy Station has an ulterior motive. They are using the so-called public opinion for their own selfish purposes. Yang Langzhong, do not be fooled by them. Yang Langzhong has also been to the Senate, so you should know the character and style of those cruel officials. If they are allowed to rise again, it will not be a good thing for you, me, or any other official. Yang Fan nodded in deep agreement. Pan Yuanweilang's face softened slightly. In a very gentle but clear voice, he said, the Luoyang government has transferred this case to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's judgment is fair. I do not wish for my innocent son to die in peace in the underworld. Because of the obstruction of the Imperial Envoy Station, the Supreme Court's judgment cannot be carried out for a long time. Now, the case has been transferred to the Ministry of Justice and to you, Yang Langzhong. As the victim's father, I sincerely ask Dr. Lang to uphold justice for me. As long as Yang Langzhong can judge impartially, you will obtain my friendship. Pan Yuanweilang had not brought any gifts. He had come empty-handed. This promise was his gift. People often said that it was easy to become an official if one had connections in the court. Then who did one rely on to become an official in the court? It was best to have someone in the Ministry of Appointments. This was a yamen that managed and tested hundreds of officials. To obtain the friendship of an official from the Ministry of Appointments was a gift that could not be bought with money. However, it was not only the Ministry of Appointments that officials did not want to offend. There was also the Imperial Envoy Station. If one was stared at by the Imperial Envoy Station, it would be like the Monkey King wearing a golden circlet on his head. And the Imperial Envoy Station was against Chang Jiyuan's execution. It was not easy to side with Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression was very serious. His face was tense, as if this was not a study but a court of law. In a very serious voice, he said to Pan Yuanweilang, "Don't worry, Squire Pan. I will definitely judge impartially. I will let the dead rest in peace and comfort the living. I will definitely not bend to power and judge randomly." At that time, a squire was colloquially referred to as a minister-councillor, just like how a prime minister was referred to as a husband. It was not what later generations referred to as a rich man. Pan Yuanweilang's request for Yang Fan to judge impartially was to uphold justice for him. This justice was only for the Pan family. In his opinion, Yang Fan's promise was the most accurate response from Yang Fan. Thus, Pan Yuanweilang was very satisfied. With the proper business settled, the atmosphere eased up. The topic of conversation also changed from this matter to small talk. Pan Yuanwei praised Yang Fan's study for its elegant layout and unique style. Yang Fan praised Pan Yuanwei for his good health and for looking at least 10 years younger than his age. Pan Yuanwei asked if Yang Fan had any children, and Yang Fan casually asked if Pan Yuanwei had any children and if they were married. Unexpectedly, this brought up Squire Pan's sad memory. Squire Pan could not help but tear up. Yang Fan could not help but say a few words of restrain your grief and accept the inevitable to comfort him. The two of them chatted for a while before Pan Yuanwei stood up and said his goodbyes. Yang Fan was very respectful. Even though Pan Yuanwei repeatedly asked him to stop, he still opened the door wide and saw Pan Yuanwei out of the mansion. That night, no one else came to visit. Since Pan Ziwen was here, there was no need for Wu Chengxi to come. Pan Ziwen had already subtly revealed that he was on Wu Chengxi's side. Given Wu Chengxi's influence and status, Yang Fan did not have the right to ask him to pay him a personal visit. Wu Chengxi had appeared at Whitehorse Temple because Xue Huai was there. Bystanders did not have the right to ask for someone from this great Buddha's side. Wu Chengxi had been to White Horse Temple, and that was enough. As long as Yang Fan was not stupid, he would have to consider the consequences of offending King Wei. No one else came to visit that night. However, when Yang Fan was about to go to the Ministry of Justice the next morning, he coincidentally bumped into Wu Sanxi. King Liang enthusiastically invited him into his carriage. The carriage moved slowly, and the two of them chatted for almost an hour. Only then did Yang Fan emerge and head straight for the Ministry of Justice. There was naturally no need for Wu Sanxi to give him any gifts. Wu Sanxi had given him gifts on his wedding day precisely because he wanted to show respect to the wise and virtuous. If he were to present a gift now, it would inevitably damage his reputation. Moreover, he had always treated Yang Fan as one of his own. It was already enough that he was willing to personally give him some instructions and say that he was paying close attention to this matter. There was no need for him to give him any gifts. Yang Fan felt a little gloomy. He had not planned everything perfectly. He had thought that if someone came to ask him for help, there would definitely be someone who would send him generous gifts. He hadn't expected that even though these people clearly had something to ask of him, they would only order him around, as if it was only natural for them to do so. It was as if they were already giving him enormous face by asking him to do things for them. It's all because I'm still a lowly official. Yang Fan sighed with regret. When he arrived at the Yamen, he continued to interrogate the 3 generations of the Chang clan, questioning them repeatedly with great patience. By the time the Yamen was dismissed that night, the file he had compiled had already clearly expressed his stance. Even the scribe who had been taking notes, Qin Mingda, could see it clearly. The plague doctor is leaning towards the Chang clan. This leaning was naturally referring to Chang Jiyuan's murder of Pan Junyi. As for whether the old woman from old Chang's clan who had killed her daughter-in-law was dead or alive, no one cared anymore. Everyone already knew of Yang Fan's stance on that case. Since Chen Dong's verdict was to reduce Granny Chang's crime by 1 rank, and Yang Fan was firmly against it, then he would definitely insist on sentencing Granny Chang to death. However, now that things had developed to this point, this case was no longer important to the bigger picture. The most important thing right now was the case of Pan Junyi's murder, which involved the dispute between King Wei and King Liang. If this case could not be resolved satisfactorily, even if he overturned Chen Dong's verdict, he would not be able to establish himself in the Ministry of Justice. Now, it seemed that his verdict was likely to go against the Supreme Court's. In other words, he would overturn the Supreme Court's decision and follow the will of the people. He would reduce Chang Jiyuan's crime by 1 rank according to the advice of the Imperial Messenger Station, and change his sentence to exile. In this way, he would definitely offend the Supreme Court, and then King Wei. Would the Imperial Messenger Station, led by Wan Guojun, become his ally because of this? Putting aside the fact that he had previously been persecuted by the Imperial Messenger Station, given the Imperial Messenger Station's current notorious reputation, if he dared to show any inclination to form an alliance with the Imperial Messenger Station, the civil and military officials who were worried that he would become a second Zhu Xing would immediately gang up on him. They would beat him down to the ground, and then trample on him 10,000 times, so that he would never be able to rise again. Qin Mingda quickly reported the latest situation to Chen Dong. Chen Dong and Qin Mingda carefully studied the situation for a long time, but they still could not figure out what Yang Fan was planning. He decided to wait and see. In his opinion, this problem was simply unsolvable. If either of the 2 major powers offended one of them, it would be difficult for him, the newly appointed director of the Ministry of Justice, to clean up the mess. Chen Dong stood under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, watching as the flower buds gradually sprouted. He felt that all of this was the will of the heavens. When Yang Fan decided to use this case as a breakthrough to launch an attack on him, he did not expect that the case would take such a huge turn and change. If this was not the will of the heavens, then what was it? Director Chen plucked an osmanthus flower in his hand and stood under the tree, as leisurely as a Buddha plucking flowers. His assistant, Luo Ling, and his trusted aide, Qin Mingda, stood on his left and right, smiling like the venerable Kasyapa who had comprehended in his heart. That night, still no one came to give gifts to Yang Fan. Even Yuan Han, who had just been promoted by Yang Fan to be the monitor, did not come. When Yang Fan undressed and went to sleep, he complained to his own wife, Lady Xiao Man, "The people in this yamen are indeed all demons that have turned into spirits. They won't release the eagle until they see the rabbit." Lady Xiao Man gave a flirtatious yawn and said, "Go to sleep." Yang Fan made a sound of agreement and readily took off all his clothes and went to bed. He then asked his female bodhisattva with a face full of saliva, "Wife, has it been 5 days since the last time?" Lady Xiao Man's answer was very zen, "Sleep." Chapter 430. In the morning sun, Assistant Minister Kui had one hand behind his back and was leisurely feeding his myna in a secluded courtyard. Under the porch hung a delicate and elegant birdcage. A myna with a black body and bright yellow beak was using its powerful legs to grab onto the perch. It stretched out its neck and let out a crisp cry, "Hello." Assistant Minister Kui used the feeding pole to scoop up some fried rice mixed with egg white and placed it in front of the myna. Watching it swallow it in one gulp, the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes softened with a smile. Assistant Minister Pai Erding quickly walked in and said to Assistant Minister Kui, "Assistant Minister, Yang Fan is being interrogated in the main hall today." Unhurriedly, Assistant Minister Kui asked, "Oh, which case is it?" Pai Erding answered, "The case of the Chang family's old woman beating her daughter-in-law to death." Assistant Minister Kui chuckled, "Let him be. Who cares about this case now?" Pai Erding frowned, "What case can this person interrogate? He's just messing around." Assistant Minister Kui pursed his lips, "Lai Jun Chen is a ruffian and Hu Siji is a pancake seller. Both of them can dress in red and become officials of the court. What's so great about a general being a civil official? Our Empress has always been eclectic when it comes to using people." As Assistant Minister Kui said this, he scooped up another spoonful of bird food and chirped to tease the myna to eat. The myna was speaking human language while Assistant Minister Kui was speaking bird language. It was quite interesting. Pai Erding said, "This lowly official just feels that even though that Chen Dong isn't very tactful, given time, we might still be able to subdue him. Now that Yang Fan has just arrived at the Ministry of Justice and has already caused such a ruckus, if we don't handle it properly, our Ministry of Justice will become the target of public criticism. There are some things that we cannot predict in advance, such as Pan Junyi's death. There are some things that we cannot change even if we know about it, such as Yang Fan's arrival at the Ministry of Justice." Assistant Minister Kui sighed and said to Pai Erding, "Look at this birdcage. It's a thick piece of bamboo, cut horizontally and vertically, sawn into tubes, chopped into slices, drilled into strips, shaved into strips, pulled into threads. The bamboo sticks and strips are intertwined vertically and horizontally, intertwining with each other, forming this cage. Sturdy, right? Gorgeous, right? It's just like our Ministry of Justice. These bamboo sticks, strips, and pieces are all different and have their own uses. If you take out a bamboo stick or strip from the inside, bang, the whole cage will fall apart." Assistant Minister Kui turned around and said to Pai Erding with a smile, "This old man also thinks that this martial artist is a hindrance. At first, I asked Wang Wan to test him. I thought that he was a simple-minded boorish fellow, and that a little trick would be enough to make him leave, or at least make him squat there obediently and not say a word. I didn't expect that he wasn't stupid." Assistant Minister Kui put his hands behind his back and walked toward the center of the hall. He said slowly, "If I want to kick him out of the Ministry of Justice, I naturally have my ways, but that would be too obvious. He's someone personally arranged by the Emperor. Is Kui trying to cover the sky with one hand in the Ministry of Justice by doing this? Don't look at Fu Yuyi. Fu Yuyi is unlucky, but what about those prime ministers who pushed him out of the Political Affairs Hall?" Pai Erding bowed and said, "Yes." Assistant Minister Kui said lightly, "Let them fight it out. It's fine if one of them collapses, but it's best if they collapse together. When there's no other choice, this old man will come and clean up the mess. As for you, don't worry. This Ministry of Justice will be yours sooner or later." At noon, when the kitchen opened, the entire criminal court knew that Yang Fan had already tried the case of the Chang family's old woman beating up and killing her daughter-in-law, and had already made a verdict, overturning all of Chen Dong's previous verdicts and sentencing the Chang family's old woman to death. There were faint undercurrents surging in the criminal court, but no one made any obvious reactions, because the current focus was on the case of Pan Junyi's murder. Chen Dong laughed coldly in the dark. Right now, it doesn't matter whether the Chang family's old woman is dead or not. The problem is, how are you going to decide on the second case? The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court are in a standoff, and King Wei and King Liang are also in a standoff. No matter which side you lean towards, the other side will pounce on you like a pack of rabid dogs. Let's see how you deal with it. No one had expected that the calm and composed Yang Fan, who had been sitting under the cassia tree and chatting with a group of scribes, would suddenly start to try the case of Pan Junyi's murder in one go that very afternoon. Moreover, he made a verdict on the spot, and the verdict was even more unexpected. The Supreme Court's verdict was, Chang Jiyuan should pay for Pan Junyi's life with his own. The imperial emissary's impeachment was, the Supreme Court's verdict was unfair, and there was suspicion of officials protecting each other. The son of the Chang family's crime was unforgivable, and his sentence should be reduced by 1 rank, and he should be exiled. Yang Fan's verdict was, Chang Jiyuan was not guilty of murder. The news was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in the entire penal court. When Assistant Minister Kui heard that Yang Fan had started to try the case of Pan Junyi's murder, he could no longer remain calm. He had been waiting in the office for news. When Pai Erding rushed into the office and reported the verdict to Kui Yuanzong forgot himself for a moment, and actually pulled out a few strands of his beard. Old Kui said in exasperation, Yang Fan is playing with fire. Luo Ling, who had been pacing back and forth outside the main hall waiting for news, also ran back quickly and reported Yang Fan's verdict to Chen Dong. Chen Dong was stunned for a long while after listening to it. Only then did he spit out a sentence in astonishment, he is playing with fire. Chen Dong paced around the room anxiously. Yang Fan was about to go crazy and bring about his own destruction. He was naturally happy to see that happen, but if he wanted to burn a hole in the sky, who would plug it for him? At that time, Yang Langzhong would be finished, and wouldn't he, Dr. Chen, be the one cleaning up after him? Among the 3 law departments, the Ministry of Justice was the weakest. Even though Lai Junchen had fallen, the power of the Imperial Messenger platform had not yet dissipated. The Supreme Court was originally on the same side as the Ministry of Justice, and they worked together to resist the Imperial Messenger platform. Now that Yang Fan had made a move, he had directly offended both the Imperial Messenger platform and the Ministry of Justice. This, Chen Dong thought hard for a long time, and felt that he should prepare ahead of time. He wanted to see Assistant Minister Kui and discuss a countermeasure with him, so that he would not be flustered when the time came. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Assistant Minister Kui's office, he saw that the office was empty. Chen Dong asked the scribe in Assistant Minister Kui's office, "Where did the Assistant Minister go?" The scribe respectfully replied, "The Assistant Minister felt unwell, so he went back to his manor to rest." Chen Dong made a no sound, and turned to leave. The scribe said again, "Good, Dr. Chen knows that the Assistant Minister has already sent someone to the government hall to ask for leave. He probably won't be able to come for the next few days." Chen Dong was stunned, and he cursed in his heart, "This old turtle." The next morning coincided with the Ministry of Justice's 10-day meeting. Assistant Minister Kui was not present, so in the Ministry of Justice, Yang Fan's position was the highest, so this 10-day meeting was presided over by him. It was the first time that Yang Fan's office was so lively, and a few doctors had arrived. Sun Yuxuan and Yang Xiaojun were the first to arrive. Although Yang Fan's current state was a little crazy, it would not implicate them anyway, so the 2 doctors did not feel any pressure. Since they had already expressed goodwill to Yang Fan, they would continue to support him before he fell from power. Pai Erding was the 3rd to arrive. Assistant Minister Kui's illness meant that his faction would completely not interfere, and would allow Yang Fan to do as he pleased. Therefore, Pai Erding did not express his opinion, and could not be said to be lenient to Yang Fan. Chen Dong's office was right across from Yang Fan, very close, but he was the last to arrive. Yang Fan did not go overboard, and waited for him to sit down before he cleared his throat and said, "Assistant Minister is not feeling well, and has already applied for leave from the Political Affairs Hall. In the few days that Assistant Minister is not here, I will be in charge of the Ministry of Justice's affairs. Today is the 10-day meeting, Manager Feng. Feng Shihui understood, and immediately picked up the file to read. Yang Fan purposely put the 2 cases that he handled yesterday at the end. After the first few cases had been discussed, Feng Shihui brought up the 2 cases that he had just handled yesterday. The office immediately quieted down, and only Feng Shihui's voice could be heard. After Feng Shihui finished, Yang Fan said, regarding these 2 cases, what do the doctors think? Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, and Yang Xiaojun looked at Chen Dong at the same time. Chen Dong frowned, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, Yang Longzhong, should we be more careful? Yang Fan said with a smile, what does Dr. Chen think is wrong with my judgment? Chen Dong was silent again, and after a moment of silence, he laughed bitterly and lightly shook his head. Yang Fan said with a smile, since there is nothing to say, then it is pass. Everyone was still speechless. Yang Fan clapped his hands and said, all right, all the doctors can go back. In the few days that Assistant Minister Kui is not in the Yamen, we have to maintain the Ministry of Justice well, lest Assistant Minister Kui comes back to make trouble for us. Haha, please go back now. Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, and Yang Xiaojun did not say much. They stood up, cupped their hands, and silently left. Chen Dong still sat there, his face gloomy. Yang Fan stared at him and asked, Dr. Chen, do you have something else to say to me? Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, I once tried a case in the past. Oh. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows, and slowly sat down. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, and did not look at Yang Fan. He only stared at the pillar opposite him, and leisurely said, at that time, I was a magistrate in Ruzhou. Once, 2 brothers came to the Yamen for a lawsuit, but it was because their father had passed away, and the 2 brothers wanted to snatch the mansion left behind by their father. Of the 2 brothers, one was the son of the old man's ex-wife, and the other was the son of his second wife. They were both sons of the first wife, and each had their own reasons. Even an upright official would find it difficult to resolve family disputes. At that time, I was also young, and faced with such a case, I actually could not make a clear judgment. So the 2 brothers came to the Yamen every day to quarrel. Chen Dong sighed, and continued, the 2 brothers quarreled until their eyes were red. Over time, it was as if they were enemies. As a result, they attacked each other, and spoke indiscriminately. As a result, as they spoke, they gradually revealed some secrets that were not meant for outsiders to know. Although they did not say much, I heard something strange. Yang Fan was a very qualified listener, and immediately asked, what secrets? Chen Dong said, so it turns out that their father who passed away was the leader of a famous bandit group in the area. Their family's wealth was enormous, and it was naturally obtained through illegal means. In the end, naturally, they did not get the mansion. Not only did they not get the mansion, but they also lost everything. Chen Dong chuckled, stroked his beard, and said, Yang Longzhong, do you know why I was transferred from a small magistrate in Ruzhou to the capital, to the Ministry of Justice, and step by step to where I am today? It's because I solved this big case. Chen Dong slowly stood up, and looked deeply at Yang Fan. He slightly cupped his hands, and said meaningfully, Yang Longzhong, you're on your own. Yang Fan stood up, and watched him walk out of the door. Then, he also smiled faintly. What an interesting person. Chapter 431. The next morning, Wu Zetian held a court meeting. The Supreme Court official Xu Zhexiang was the first to step out and impeach Yang Fan of the Ministry of Justice. Xu Zhexiang's impassioned voice echoed clearly in the Wan Xiong Divine Palace. Today's matter is complicated, there are many lies and few facts. I'm afraid there are treacherous officials hiding among them, trying to drive a wedge between the emperor and the officials, or doing illegal things, or manipulating the country for their own personal gain. I am worried for your majesty. How can I sit back and watch? When the ancient prison is completed, the officials will listen, the emperor will pardon them 3 times, and then the punishment will be carried out. Today, the prison officers are acting arbitrarily, acting on orders. This way, the power is given to me, and it is not prudent. If there is injustice, how will your majesty be able to do it? Using a prison official to control life and death, stealing the authority of the emperor, the country's weapon, is not a blessing for the country. Using it lightly will bring disaster to the country. Minister Yang Fan of the Ministry of Justice pretended to be the will of the people, and looked down on the authority of the Supreme Court, making arbitrary decisions, deciding life and death, guilt or innocence, all in one sentence. As the Supreme Court official and Your Majesty's trust, I have investigated the prison matter and have heard of it, and dare not report it. However, the power of review lies with the Ministry of Justice, and I have no choice but to report it to the heavens, begging Your Majesty to make a decision. The Supreme Court official Xu Ziheng, as one of the 9 ministers, wrote thousands of words in the Golden Hall, vehemently stating his views, impeaching the Ministry of Justice. The Supreme Court had finally declared war on the Ministry of Justice. When the left minister Wn Guojun heard what Xu Ziheng had to say, he immediately handed over another book to impeach Yang Fan. He said, the Minister of Justice, Yang Fan, used the country's weapon to gain a false reputation, arbitrarily judged the case and confused the law. Since the imperial envoy is responsible for supervising the officials, I dare not neglect my duty. Previously, the Supreme Court sentenced the son of the Chang family to death, disregarding the will of the people, so the imperial envoy impeached him. Today, Minister Yang Fan overdid the right thing, in order to gain a false reputation, seeking favor from the will of the people, relying on the will of the people, lightly talking about life and death, sentencing the son of the Chang family not guilty, treating the law as child's play, so the imperial envoy impeached him. I beg for Your Majesty's judgment to show that our court is careful with the prison. The Imperial Messenger Station also declared war on the Ministry of Justice. At the same time, they did not forget to drag in the Supreme Court and declared war on both the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. As for the Ministry of Justice, the clay bodhisattva, Kui Yuanzong, had suddenly fallen ill, so he did not attend the court session. Therefore, no one from the Ministry of Justice was present to listen to the proceedings, so naturally, no one answered. Empress Wu Zetian listened to the memorials from the Supreme Court and the Office of the Imperial Messengers, but she did not make a decision on the spot. Instead, she said indifferently, I understand. Because no one from the Ministry of Justice was present, they could not refute on the spot, so the two of them could only retreat for the time being. As soon as the court meeting was adjourned, news of the 3 law divisions' declaration of war spread like wildfire. In this regard, the officials were happy to see this happen. After all, the 3 law divisions not only controlled the laws of the people, but they were also restricted by the 3 law divisions. A mutually balanced and hostile 3 law divisions was far more popular than a united 3 law divisions. At this time, Yang Fan also officially entered the sights of the officials. However, because he wanted to challenge the Supreme Court and the Imperial Messenger Station by himself, and because there was no one in the Ministry of Justice who supported him, the officials were not optimistic about his outcome. Even though he was Xue Huai's disciple, and it was rumored that he had an ambiguous relationship with Princess Taiping, this was the Imperial Court. Even Xue Huai could not do as he pleased in the Imperial Court. Once one entered this circle, one had to abide by the rules of this circle, and no one was an exception. Just as Wn Guojun returned to the Imperial Messenger Station, Hu Siji, Wei Suizhong, Huang Jingrong, Wu Rang, Zhao Jiolong, and the rest of Lai Junshan's main subordinates all rushed over. Hu Siji angrily said, Deputy Minister Wn, what is the meaning of this? We have made things difficult for the Supreme Court, and now that the Ministry of Justice has agreed with the Imperial Messenger Station, it is a good opportunity for the Imperial Messenger Station to take advantage of our victory, overthrow the Supreme Court, and restore the prestige of the Imperial Messenger Station. Why didn't you discuss it with us, and instead made the decision on your own, treating the Ministry of Justice as your enemy? Zhao Jiolong said in a strange tone, Deputy Minister Lai is temporarily demoted to a place, and the Imperial Messenger Station is temporarily handed over to Brother Guojun. Is this the case? When Deputy Minister Lai left, he repeatedly reminded us that if there is something we must discuss, be careful, and wait for an opportunity so that the Imperial Messenger Station can make a comeback. Deputy Minister Lai's words are still ringing in our ears, and Deputy Minister Wan is already acting on his own. Although Wn Guojun was intelligent and ruthless, he was not the kind of leader who had the courage to lead, so he had always been willing to stay behind the scenes, serving as Lai Junchen's military advisor. When Lai Junchen was demoted, although the people under him were ruthless, it was really difficult to find someone who could lead the overall situation. There were no generals in Sichuan, so he could only reluctantly support Wn Guojun. These ruthless officials of the Imperial Messenger Station actually did not accept Wn Guojun in their hearts, so naturally they lacked the respect they should have. Wn Guojun listened to these two people, one yin and one yang, and angrily said, "Under the circumstances at that time, how could I have time to discuss with you? Do you think that old man Xu Ziheng really only wanted to impeach Yang Fan? He said something like the ancient prison is complete, the ministers will listen, the emperor will pardon 3 times, and then the punishment will be carried out. Today, the prison officials are acting on their own. This way, the power will be given to the officials, and it will not be prudent. If the sharp weapon of the country is given to someone lightly, it will be a disaster for the country." Wn Guojun slammed the desk fiercely and said, "Listen to this. Is this really just impeaching Yang Fan? He is carrying his own goods, intending to use the Imperial Messenger Station. If the Emperor accepts his suggestions, to the Ministry of Justice, it is only the loss of a doctor. What loss is there? But the power of the Imperial Messenger Station to supervise hundreds of officials, judge, and even kill officials below the 5th rank on the spot, will be gone." Wei Suizhong did not read much, but he was not stupid. Once he heard Wn Guojun point out Xu Ziheng's hidden meaning, he could not help but say fearfully, "What a treacherous old man, he is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wn Guojun looked at him and said with relief, "Brother Wei is indeed vigilant. But not only that, what is the reason for us impeaching the Supreme Court? The reason is that the Supreme Court's punishment is too heavy, and the Chang family's son should be reduced by 1 rank. With this momentum and public opinion, as long as this case is handled according to our ideas, among the 3 departments of justice, the Imperial Messenger Station will be able to suppress them." But how did Yang Fan sentence it? Wn Guojun looked around and saw that everyone was at a loss, so he angrily said, "Yang Fan's sentence was not guilty, and he was acquitted." "He was acquitted. Do you understand? I have already said it so clearly, do you still not understand?" The ruthless officials looked at each other and thought for a long time. Huang Jingrong's eyes turned, and he suddenly said in realization, "Ah, I understand now. If the Ministry of Justice follows the opinion of the Supreme Court, then we can sue them as well. If the Ministry of Justice follows the opinion of the Imperial Messenger Station, then we can suppress the Supreme Court, and we can even pull the Ministry of Justice over to our side. But now, Yang Fan seems to be on the side of the Supreme Court, but. When Wu Rang heard this, he finally understood and said, "But, he's better than us. We asked for Chang Jiyuan's punishment to be reduced by 1 rank, but he was acquitted. In this way, the position of host and guest will immediately change. Now, it is not that he follows our opinion, but that the Imperial Messenger Station has become a pawn waving flags and shouting battle cries behind his butt." Wn Guojun said, "That's right. In this way, if he succeeds in this case, the person who will rise to fame will be him, and the number 1 expert among the 3 departments of justice will be the Ministry of Justice. Then, wouldn't our Imperial Messenger Station be making a wedding dress for him?" Hu Siji suddenly understood, and slapped his forehead. "So that's how it is. I remember back then, when I was selling pancakes on the streets of Chang'an, there were some peddlers from the East Market who wanted to take over our territory in Xi'an. I contacted many of the peddlers in Xi'an to prepare for a fight. This was originally started by me, Hu Siji, but there was a melon seller, Zhao Da, who was even more ruthless than me. I thought that we would form a group to push away the non-locals. However, he directly led everyone to fight and beat away the vendors in the East Market. In this way, he became the tyrant of Xi'an, and the busiest area in Xi'an was also up to him. I stood up for him and helped him achieve his goal. Now, what this Yang Fan is doing is no different from Zhao Da. When the Imperial messengers heard him talk about the days when he sold pancakes on the streets and fought for territory, they couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces. Wn Guojun coughed dryly and said, "Brother, whose words are crude, but they are not crude. That's why I didn't have time to discuss with my brothers, So I acted on my own and sued the Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court. Zhao Jiolong frowned and said, now that the Supreme Court's master has given a severe sentence, and the Imperial Messenger's station is in favor of a light sentence, the Ministry of Justice has decided to acquit him. What should we do now? Our situation seems to be a little awkward. Wen Guojun pointed to the ground and said, I followed Xu Ziheng to impeach him, which was originally an act of mending the pen after the sheep is lost. Now that the Ministry of Justice is biding their time, the Supreme Court is impeaching the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Messenger's station is reiterating the mistakes of the Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court. What happens next will depend on the will of the sage. Hu Siji said unwillingly, are we just going to sit here and wait? Wen Guojun said, that's not true. Brother Jiolong, Brother Suizhong, the two of you immediately mobilize the Imperial Messengers to impeach Yang Fan. Just say that when he was handling this case, he accepted a lot of bribes. Wei Suizhong looked at him and said, he is biased towards the Chang family. The Chang family are just commoners. In terms of bribery, can the Chang family compete with Officer Pan? How can the emperor believe this reason? Wen Guojun stroked his beard and said with a smile, the Chang family naturally doesn't have much money, but this matter involves the minister-councillor of the Ministry of Appointments, and this minister-councillor is a disciple of King Wu Chengxi of Wei. King Wu Chengxi of Wei and King Wu Sanxi of Liang are sworn enemies. King Liang wants to deal with King Wei, so will he let go of this opportunity to bring down Officer Pan? The Chang family doesn't have money, so won't King Liang pay for him? A vicious glint flashed across Huang Jingrong's eyes. She clapped her hands and said, that's right. Drag the Ministry of Appointments into this. Drag King Wei and King Liang into it as well, and make the water a little more muddy. The muddier the water, the easier it is to fish. Zhao Jiolong chuckled and said, brilliant. What a brilliant plan. Since we have the privilege of hearing about this, how can we not make use of it? In the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, Wu Zetian handed Li Zhaoda the memorials accusing Yang Fan of using the Chang family's son to kill Pan Junyi. She smiled and asked, what does the Prime Minister think? Li Zhaoda accepted the stack of memorials and scanned the topic of the impeachment. He snorted and said, everyone knows about Yang Fan's epidemic prevention. The 6 offices of the capital and all the civil and military officials are watching the excitement of the 3 departments of law. This time, the 3 departments of law are actually fighting each other. Li Zhaoda closed the memorials and handed them back to Eunuch Hai. He said calmly, this brat has succeeded, so he can't help but be arrogant. Wu Zetian smiled and said, Yang Fan is young, and he comes from a military background. Naturally, he can't compare to Minister Li's maturity and prudence. Haha, youngsters are always more aggressive. Li Zhaoda frowned slightly and said, right now, the Supreme Court is accusing the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Messenger Bureau is accusing the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. As for the Ministry of Justice, Kui Yuanzong is in hiding, leaving the left and right officials to fight among themselves and outsiders. Right now, the Imperial Messengers are accusing Yang Fan of accepting bribes, implying that the Ministry of Appointments and the 2 princes are involved. With the court in such a mess, isn't Your Majesty worried? She stood up and put her hand on Shanghai Wn's arm. She said leisurely, after the thunder, the insects will wake up. In the chaos, there will be vitality. Ha ha. I have never been afraid of chaos, but I am afraid that it will not be chaotic. Wu Zetian walked out and said to Li Zhaoda, who was bowing to see her off, let the Political Affairs Hall pass down the order. Tell them, the 3 departments to jointly investigate. Shanghai Wan supported Wu Zetian. She was as slender as a willow and frowned. She couldn't help but feel resentful, that little enemy, I told him long ago not to provoke the Wu family. Why did he turn a deaf ear when he left my side? Chapter 432. In Yang Fan's office, an uninvited guest said in a low voice, you have asked me to inform Lang Zhong that the Imperial Envoy Station has accused Lang Zhong of being unfair in handling the case, accepting bribes, being in cahoots with friends, and trying to buy people's hearts. I understand. Thank you for your concern. I have my own plans. The one who came to report was the secretary, Li Zhanpeng. The one who replied was, of course, Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and replied calmly. Wu Cheng Sai, Wu San Sai, and the vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Appointments were pressuring him. He had long wanted to reveal this matter. However, it was not easy to do a self-examination as he would be regarded as a saint. Saints were meant to be praised, not to be befriended. Doing so would make him a loner and isolated in the officialdom. Now that the Imperial Messenger Station had lodged a complaint against him, they would not dare to put pressure on him so blatantly. Li Jianping had just left when another uninvited guest came. Her Highness wants me to ask Lang Zhong why the Supreme Court and the Imperial Envoy Station have become enemies. Does Her Highness need to lend a helping hand? This time, the person who came to ask questions was Princess Taiping's groom, Xu Haod. Princess Taiping's residence's head steward, Li Yi, was also considered to be somewhat famous. After Xu Haod disguised himself, there were not many people who could recognize him. Yang Fan said, "No matter which side I go with, I will be used by one side and offend the other side at the same time. If I don't want to be passive, I can only jump out of this shackle and lead them by the nose if I don't want to be passive. Her Highness does not need to intervene. Yang Fan wants Her Highness to know that Yang Fan is fighting alone." Xu Haod left reluctantly. Yang Fan closed his eyes and rested. Seeing that it was about time, he tidied up his clothes and walked out. The Empress decreed that the three law departments would form a joint trial of Pan Junyi's murder case. The venue would be the main hall of the Ministry of Justice. The official name for the joint trial of the three departments was the Tribunal of the Three Divisions. It referred to major and difficult cases that would be jointly tried by the three law departments. There were 3 ranks in the 3 division supervisors: 1st Division Supervisor, Middle Division Supervisor, and 3rd Division Supervisor. The 3 departments formed by the Imperial Censor or Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice or Assistant Minister, and the Minister of Justice or Junior Minister of the Supreme Court were the 3 departments of the highest level, and were called the Great Three Secretaries. The 3 departments formed by the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Justice, and the Imperial Censor were called the Middle Three Secretaries. The Ministry of Justice Vice Minister, the Supervising Imperial Messenger, and the Great Court Judge jointly decided on the prison suspicions. They were known as the Three Marshals. At this moment, the joint trial of the 3 divisions held by the Ministry of Justice was of the 2nd level. The Ministry of Justice had a total of 5 torture chambers. Today, they were using the largest one. Everyone in the Ministry of Justice had already gathered outside the torture chamber. Seeing Yang Fan walk steadily in his new official robe, whether it was Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, Ozhua Yuanqing and Cao Chigan, or even the managers and secretaries of the various departments, they all looked at Yang Fan with complicated expressions. Yang Fan was like a catfish thrown into a school of sardines. His arrival disrupted the peaceful routine of the Ministry of Justice, but it also brought a sense of renewal to the Ministry of Justice. When Zhu Xing was around, the Ministry of Justice was number 1 among the 3 law departments. No matter how notorious Zhu Xing's reputation was among the people, when he was the head of the Ministry of Justice, the people in the Ministry of Justice felt dignity and glory, fear and authority. When they went out to work, even if it was to the Supreme Court or the Imperial Envoy Station, which were also part of the law sector, their backs were always straight, and their voices were always rough. But ever since Zhu Xing's death, the status of the Ministry of Justice had been deteriorating. The people in the Ministry of Justice no longer had the confidence. When they went to the Imperial Messenger Station, they had to put on a smiling face, and when they went to the Supreme Court, they had to be polite. This was very uncomfortable for the people in the Ministry of Justice who were used to speaking with their chins held high. But they had no choice. With the situation like this, how could they not lower their heads? But now, someone had stood out from among them, daring to challenge the Supreme Court, daring to challenge the Imperial Messenger Station, daring to challenge the Supreme Court and the Imperial Messenger Station at the same time. For the people in the Ministry of Justice who had been suppressed for a long time, there was a feeling of exultation. Even if they did not have high hopes for Yang Fan, and even thought that Yang Fan would be completely finished after the joint trial of the 3 departments, but at least right now, Yang Fan was a hero in their eyes, a man with courage. But after all, they were people who had been in the bureaucracy for a long time, and it was difficult for the blood of a bureaucrat to be heated up. Even if they had some admiration for young Fan, it was not enough to make them say or do anything. Their admiration was only vaguely shown in their eyes. But it was not the case for the ordinary bailiffs and petty officials. The blood of those at the lowest level was always the easiest to boil. They subconsciously formed two human walls, looking at young Fan walking alone in the middle. Step by step, he was as steady as if he was about to set foot on the execution ground. Their emotions grew more and more agitated. The monitor, Yuan Han, looked at young Fan, his face red for a long time. Finally, he roared, "Yong Lungzhong, good job." Yuan Han's words seemed to have opened a floodgate, and the crowd finally began to shout in support. "Yong Lungzhong, I wish you victory. This is the Ministry of Justice. Yong Lungzhong is a member of the Ministry of Justice. Yong Lungzhong, everyone is standing with you. Yong Lungzhong, you have to show the power of the Ministry of Justice." Young Fan smiled, smiling at his colleagues from the Ministry of Justice who had sent him to court. He was really not too worried about this lawsuit. If this lawsuit was judged purely according to legal principles, he might not be able to win against those who had spent most of their lives in the judicial yamen. But it also involved morality and ethics, and these morals and ethics could definitely affect the judgment of the law. That was not the case. In the details of the judicial regulations, he might not be a match for these old foxes who had immersed themselves in the criminal law for many years. But since it involved morality and ethics, to a large extent, who would win would depend on whose words could incite people more. In this regard, young Fan had an advantage over those bureaucrats who were used to speaking in the official language. He was also very confident in his eloquence. Of course, what he was most confident about was that as long as he did not go too far, as long as he gave the Empress a dignified way out, the Empress would definitely give him face. Young Fan, who had walked to the steps, turned around, cupped his hands and bowed to everyone, and said heroically, "In the territory of the Ministry of Justice, how can we let others take advantage of us? Colleagues, don't worry." Young Fan's action did not match the style of those officials who had been honed in the officialdom for most of their lives and had long lost their edges and corners, but it was to the taste of these people at the bottom. Once young Fan's words left his mouth, it was like a condemned prisoner on the guillotine shouting, "After 20 years, I will be a good man again." Immediately, everyone cheered. Sun Yuxuan and Pai Erding looked at each other and laughed bitterly at the same time. In the distance, Chen Dong, who was standing alone at the door of the Ministry of Justice, seemed to have heard these words. He shook his head, sighed, and shook his head again. As he shook his head, he sighed as he returned to the official office. The people in the court also clearly heard what he said outside the court. When he walked into the main hall, the people from the Supreme Court and the Imperial Censorate all looked at him strangely. Young Fan did not care at all. When it came to scheming, he might not necessarily be a cut above others, but these people who were used to scheming beneath the stage could not compare to him. The reason why this case was so difficult to judge and why the three law divisions each had their own opinions was because it didn't just involve legal principles, but also reason and ethics. Everyone's understanding of morality and ethics was different, so there was a situation where everyone said they were right and everyone said they were right. However, most of them did not realize that this originally purely criminal case had already become a weapon of competition between the three departments of justice, between King Wei and King Liang. That was why its significance was no longer purely reflected in the law and ethics, but also in politics. Once politics was involved, would the emperor's judgment still be based on the case itself? The mirror of eminence hung high in the air. Beneath the plaque was a picture of auspicious clouds and red sun setting out to sea. There were 3 cases in front of the main judge's platform, and they were arranged in a straight line to show that they were on equal footing. This was the Ministry of Justice, so Young Fan's case was at the center. Young Fan sat down and cupped his hands towards the 2 officials to his left and right. With a sincere smile, he said, "This one is Young Fan, the current Minister of Justice. May I ask what position you 2 hold, and what your esteemed names might be?" When the 2 officials saw him sit down, their expressions became solemn, and their backs straightened. They didn't expect Young Fan to start exchanging pleasantries with them before the court had even begun. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The official on the left had a square face, large ears, a black beard, and a dark face. He looked to be in his early 40s, and he exuded an imposing aura. When he heard Yang Fan's question, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said seriously, "This official is the imperial censor of the Supreme Court, Cheng Ling." The official on the right looked to be in his 30s, with a fair face and a slight beard. His eyes were sharp. This was the imperial censor, Zhao Jiulong. He also cupped his fists towards Yang Fan and introduced himself. Yang Fan said with a smile, "It is my great fortune to be able to judge this case with you two brothers today. Since the three of us are the main examiners, who will be the judge?" Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong looked at each other and snorted, "It's just a formality. This is the Ministry of Justice. You, Yang Langzhong, will be the judge." "Haha, thank you. I won't stand on ceremony then." Yang Fan's smile disappeared. He grabbed the gavel and slammed it down, shouting, "Let the court begin." Even if Yang Fan hadn't shown his methods to the officials of the Ministry of Justice before, because today was a battle between the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Imperial Censor, these officials wouldn't let him down. This shout of Tang Wei was very dignified and loud, and the three people's expressions unconsciously became solemn. "Bring the criminal." With this order, Chang Jiyuan was brought into the main hall. He had already been removed from his shackles and was only wearing shackles. He had already been to the court of the Supreme Court of Justice, and it was not the first time he had been to the court of the Ministry of Justice. However, this was the first time he had seen a scene like the joint trial of the three departments. Seeing that the court seemed slightly crowded but even more dignified, the child's face turned pale. Yang Fan waited for Feng Shihui to verify his identity and go through all the procedures before speaking to him in a friendly manner. "Chang Jiyuan, don't be afraid. Today is the joint trial between the three courts. Tell us everything that happened between you and the deceased Pan Junyi. There must be no falsehoods." "Yes. I went with my mother to Ding Ding Street to play on the Double Seventh Festival." Chang Jiyuan had just started speaking when Cheng Ling from the Supreme Court interrupted him with a frown, saying, "Chang Jiyuan committed the murder on the 14th of the 7th month. What does that have to do with Double Seventh Festival? Just tell us what happened that day." Chang Jiyuan stuttered, "Yes, that day, wait." Yang Fan also stopped him and said to Cheng Ling, "Brother Cheng, if we had not met on Double Seventh Festival, there would not have been the murder on the 14th of the 7th month. The two incidents are closely related, and we should not omit this part." Cheng Ling said, "If Chang Jiyuan had not been born 13 years ago, he would not have committed the murder today. Based on what Yang Langzhong has said, shouldn't we tell us everything about his life since he was young?" Yang Fan shook his head and smiled, saying, "Judge Cheng's words are wrong. Every case has one cause and effect, or many causes and effects, or many causes and effects, or one cause and effects, or many causes and effects. There are also inevitable causes and effects, and as a judge, we must first clarify the causes and effects. The Double Seventh Festival incident was the cause of a series of tragedies. How can we not mention it? The case of the Chang family's youngest son was just a prelude. This case is actually a case between the three courts. This case has finally begun." Chapter 433. Cheng Ling snorted heavily and said in a bad mood, "This case has already been examined by the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. There is no need to interrogate him from beginning to end. If Yang Langzhong interrogates him like this, the joint hearing of the three departments will take forever." Yang Fan spread out his hands and said, "According to what Cheng Siji said, then we don't need to bring the prisoner to court. We only need you and I to take out our own Yaman's interrogation records, and we can compare them. Isn't that enough?" Cheng Ling angrily said, "This official is saying that it is important." Yang Fan raised his voice, "This official thinks that this is very important." Imperial Messenger Zhao from the Imperial Messenger Bureau quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Since Yang Langzhong thinks that there is a need to interrogate him again, then we will retry him." Cheng Ling glared at him and said, "So your Imperial Messenger Bureau wants to stand on the side of the Ministry of Justice?" Zhao Jiulong flew into a rage and said, "Preposterous. This official is saying that since one of you thinks it is necessary and the other thinks it is not, then re-examining him will only take some effort. But according to Officer Cheng's opinion, If the prisoner is not allowed to speak, Yang Langzhong will inevitably say that you handled the case carelessly. Weighing the two sides, of course re-examining him is appropriate. How can it be said that my Imperial Messenger Bureau is standing on the side of the Ministry of Justice? Yang Fan hurriedly tried to calm them down. Both of you, calm down. Don't get angry. Why did the three departments come to the joint hearing? It is to have the three departments review him together and in the end come to a consensus. So in the end, the three departments will stand on the same side. Why should we quarrel over this? Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong snorted coldly at the same time. They brushed their sleeves and turned their heads to the side. Yang Fan coughed and said to Chang Jiyuan, Chang Jiyuan, speak slowly. There is no need to rush. Don't overlook anything. Chang Jiyuan saw that his expression was amiable and his courage grew. He agreed and began to explain in detail. Until now, Chang Jiyuan still hadn't recognized that this Yang Fan was the official from the Ministry of Justice who rescued his mother that night. He only recounted how he and his mother met Pan Junyi when they were shopping, and how Pan Junyi took liberties with his mother. Halfway through, Zhao Jiulong suddenly said, Wait. You said that there was a Minister of Justice who helped your mother. Who was he? Cheng Ling agreed, That's right. Yang Langzhong, is there such a person in your Ministry of Justice? This official suspects that nothing happened on the night of the Double Seventh Festival. It is very likely that the Chang family owes money to someone and is unable to pay it back, so they are making a false accusation. Chumph, unruly commoners, there's nothing they can't do to avoid paying their debt. Yang Fan said solemnly, What Chang Jiyuan said is true. That day, it was this official and my wife who roamed Ding Ding Long Street and saved the mother and son. When Chang Jiyuan heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. After a careful look, he vaguely felt that this person was indeed somewhat similar to the person who had lent a helping hand that night. Yang Fan sighed, this official saved the mother and son that night by the Tianjin Bridge. Although the sky was dark and the lights by the bridge were not bright enough, I can still remember the child's appearance. This official saw this matter with my own eyes. Alas, at that time, I thought that I had beaten that lecher away and that was it. Who knew that so many things would happen later on? Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong didn't expect that the witness was actually at the scene, so they could no longer raise this doubt. After the questioning and confirmation, they could only listen to Chang Jiyuan's narration. Yang Fan insisted on starting from the night of the Double Seventh Festival. Of course, it was to prove that Pan Junyi had bad intentions. Otherwise, the cause of this case would simply be a tragedy caused by debt collection. His judgment on these two related cases would then have no moral basis. When the Supreme Court first interrogated the case, they had already intentionally sided with the Pan family, so they didn't seriously investigate this relevant Minister of Justice. They deliberately focused on debt collection, murder, and didn't want to implicate too much. They didn't expect that the witness that night would appear out of nowhere and turn out to be the main judge of this case. He wasn't related to the Chang family, so he could be a good witness. Cheng Ling had no choice but to perk up and try to find something beneficial for himself in the following case. However, as he listened to Chang Jiyuan's narration, the more he listened, the deeper his frown became. Chang Jiyuan's narration was very detailed, such as how Pan Junyi had forced the Chang family to repay their gambling debts, how his father had argued in grief and indignation, how they had quarreled, how Pan Junyi had grabbed his father's throat during the fight, how his father's face had turned red and he had almost suffocated, how Chang Jiyuan had stepped forward to save his father but was flung away by Pan Junyi and crashed into the coffin, how he had grabbed the memorial tablet and rushed forward to hit it, and how he had found Pan Junyi slumped to the ground with blood at the back of his head. The more Cheng Ling listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. This case had been tried by him in the Supreme Court. The testimonies of the Chang father and son at that time were no different from what they were now, but they were very different. It was the same because the process was exactly the same, but it was different because he was speaking in too much detail now. Back in the Supreme Court, Chang Jiyuan's testimony was very simple. He said that Pan Junyi had come to his house to collect a debt, and that he and his father had been burning joss paper for his deceased mother. In a fit of anger, his father had gotten into an argument with Pan Junyi, and the two of them had started fighting. Shocked and afraid, he had stepped forward to stop the fight, but because he was young and weak, he had been flung away by Pan Junyi and had picked up the memorial tablet. The process now was the same, but he had added some descriptive words, such as his father being grabbed by the throat. His face had turned red and he was on the verge of suffocation, and he had been flung into the coffin. He had conveniently grabbed the memorial tablet and randomly hit it a few times. When Pan Junyi had fallen to the ground, he had suddenly discovered that there was blood at the back of his head. He had only added a few descriptive words, but it gave the impression that his father was about to be strangled to death by Pan Junyi during the fight, and he had stepped forward to mediate but was powerless to stop it. In a panic, he had picked up the memorial tablet and had only wanted to stop Pan Junyi from committing murder. Cheng Ling, of course, knew what these keywords meant during the verdict. He immediately and sensitively questioned Chang Jiyuan repeatedly about these details. Although he had a solemn expression, it was even more frightening when he put on a stern face. Chang Jiyuan was so frightened by him that his face turned pale and his body trembled, but he did not change his statement. Cheng Ling's repeated confirmations made these small details even more obvious in the testimony. Yang Fan had never taught this Chang boy to make a false confession. For such an honest, young, and inexperienced child, if you taught him to make a false confession, there was no need for torture at all. Those experienced judicial officials would only need to use some interrogation techniques to get the truth out of him. Yang Fan had only given him a little inspiration. The father and son of the Chang family were clumsy people, or rather, with their qualities, they did not know how or what to say in their confessions. In addition, the scene at the time was too intense. As people involved in the situation, they would definitely overlook some things. Thus, when they confessed, they could only give a dry and rough account of the process. This way, others could naturally make a big fuss about the details. A few days ago, when Yang Fan was interrogating the father and son in the second hall, he had repeatedly, going back and forth. In fact, he had only done one thing, inductive excavation. Yang Fan had dug out all the details that the father and son had overlooked. He had helped them perfect the blank parts that they could not remember through repeated questioning, hints, hypotheses, and conjectures. The details that had been dug out by Yang Fan were originally their experiences. It was just that they had neglected it, or perhaps they did not feel the need to confess. Now that they had remembered and said it, of course, they would not change their words. Based on their confessions, Yang Fan had helped them fill in the blank areas of their memories through hints, hypotheses, and conjectures. These naturally became their memories. They were already convinced that they had seen and heard it with their own eyes. Even if you had a lie detector, you would not be able to prove that they were lying. Cheng Ling was a little uneasy. However, Chang Jiyuan's confession did not conflict with his confession at the Supreme Court. It was just more detailed. What doubts could he raise? Could he question why Chang Jiyuan's confession at the Ministry of Justice was more detailed than at the Supreme Court? Then he could only conclude that the Ministry of Justice handled the case cautiously, while the Supreme Court interrogated the case hastily. Moreover, the Imperial Messenger Station could not possibly support him. The Imperial Messenger Station advocated for a light sentence. Therefore, Zhao Jiolong would definitely make his move when it came to sentencing. At that time, he would argue with the Ministry of Justice about a light sentence or exemption. For now, he would definitely not hold Yang Fan back. Thinking of this, Cheng Ling could only bear with it. After Chang Jiyuan had left, he brought Chang Lin to court. The same problem as Chang Jiyuan had appeared, but his testimony was more detailed and complete. When he confessed at the Supreme Court, he only said that he was addicted to gambling. In the end, he got into a huge debt when he gambled with Pan Junyi. Pan Junyi suggested that his wife stay with him to pay off the debt. Under Yang Fan's repeated questioning and hints, some of the important points that Chang Lin had overlooked that could help reduce his son's sentence were all dug out. For example, Chang Lin specifically mentioned that he had never seen Pan Junyi when he gambled before. He also mentioned that because he was poor, he did not gamble a lot of money. However, Pan Junyi was willing to gamble with him and even lent him money to gamble. Another example was that when Pan Junyi failed to collect on his debt and wanted him to use his wife to pay off the debt, he had asked Pan Junyi how he knew that his wife was beautiful. Pan Junyi had once said that he had seen her on the streets of Dingding and by the Tianjin Bridge. With this, Chang Lin's answer confirmed that Pan Junyi had previously taken liberties with the Cheng family's wife and set up a gambling scam. Cheng Ling began to panic. However, he could not use torture on Chang Lin as he was being interrogated by the three departments. Cheng Ling's eyes darted around as he thought to himself, Yang Fan's meticulous planning is naturally to help Chang Jiyuan get off the hook. However, even if Pan Junyi had taken liberties with the Cheng family's wife and set up a gambling scam to entice Chang Lin to gamble, he was merely lustful and misbehaving. It is a fact that Chang Jiyuan killed someone. From the looks of it, I can only fight according to the law when it comes to sentencing. With this thought in mind, Cheng Ling decided to give up on the idea of being entangled with Chang Lin's confession. His eyes were half closed as he listened to Chang Lin's testimony. Many relevant laws flashed through his mind, and his mind calmed down. On the other side, Zhao Jiulong was already resting. Up until now, all the evidence was in favor of reducing Chang Lin's sentence. Of course, he would not raise any doubts. This was because the monster trainer station, which he represented, had originally proposed to reduce Chang Lin's sentence. All he was waiting for was the moment to discuss the sentence. Bring Chang Lin down. After Yang Fan had given the order, he cupped his hands and said, My dear brothers, Zhao Jiulong's spirits lifted as he asked, Shall we start discussing the sentence now? Yang Fan smiled and said, It's already past midnight. Let's have lunch first. Chapter 434. The sky was still sunny in the morning, but it gradually became cloudy as the case was being judged. When it was time for lunch, it began to drizzle. Cheng Ling of the Supreme Court, Zhao Jiulong, and his entourage ate lunch in the kitchen of the Ministry of Justice, and then went to the second hall with Yang Fan to rest and chat. At this time, the rain became heavier. Under the dripping eaves outside the recording room, a few Yamen runners looked up at the sky in boredom. The rainwater gradually condensed into a curtain of rain, gathering from the eaves and flowing down the corridor. In a small puddle of water, it splashed like raindrops, appearing and disappearing as it went. In the second hall, the three main judges, Yang Fan, Cheng Ling, and Zhao Jiulong, sat casually and chatted. Although they were at daggers drawn in the court, as long as it was beneficial to their position, even if it was a sentence or a word, they would fight back and forth, never giving way. But at this time, they were leisurely and carefree. They talked about a wide range of topics, ranging from the revenue and expenditure of money, to the salaries of the officials in the various prefectures and counties, and even the customs of the local people. As they chatted, Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong talked about some of the major cases that they had handled over the years in charge of justice. Yang Fan naturally couldn't join in on these topics, so he became an attendant who listened attentively. After listening for a while, Yang Fan suddenly commented and then changed the topic to the military affairs of the western regions, His Majesty's plans for a western expedition, and how he had ingeniously planned to ambush the Turks outside the Great Wall, causing the 100,000-strong army of the Turks to give up halfway through. Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong naturally could not join in on these topics, so they also became accompanying guests. So, Zhao Jiulong coughed and changed the topic to poetry, painting, and romance. Under the joint efforts of the three main judges, the so-called poetry, painting, and romance naturally focused on romance. This topic was liked by all men, so the three men started to talk about women, chatting harmoniously. The afternoon bell rang. Cheng Ling smiled, and a solemn look began to appear in her eyes. Yong Langzhong, shall we enter the court? Yang Fan also smiled, but it was a fake smile, the facts of the crime are clear. Next, you and I should discuss the sentencing and come up with a sentence that will convince the emperor, the court, and the people. I suggest that we discuss it in the second hall. What do you think? Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong looked at each other and said in unison, Of course, this is fine. So, we don't have to sit properly, we can relax, ha ha ha. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the three suddenly fell silent. The sound of rain seemed to come from outside the hall, pitter-patter. The bailiffs who were watching the rain from the veranda seemed to sense the strange atmosphere in the hall. They turned their heads and glanced into the hall. They saw Dr. Yang of the Ministry of Justice leaning against a table. In his hand was a shining silver fish talisman. As his 5 fingers moved up and down rhythmically, the fish talisman nimbly jumped and rolled between his fingers. It flashed into his palm and then appeared on the back of his fingers. Cheng Ling of the Supreme Court sat on a couch on the left, leaning against a round cushion. He lifted his robe and crossed his legs. Imperial Messenger Zhao Jiulong, who was on the right, did the same almost at the same time. Below, 2 Yamen runners carried a table and quietly put it down. After placing the 4 treasures of the study, an official sat behind the table. The hall was like a silent film, with only movement and no sound. When all the movements stopped, Yang Fan flipped his palm and the silver fish talisman jumped from his fingertips to his palm. He put the fish talisman back into the silver fish pouch and sat up straight. He said to Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong, "Officer Cheng, Imperial Messenger Zhao, which one of you will speak first?" Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong exchanged pleasantries, and then let Cheng Ling, the official from the Supreme Court, make the closing statement. Cheng Ling coughed and said, "Pan Junyi came to collect a debt, and Chang Lin was unable to repay it." Both sides quarreled, and a fight ensued. During the fight, Chang Jiyuan helped his father to kill Pan Junyi. The facts are clear, and the person involved has confessed. According to the laws of the Zhou dynasty, if a father is beaten, and the son tries to save him, causing him to be disabled, the crime of fighting will be reduced by 3 levels. If the victim dies, he will be executed according to the law. Therefore, I believe that Chang Jiyuan should be sentenced to death. Zhao Jiulong glanced at Yang Fan. Seeing that Yang Fan was sitting still, he knew that Yang Fan was waiting for him to speak. If he were to speak, he would definitely refute the Supreme Court and suggest a reduction of the sentence. Although it was still a step away from Yang Fan's acquittal, there were still similarities between the two. It would be equivalent to helping Yang Fan. But since Yang Fan was not speaking, he could only speak. In his opinion, a reduction of the sentence was morally acceptable. As for acquittal, it was too lenient. Right now, he might as well refute the common enemy of the imperial messengers and the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, before arguing with Yang Fan. Having made up his mind, he said, "The purpose of the law is to prevent violence. The purpose of filial piety is to enlighten." When Chang Jiyuan saved his father, he was showing filial piety, not violence. Chang Jiyuan was young, but he could understand the principles of filial piety. Isn't this due to the efforts of the imperial court? The royal system states that the principles of the 5 punishments must be based on the relationship between father and son. The spring and autumn annals means to convict from the heart. Today, Chang Jiyuan was born in the imperial style, and the young talisman shows filial piety. We, the imperial court, should punish evil and promote good. Although Chang Jiyuan deserves to die for killing, he is still a child and understands the relationship between father and son. If we sentence him to pay with his life, I'm afraid it will go against the imperial court's principles of filial piety. Therefore, I believe that his punishment should be reduced by 1 level. This way, we can both uphold filial piety and punish the lawless. It's the best of both worlds. At the side, the scribe was writing furiously, writing down the basis of the official's punishments. Cheng Ling retorted, Chang Lin owed a debt first, so it was not righteous. Pan Junyi demanded a debt, but Chang Lin refused. Another argument ensued, but it was just an ordinary fight. Chang Lin's son assisted his father in committing a crime. If we use filial piety as a cover and reduce his punishment, then wouldn't the son of anyone who commits a crime be assisting his father in committing a crime? Zhao Jiulong raised an eyebrow and said, Minister Cheng keeps saying that Chang Lin owed a debt first, so it was not righteous. Have you forgotten that on the night of Chinese Valentine's Day, Pan Junyi was lustful and deliberately set up a bet to lure Chang Lin? If we're talking about unrighteousness, then Pan Junyi was unrighteous in the first place. How can he blame Chang Lin alone? A hint of a smile flitted across Yang Fan's lips. He knew that when the two of them argued, they would definitely talk about who was at fault first. The Imperial Messenger Station had set a trap for him. As long as he sympathized with the Chang family and wanted to reduce the punishment of the Chang father and son, he could only be used by the Imperial Messenger Station. Now, he was 1 step more radical than the Imperial Messenger Station, and the Imperial Messenger Station had set this trap for themselves. As long as they persisted with their own opinions, they would inevitably stand with young Fan on this point. The rain outside the hall continued to fall, and it was getting heavier. In the hall, the debate between Cheng Ling, who represented the Supreme Court, and Zhao Jiulong, who represented the Imperial Messenger Station, became more and more intense. The two of them stated all the reasons they could think of, and in the end, there was nothing new to say. They could only repeat the same old arguments over and over again. At this time, young Fan, who had been sitting quietly all this time, suddenly interrupted, "I think that the Imperial Messenger Station's words are reasonable. The law is broken by emotion. Pan Junyi was tempted by lust and conspired against the law. Pan Junyi cannot absolve himself from the blame for the death of the wife of the Cheng family. After that, he set up a gambling scam and deceived others. Such evil deeds are abhorred by the gods and abhorred by the ghosts. He naturally deserves to die." Zhao Jiulong said, "In that case, does Yang Langzhong agree with the Imperial Messenger Station's opinion?" Yang Fan immediately shook his head. "I agree with the Imperial Messenger Station's view that Pan Junyi was unrighteous in the first place, and that he deserves to die. However, in terms of punishment, my view is different from the Imperial Messenger Station's." He looked at Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong, and said in a clear voice, "The law is nothing more than reason. Emotion and the law are both heavy and heavy. Which is light and which is heavy? When is it light and when is it heavy? When is it not because of the strict enforcement of the law that ethics and morals are violated? When is it not because of the emphasis on ethics and morals that the country's criminal laws are ignored?" He looked to his left and right, and said, "This is the responsibility of us judges. Depending on the situation, the law may be based on emotion, or emotion will yield to the law, or emotion and the law will both take a step back in order to achieve harmony." Zhao Jiulong immediately interrupted, "This is exactly what the Imperial Messenger Station is thinking in recommending a lighter sentence." Yang Fan immediately responded, "I, Yang Fan, agree that the Imperial Messenger Station can consider a lighter sentence based on this point. However, I have my own reasons for insisting that Chang Jiyuan should be acquitted." He slowly stood up and said, "The law of the Imperial Court has always been about righteousness. Therefore, when there is a conflict between an elder and a junior, such as scolding, beating, injuring, or killing, the junior has to bear more responsibility. If parents beat and kill their children, the children cannot report it to their parent. If parents kill someone, the children cannot report it either. But if the mother kills the father, what will happen according to the law of the Imperial Court? Both of you are familiar with the law, so you should know that at that time, regardless of whether it is the legal mother, the stepmother, or the loving mother, as the children, they will no longer be bound by the prohibition that the children cannot report their grandparents or parents. They will also no longer have to fulfill the duties of a senior, and can and must report it to the authorities. The father is also a senior, and the mother is also a senior, so why is this so? Because they are both relatives, the father is more important than the mother. Therefore, in filial piety, there is a consideration of seniority. The relatives of the father are more important than the relatives of the mother. Therefore, if the mother kills the father, it should be reported to the authorities. Cheng Xiji, Imperial Messenger Zhao, am I right?" Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong hesitated for a while, then reluctantly nodded their heads. This was the law of the Imperial Court, and they could not refute it. Yang Fan continued, "The law of the Zhou dynasty states that if the grandparents or parents are beaten, the children should immediately attack the other party. If the other party is injured, the punishment will be reduced by one class compared to a normal assault. I would like to ask the two of you, if someone beats up their own parents, the authorities can naturally punish them. Can't they just report it to the authorities? Why does the law state that the children should immediately attack and save their elders?" Zhao Jiulong said, "This is because the children have the duty of filial piety to their elders. Seeing their elders being beaten up, but not doing anything to save them, and only waiting for the matter to be reported to the authorities, where is the filial piety of children? If filial piety is abandoned because of the protection of the authorities, is the purpose of the law to corrupt morality? But..." Zhao Jiulong frowned and said, "But what does this have to do with our discussion? Saving one's father is something that we, the Imperial Messenger Station, believe is natural. However, although saving one's father is out of filial piety, it does not mean that one must kill to save one's father. Killing is illegal, but saving one's father is filial piety. Therefore, the imperial messenger station has taken a compromise and suggested reducing the sentence. What's wrong with that? At this point, the two of them had unknowingly thrown the matter of the Court of Judicial Review to one side. Originally, it was a matter of capital punishment, reduction of sentence, and innocence. Under Yang Fan's clever guidance, the matter of capital punishment was thrown to one side, and it became a matter of commutation and innocence. Chapter 435. Yang Fan said, "I'm using this example to illustrate that laws are created by people, so it's impossible for them to be perfect. There will always be some problems that we didn't think of when we created the law. When the law is obviously against morality, ethics, or even reason, it's ridiculous to insist on the law. Doing so even deviates from the original intention of creating the law." Cheng Ling laughed coldly. "No matter how glib your tongue is, you are just trying to get Chang Jiyuan off. Etiquette and law are the two most important matters. Dr. Yang, in this murder case, if we release the person according to the Book of Etiquette, then the law would be useless. If it is according to the law, then the murderer must die. Etiquette and law are both the ways of the king. How will you choose?" Hearing this, Zhao Jiolong hurriedly promoted his own theory and continued, "That's why I said, Chang Jiyuan not saving his father is against filial piety. Killing to save his father is too extreme. If it is not punished, there will be people who will break the law in the future. I, the imperial censor, advocate a light sentence, which shows filial piety and prevents people from breaking the law." Yang Fan said, "Imperial censor Zhao is wrong, and Cheng Xiji is even more wrong. Why do I say that? Because above the law and etiquette, there is a balance of righteousness and small righteousness. For example, the law of the Zhou dynasty states that if someone commits a crime and you do not report it, then you are guilty. But if the criminal is your grandparents or parents, then you are guilty if you report it. This is because it involves filial piety. If you see an outsider commit a crime, you are guilty if you do not report it. If you see your grandparents or parents commit a crime, you will be sentenced to death by hanging if you report it. However, if your parents or grandparents commit a major crime, the rules change. If you report it, you are not guilty, but if you do not report it, you are guilty. Why is that?" Yang Fan glanced at them and said aggressively, "Why is it that when both grandparents and parents commit a crime, the former accuses you because you are unfilial? The latter does not accuse you because you are guilty. Because this is treason. Treason, the victims are thousands of families, so your family's filial piety must obey the public welfare of the world. It can be seen that when there is a conflict between the law and ethics, it usually has to accommodate ethics. But this scope is limited to the law and moral ethics of one family and one surname. If the criminal's crime is harmful to the whole world, such as treason, then the law must be placed above filial piety. Even if it is his children, they must also accuse him. To sum up, be it Dharma or Tao, it all depended on one's mind to use it. It all depended on how effective it was to the people of the world. Chang Jiyuan was so eager to save his father that he accidentally killed Pan Junyi. He did it out of filial piety, and the only person he harmed was Pan Junyi. What did the victim do? Pan Junyi was tempted by her beauty and set up a bet to force Cheng Shi to her death. The entire Chang family, Chang Jiyuan's grandmother, father, and mother had all been harmed by Pan Junyi. Pan Junyi's actions were atrocious. Chang Jiyuan died because of his filial piety, so he should be forgiven. In this way, not only will Chang Jiyuan's filial piety be displayed, but it will also safeguard the justice of the world. Cheng Ling said, "If that's the case, then the old woman of the Chang family can be pardoned for killing her daughter-in-law. Isn't this filial piety?" Yang Fan said with a straight face, "This is not filial piety. Compared to this old woman, Lady Cheng was young and strong, but when this old woman beat her to death, did she retaliate? She had already fulfilled her filial piety. After Lady Cheng was beaten to death, did her husband and son make a complaint? They did not, so they also fulfilled their filial piety. Who made the complaint? It was the common people. The old woman of the Chang family was unruly and cold. It was obviously the work of a scoundrel, and her son's conduct was bad, but she took her anger out on her virtuous daughter-in-law, beating her to death. This aroused public anger, and the common people reported it to BSH and Marquis Wu. Then BSH and Marquis Wu reported it to Luoyang Prefecture. This is righteousness, the righteousness of the world. At this point, Yang Fan used his Dantian Qi and sent the last sentence of his closing argument far away. Even the Yamen officials scattered in the corridor could hear it clearly. If law cannot encourage moral behavior, then it is not good law. If the rule of law cannot encourage moral behavior, then it is not good governance. Based on this official believes that Chang Jiyuan is not guilty. Cheng Ling said in a low voice, the Supreme Court object. Zhao Jiolong also said, the Imperial Messenger platform object. Then there is no other way. Yang Fan spread his hands and assumed the posture of a ruffian soldier. He said, since the three departments of justice each have their own opinions, it looks like there is no conclusion to this joint hearing between the three departments. Then, make a memorial and present it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Let the Prime Ministers decide. Crack, 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 a clap of autumn thunder rang out in the sky, adding a soul-stirring annotation to Yang Fan's words. Sigh. Prime Minister Su Weiwei held a brush in his hand and drew circles in the air for a long time. Finally, he could not write, so he put down the brush and switched to his other hand to support his cheek. He continued to sigh. Sigh. The eunuch beside him smiled and said, Master Su, why do you keep sighing? Do you have a toothache? Do you want me to invite someone from the Imperial Academy of Medicine to treat you? This ancestor of Su Dongpa's had a good temper. The eunuchs who served him were not afraid of him. Sometimes, they would even joke with him. Su Weiwei said with a bitter face, it's not a toothache, it's a headache. The Three Law Division's lawsuit has been pushed to me, old Su. What should I do? What should I do? Among the prime ministers, Su Weiwei was mainly in charge of judicial matters. Thus, the joint hearing between the three departments of justice had not come to a conclusion, and the case had been sent to him. Yang Fan, Cheng Ling, and Zhao Jiolong all insisted on their own opinions. One was acquitted, one was sentenced to death, and one was sentenced to a reduced sentence. This great scholar, one of the four friends of literature, was extremely worried. The eunuch asked curiously, Master is a person of great knowledge. Can't you solve such a case? Su Weiwei shook his head and said, it's easy for you to say. In this case, there are laws, etiquette, justice, morality, and the ways of the world. Even a living god would not be able to understand the disputes between factions. The eunuch leaned against the table and held his chin with both hands. He asked curiously, then, who do you think has the best opinion among the three departments of justice? This question was very ambiguous. Grand Chancellor Su frowned and muttered to himself for a while. He thought to himself, according to the Supreme Court, if Chang Jiyuan is sentenced to death, then we will offend the Imperial Messenger Station and the Ministry of Justice. Liang Wangwu is standing behind Yang Fan. Thinking twice, it is not appropriate. Moreover, this matter has caused the people to be angry. Pan Junyi is seeking death. How can Chang Jiyuan pay with his life? According to the Ministry of Justice, if Chang Jiyuan is acquitted, it will offend the Supreme Court and the Imperial Messenger Station. Behind them stands King Wu of Wei. This is not appropriate. What about the Imperial Messenger Station's suggestion to reduce the sentence? The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court are not satisfied. Moreover, Prime Minister Li has already instructed us not to let the Imperial Messenger Station use this case to make a comeback and regain power. This will prevent cruel officials from running amok again. Therefore, the Imperial Messenger Station's verdict cannot be used. The only choices left are acquitted or the death penalty. However, no matter which choice we make, we will offend people. The eunuch saw that the more he thought about it, the more his face twisted into a bun. He could not help but cover his mouth and laugh. Master, didn't you often say that one does not need to make a clear decision? If there is a mistake, there will be blame. However, it is better to be ambiguous and hold on to both sides. Then we can just smooth things over. Su Weiwei frowned and said, I can't. This matter was pushed to me because the three law departments are not clear about it. If I am ambiguous, where else can I push it to? Can I push it to the emperor? As soon as he said this, Su Weiwei suddenly froze, as if he had been hit by a body-freezing spell. The eunuch saw that his eyes were blank and his face was expressionless, as if he had been possessed. He could not help but feel afraid and quickly waved his hand in front of his face. He asked nervously, "Master?" Su Weiwei's eyes moved, and suddenly he was full of smiles. He took out a box from under the table and gave it to the eunuch with a smile. "Haha. You are very good. Come, have some snacks." The eunuch stuttered, "Master Su, what's wrong?" Su Weiwei kindly patted his head and said, "Master is fine. Eat some snacks. Master will go out for a while." After saying this, Su Weiwei put the transcript of the three law department statements into his sleeve and excitedly walked out. In Wucheng Hall, Wu Zetian finished reading the transcript of the three law department statements. She said to Su Weiwei, "Does the Prime Minister want me to make a decision?" Su Weiwei said in a deep voice, "Of course not." This man could preach the ambiguity theory in front of his colleagues and subordinates, but in front of the emperor, he would never show that he did not have his own opinion. Wu Zetian was puzzled. "So, Prime Minister Su, what do you mean?" Su Weiwei cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I think that the imperial envoy's compromise is not advisable in this case. Your Majesty has always been enlightened and clear about the country's laws. Guilty is guilty, innocent is innocent. How can we punish each side 50 times and ambiguously try to smooth things over?" Su Weiwei, who had always believed in ambiguity, unexpectedly, Shanghai Wanna listened to Su Weiwei's righteous words. Even though she was nervously looking forward to the result to know if it would be beneficial to her Lang Jun, she could not help but want to laugh. The corners of her mouth curled up, but she quickly closed it. Wu Zetian nodded and said, "Yes. The compromise is not advisable. So, Prime Minister Su, do you think that Chang Jiyuan is guilty or innocent?" Hiss, Su Weiwei took a deep breath and frowned as if he had a toothache. "Your Majesty, this is the problem." Wu Zetian could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Su Weiwei frowned and said with great difficulty, "If this case is judged innocent, I'm afraid that the world will follow suit and there will be more murder cases. The law cannot be unjustly applied. If he is sentenced to death, the people's hearts cannot be deceived and the will of the people cannot be disobeyed. Moreover, Pan Junyi has his own way of seeking death." Wu Zetian said helplessly, "So, do you think that he should be judged innocent or sentenced to death?" Su Weiwei said in a powerful voice, "In my opinion, he should be judged guilty." But Wu Zetian's eyebrows, which had just been raised in admiration, quickly drooped down. She asked, "But what?" Su Weiwei stood up and lifted his robe. He bowed deeply and said in a sonorous voice, "Pan Junyi conspired against someone else's wife and set up a trap. Hateful. Chang Jiyuan saved his father and killed someone. Now he is in prison. How pitiful. I beg your Majesty to give me a special pardon so that Chang Jiyuan and all the filial sons in the world can bask in your Majesty's great kindness." After a while, Wu Zetian looked at Su Weiwei's receding figure and smiled bitterly. "This Su Moleng," Shangguan Wna mischievously said, "is a crafty old fock." Chapter 436. This was supposed to be a contest between two officials of the Ministry of Justice, but because of an accident, it turned into a battle between the three law divisions, a battle between King Wei and King Liang. In the end, thanks to Su Wei's sudden inspiration, the matter was resolved in a disguised form of compromise. Chang Jiyuan was guilty, but his filial piety moved the world, so Her Majesty the Empress issued a special decree for him to be pardoned. In the eyes of the world, a murder case was still a murder case. It was just that the emperor was benevolent, granting him a special pardon, so it couldn't be used as a model. However, for those in the bureaucracy, especially those from the three law divisions, victory and defeat had already been decided. Why was it that the emperor didn't use his special pardon power for other cases, but this one just had to be heard by the heavens? Wasn't the meaning behind this clear? In this contest between the three law divisions, it was easy to imagine who was the true victor. The imperial envoy station and Supreme Court weren't willing to accept their defeat. Supreme Court clenched their teeth, preparing to find young Fan's weak points and get revenge. Meanwhile, the Imperial Envoy Station lost this chance to make a name for themselves, so they turned to the deceased Pan Junyi's father, that Ministry of Appointments Vice-Chancellor Pan Ziwan, attacking him for not teaching his son properly, for having improper conduct, for accepting bribes. Either way, the Imperial Envoy Station didn't need evidence. Pails of dirty water immediately splashed all over Vice-Chancellor Pan. The Imperial Envoy Station's craziness couldn't be helped. Ever since Lai Junchen was demoted, the Imperial Envoy Station's situation had been deteriorating. This time, the 3 law divisions lost, and the Imperial Envoy Station's prestige plummeted even further. If they didn't hurry up and find something to do, they wouldn't have any sense of existence left. The Political Affairs Hall's ruling and the Emperor's special pardon decree were both sent to the Ministry of Justice at the same time. When Yang Fan received the special pardon decree and the Political Affairs Hall's ruling, he immediately ordered for Chang Jiyuan's release. His father Chang Lin was also called over and severely reprimanded. Chang Lin was naturally obedient. As for whether or not he was willing to turn over a new leaf and give up on gambling, that was hard to say. When Yang Fan emerged from the main hall, Judicial Sector Vice-Chancellors Wei Yuanqing and Cao Chigan immediately led the various managers, secretaries, and secretaries to offer their congratulations. Class leader Yuan and manager Feng stood behind Yang Fan like guardian deities, looking left and right, feeling honored. Soon after, the Imperial Censor Sun Yuxuan, the Imperial Censor Pai Erding, and the Imperial Censor Yang Xiaojun also led their own officials forward to congratulate Yang Fan. They all said that they wanted to invite him to a banquet to celebrate his success in the first battle, and that the Ministry of Justice would be able to hold its head high in the 3 law divisions. Naturally, Yang Fan could tell that their invitation was sincere. It was definitely not the distant banquet that Chen Dong had mentioned when he had just arrived at the Ministry of Justice. Naturally, Yang Fan couldn't act arrogant. Although this battle had established his position in the Ministry of Justice, if he wanted to be like a fish in water in the Ministry of Justice and obtain widespread support, he couldn't do without the friendship of these people. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, the crowd dispersed one after another. Yang Fan returned to the judicial sector. Class leader Yuan and manager Feng didn't have much to do, but they still subconsciously followed behind him, all the way until he entered the Ministry of Justice's courtyard gates. On the other side was still that Xieji divine beast carving. At the center of the courtyard was an osmanthus tree with lush foliage. Strangely, there wasn't a single person left in the courtyard, only Chen Dong. His back faced the courtyard gates, his hands behind his back, sizing up the osmanthus tree in front of him. Feng Shihui and Yuan Han coincidentally stopped at the same time. Even though the two of them already steeled their hearts to follow Yang Fan, Chen Dong had been in charge of the Ministry of Justice for a long time, his influence still lingering. When the two of them saw him, they still couldn't help but feel timid. Yang Fan waved his hand, walking into the courtyard alone. Yang Fan walked up to Chen Dong's side and stood still. Chen Dong didn't even turn his head around. After a long time, he said with a sigh, "The osmanthus flowers have bloomed." Yang Fan looked at the small milky white flowers on the branches, and only then did he realize that there was a refreshing fragrance lingering in the entire courtyard. Yang Fan sniffed, and said, "Very fragrant." Chen Dong smiled, slowly turned around, and faced Yang Fan. "Yang Langzhong, congratulations. I dare not, I was just lucky. Haha, Yang Langzhong is too modest. I was clever in small ways." "You were wise." Chen Dong sighed lightly, raised his head, and looked at the sky covered by branches and leaves. He laughed in spite of himself, and said, "I overestimated my own abilities, always wanting to fight with you. After learning that this case involved the Supreme Court and the Imperial Envoy Bureau, I was still complacent, thinking that you got into trouble. Actually, from that time on, I was defeated." Chen Dong retracted his gaze, took a deep look at Yang Fan, and said, "I wanted to fight with you, but from that time on, you were fighting with the Supreme Court and the Imperial Envoy Bureau. You had already left me far behind, and I wasn't fit to be your opponent at all. Regardless of whether you won or lost, I had already lost first." Chen Dong shook his head, and said with a bitter smile, It's laughable that I was still complacent at that time. How laughable. Yang Fan smiled, and said, little brother was indeed lucky. When I chose the case of the Chang family's matron beating and killing my daughter-in-law, I also didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble later on. Chen Dong nodded, and said, it was indeed your luck. But talent is a kind of ability, wit is a kind of ability, connections are a kind of ability, and luck is similarly a kind of ability. You have it, but I don't, so I have to accept it. Moreover, what you did next was absolutely not luck. If you succumbed to pressure from a certain aspect, you would lose very badly. But you stood higher than all of us, and you saw further than all of us. When others were still calculating which side they should stand on to obtain the greatest benefits, you were already standing on the side that was always right. When I was still waiting to see how you could satisfy all parties, you already knew very clearly that you didn't need to give any explanation to any of them. Chen Dong raised his head again, and narrowed his eyes, as if he could see through the dense foliage and see something. He stared fixedly for a while before saying to Yang Fan, I lost. But this is just the beginning for you. Behind. Yang Fan nodded and said, I understand. I'm only standing firm now, merely standing firm. Some words could not be said too clearly, just like some things could not be discussed on the table. The two of them were both smart people, and they would stop when they went too far. Chen Dong smiled, and suddenly said again, I haven't returned to Rougeau for many years. There's also an osmanthus tree in the Rougeau prefectural office. I wonder if it has bloomed yet. Yang Fan frowned and asked, Dr. Chen, are you preparing to leave the Ministry of Justice? Chen Dong also frowned and said, if I leave now, there will still be people sending me off, and there will be people who miss me. When you completely grasp the entire Ministry of Justice in your hands and then kick me away, I will really become a stray dog. Yang Langzhong is not willing to let me leave in a more dignified manner. Yang Fan said, why do you have to leave? Is there an irreconcilable enmity between us? No matter what, you're also my senior. Shouldn't you look after and guide this junior more? Chen Dong looked at him, and his face gradually revealed a strange expression. You dare to use me? You feel at ease using me? Yang Fan smiled. Why not? Why not? Brother Chen even praised me for standing tall and seeing far just now. Then do you know where my ambition lies? Chen Dong stared at him for a long time, and finally, a smile slowly appeared on his face. He cupped his hands in front of his chest and said with a smile, I am just a sparrow under this osmanthus tree. My ambition is just to become a doctor in the Ministry of Justice. When I retire and return to my hometown, becoming an assistant minister will be my life's greatest wish. How could I know the ambition of a great swan? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. The osmanthus flowers bloomed, and the city was filled with their fragrance. The 3 law departments investigated the case of Pan Junyi's murder, and the repercussions were endless. It even stirred up an even greater storm. The Imperial Messenger Station didn't let go of Pan Ziwen, the vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, and persevered in attacking him. It was as if they were beating a drowning dog. Since someone had accused him, they had to send someone to investigate. The result was that Pan Ziwen's but really wasn't clean. He was removed from his position, and the Imperial Messenger Station's reputation, which had plummeted in the competition between the 3 law departments, recovered slightly. Soon after, when Yang Fan was investigating the case of Bay City's workshop magistrate Ying Tu, who had killed the commoner Qin Xiaobai, he uncovered the matter of Ying Tu's marriage with the deceased's wife. During the trial, Ying Tu's backer, another vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Appointments, inevitably revealed himself. This time, the Imperial Messenger Station had no choice but to follow behind Yang Fan and pick up the leftovers from Yang Fan's butt. They immediately began to impeach this unlucky vice-chancellor and bring him down again. Because of this, the Imperial Messenger Station's reputation recovered slightly, and Yang Fan's status also rose. The fall of 2 high officials of the Ministry of Appointments had a lot to do with him. Because of this, and because of Director Chen's strong support for him, his status and reputation in the Ministry of Justice were unparalleled. He was a far greater threat to Vice-Chancellor Kui Yuanzong than Chen Dong had been. When Yang Fan and Chen Dong had fought, Kui Yuanzong had sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. He wanted the two tigers to die together. Who knew that these two tigers would now be venting their anger through the same nostrils? Vice-Chancellor Kui had failed to steal a chicken, and it was too late for regrets. With Kui Yuanzong holding him back, Yang Fan did not have the spare energy to fight against the ruthless officials who had temporarily hidden their claws and teeth, or even began to pretend to be obedient children. He could only seize the time to absorb the power of the Ministry of Justice in order to compete with Kui Yuanzong. At the same time, he began to search for Tin Ano. For Yang Fan, who was in the limelight of the Ministry of Justice, the Temple Department, which was in charge of all the monks and nuns in the world, naturally did not dare to slight him. When they heard that he wanted to check the information of all the nuns who had shaved in the past year, although they did not understand why the most famous person in the Ministry of Justice after Zhu Xing would suddenly be interested in nuns, they still fully cooperated with his investigation. In the end, of course, they found nothing. Xiaoman said, even if a woman has become a monk, she is still a woman. As long as it is a woman, especially a young woman, who does not care about their appearance? Shaving my head is so ugly. If I were to become a monk, I would definitely become a female Taoist priest. Taoists can keep their hair, and it is very beautiful, like a fairy. Yang Fan felt that what his wife said was very reasonable. Moreover, as a man, it was indeed a bit unreasonable for him to barge into a nunnery to check all the young nuns one by one. Unless it was absolutely necessary, this method could not be used, so he wanted to check the Taoist priests first. However, the Taoist priests were under the control of the clan temple, so this was a bit difficult. In the previous dynasty, the monks and Taoist priests were all under the control of the Ministry of Rites. After Li Tang established Taoism as the family religion, Taoism was taken out separately, and was under the control of the clan temple, which was in charge of the affairs of the royal family, and the relatives of the emperor. The current official of the clan temple was Wu Chengxi, so if Yang Fan wanted to check the information of the female Taoist priests through the clan temple, he had to go through Wu Chengxi. However, because of Pan Junyi's case, Yang Fan had completely drawn a line with Wu Chengxi, so it was impossible to ask Wu Chengxi to do anything. Moreover, this official of the clan temple, Wu Chengxi, was currently fighting with Liang Wangwu and Wu Sanxi. Chapter 437. Yang Fan had ignored Wu Chengxi's warning. In Wu Chengxi's view, this was a clear statement from Yang Fan that he would stand on Wu Sanxi's side. If that was all, he would have to retaliate. Moreover, his general Pan Ziwen had fallen from grace, so Wu Chengxi hated Yang Fan even more. However, Wu Chengxi was not stupid enough to immediately retaliate against Yang Fan. Yang Fan was in the limelight after this case, and it was obvious that the emperor was also protecting him. Counterattacking now would not be worth it, so Wu Chengxi could only suppress his anger and temporarily put Yang Fan aside, continuing to arrange his plan to gain favor. He and the Wind Pavilion's Zhong Jiafu had already started this plan when Crown Prince Li Dan fell out of favor. It would not be easy for him to gain favor from Wu Zetian. The empress was already wealthy, so what else could move the empress' heart? Wu Chengxi thought about it and felt that he could only start with the name. Back then, in order to create momentum for Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, Wu Chengxi had once forged an auspicious stone and carved the words "The Holy Mother descends upon the people," the establishment of the Yongchang Empire on it. He had first thrown it into the Luo River, then had someone fish it out and offer it to Wu Zetian. As expected, Wu Zetian was overjoyed. She named the Luo River Divine Water, for bad fishing, and gave herself the honorific title Holy Mother Divine Emperor. This was Wu Chengxi's first attempt to make a big deal out of the name, and he benefited greatly from it. The reason why Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi stood out among the Wu clan's many nephews and became the strongest candidates for the position of crown prince was because they had contributed the most during Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. Now, in order to seize the position of crown prince, Wu Chengxi used the same trick again. In the season when the osmanthus flowers were in full bloom and the city was filled with their fragrance, he held a petition signed by 5,000 citizens of Luoyang and respectfully asked the emperor to give him the honorific title Golden Wheel. Since Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she had changed from Holy Mother Divine Emperor to Divine Emperor. Now, Wu Chengxi was asking the emperor to add Golden Wheel in front of the words Divine Emperor. Wu Zetian gladly accepted it and gave herself an honorific title, becoming Golden Wheel Divine Emperor. Seeing this, Wu Sanxi did not dare to be negligent. After the Crown Prince had fallen out of favor with the Crown Prince, his strategy was to solidify the Crown Prince's favor. He had been preparing for this all along. Seeing that Wu Chengxi had taken the lead, Wu Sanxi immediately made arrangements. Soon, the chiefs of the 4 barbarians he had already begun to contact arrived at the capital, including the Western Turkic Khagan Ashina Huzero. Wu Sanxi led the chiefs of the 4 barbarians to meet the emperor with great fanfare, asking the emperor to allow them to build a giant pillar made of copper and iron outside the Duanmen Gate, called the Tian Shu, to praise the empress's great achievements. Wu Zetian had always been fond of grandiose achievements, so she naturally agreed and handed this matter over to Wu Sanxi. When Wu Chengxi saw that Wu Sanxi had reaped even more benefits than him, he was not willing to let the matter rest. He immediately gathered the several thousand people of Luoyang and once more went to the Gate of Heaven to petition the emperor to add the 2 words Ugu to the honorific title of Golden Wheel Divine Emperor, becoming Ugu Golden Wheel Divine Emperor. When it came to honorific titles, the more the better. Wu Zetian's dragon face was filled with joy, and she readily accepted the advice. Seeing this, Wu Sanxi hurriedly discussed it with his 5 dogs and once more petitioned the emperor to allow them to build the 3 Yang Palace on Mount Song and the Xingtai Palace on Mount Longevity for the empress to use when she was touring. Wu Zetian nodded in agreement and handed these 2 projects over to Wu Sanxi. The struggle for power between Yang Fan and Chen Dong in the Ministry of Justice was limited to the open and veiled struggle between the 2 of them. If the 3 law divisions wanted to compete, they were merely making use of the cases to make a fuss. The battle between Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi was different. With a wave of one's hand, the honorific title of the emperor changed, and with a stomp of the foot, a grand building rose from the ground. That was a great mystical ability. Wu Chengxi gave the emperor 2 honorific titles, while Wu Sanxi fought for 3 major projects. It was easier to give honorific titles. The emperor only needed to hold a ceremony and give himself an honorific title, but it was not the same for the huge pillar and palace. It was a huge project that would take a long time and cost a lot. Wu Zetian had always liked the feeling of grandeur when it came to buildings. She built Mingtang, Heaven, and Lushna Buddha. All of them reflected this kind of preference of hers. Wu Sanxi wanted to build a huge pillar and palace, so he naturally had to cater to this kind of preference of Wu Zetian. According to his design, this bronze pillar named Dub would have a diameter of 10 feet and a height of 105 feet. It would be engraved with a coiling dragon and a Chiline. Then, he would engrave an essay that praised the empress' merits and virtues on it, and also engrave the names of the civil and military officials as well as the monarchs of the 4 countries. The amount of copper and iron consumed by such a copper pillar was simply too great. Wu Sanxi used both hard and soft tactics from the chiefs of the 4 barbarians and the barbarian merchants to get donations in the hundreds of millions. However, this much money was not enough to buy enough copper and iron. Furthermore, the output of copper and iron was not enough. Wu Sanxi had no choice but to forcefully plunder from the people, requisitioning the farmers' farm tools and utensils for free. This caused many of the commoners to have no other copper and iron utensils other than an iron pot. As for the construction of the Sanyang Palace and Xingtai Palace, it also required a large number of laborers. The consumption was naturally immeasurable, causing the commoners to sigh in sorrow and seethe with resentment. However, these matters of the commoners would not reach Wu Zetian's ears. No one dared to take the risk of offending Wu Sanxi or even the empress to impeach him. Seeing that Wu Sanxi was working in full swing, Wu Chengxi could not sit still. After he offered up his title, there was nothing for him to do. However, what Wu Sanxi had done was not something that could be done in a year or so. The empress saw it every day. Would she think that Wu Sanxi was more filial than him? Wu Chengxi thought about it and came up with a solution. He decided to help Wu Zetian with one thing that she had wanted to do but had not been able to do in the past. In order to invite Wu Zetian, this thing was to invite the Zen sect's Zen master Huineng or Zen master Shen Xiu to the capital and live here for a long time. Although Wu Zetian's personality was straightforward and domineering, she was not without respect. She believed in reincarnation and Buddhism. When she ascended the throne, she had strongly invited the sixth patriarch Hui Neng to attend her ascension ceremony. Zen master Hui Neng did not come. Although his senior brother Zen master Shen Xiu came, he also declined Wu Zetian's invitation to stay after the ceremony and returned to the Jade Spring Temple in Dangyang. The reason why Hui Neng did not come and the reason why Shen Xiu left was because Wu Zetian had become the empress as a woman. This was unprecedented and contained great risks. Although Wu Zetian believed in Buddhism, this was an excellent opportunity to promote Buddhism, which had been suppressed by Taoism since Li Tang's time. However, they were worried that once Buddhism became the empress's weapon in her political struggle, and if the empress failed, it would bring a heavy blow to Buddhism. Thus, they were unwilling to get involved too deeply. Wu Chengxi pondered. Now that the world was settled, and the empress's throne was stable, these two Buddhist masters would definitely change their minds. As long as one of them could be invited to live in Luoyang, the empress would worship Buddha every day and ask for guidance on Buddhism. Naturally, she would not forget that this was his credit, so he immediately started to make preparations. Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi, these two nephews, fought to be the first to flatter his aunt. Even Feng Shihui, who was the best at flattery in the Ministry of Justice, couldn't catch up to them. In order to win the crown prince, Wu Chengxi was extremely concerned about the empress's spiritual life. He made a big fuss about fame and faith. Wu Sanxi built Tianshu to sing the empress's praises, but he built Sanyang Palace and Xingtai Palace to let the empress have a comfortable and enjoyable old age. In order to prevent them from winning the crown prince, Princess Taiping also made painstaking efforts. Of the two nephews of Wu Zetian, one offered his fame, and the other offered his house. Princess Taiping only had one method left, offering beauties. Jishan Square was the square closest to the imperial palace in Luoyang, across the Luo River from the imperial palace. Not only was it close to the Luo River with beautiful scenery, but it was also close to the inner court of the imperial palace, so it was the best choice of residence for the rich and officials in Luoyang. On the day of Chinese Valentine's Day, Princess Taiping and Yang Fan saw the three cruel gourmets on Ding Ding Street, who were more beautiful than women, lived in Jishan Square. According to their age, the three youths were called Zhong Yizhi, Zhong Changzong, and Zhong Changyi. Among the Zhong brothers, Zhong Yizhi was the fifth, Zhong Changzong was the sixth, and Zhong Changyi was the seventh. They were all the grandsons of Prime Minister Zhong Xingqing of the early Tang dynasty. The descendants of the Prime Minister were naturally the sons of aristocratic families. Zhong Yizhi was now 20 years old. Relying on the merits of his ancestors, he was promoted to Minister Shangcheng. This position did not have any real position, and was only an official who received a salary. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Changyi were his cousins. Because they were not yet 20 years old, they did not have any official positions. Prime Minister Zhong Xingqing was also a famous figure in the past, but when it came to his grandchildren, he had already declined. This generation of Zhong descendants did not have any real power. Although the Zhong brothers were friends with many sons of aristocratic families, in the Jishan Square where high officials were as common as clouds, their family was far from prominent. After Princess Taiping inquired about their identity and origins, she felt somewhat embarrassed. That day, when she saw the three brothers, especially Zhong Changzong's beauty, Princess Taiping was moved. At present, the position of Crown Prince was about to be lost, but her Crown Prince brother was at his wit's end. All he had left was to save his own life. The royal brother of Fangju, Li Xian, was even more incompetent. As soon as he heard that the emperor had sent envoys to Fangju, he was afraid that they were people sent by her mother to kill him. Worried that he would be tortured before his death, he immediately wanted to commit suicide and hang himself. Li Tang was the last flame of the imperial clan, and his two brothers could not be counted on. As a girl, she could only stir up this matter. Although she was worried about the current situation, in front of her powerful and overbearing mother, there was nothing she could do. It was not until she saw the Avildor Zhong Changzong that she thought of an idea. If she could use this Zhong Changzong as a helper and offer him to the empress, would he be able to influence the empress? She was a daughter, but she had to choose a gigolo for her mother. It was inevitable that she would feel uncomfortable. However, Wu Zetian already had Xue Huai, an imperial physician Shen, 2 gigolos. Would she still need Zhong Changzong? Now, Princess Taiping could not let the last of Li Tang's bloodline have a way to survive by following the normal path. In front of the country and the inheritance of incense, this little detail was nothing. However, after inquiring about this person's identity, Princess Taiping felt that her plan was somewhat difficult to carry out. Zhong Changzong was the descendant of a famous family. He lived a carefree life, dressed in luxurious clothes, and was in the prime of his youth. Would he be willing to serve an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair? Of course, to curry favor with the empress, one could obtain supreme power and wealth. Some men would not care about her age. For example, the great scholar Song Jiwen, who was famous for his poetry, once took the initiative to express to the empress that he was willing to serve as a gigolo. Unfortunately, although he was elegant and talented, he had a bad breath, which the empress hated. Would this Zhong Changzong serve the empress as a young man in order to obtain power? Even if he coveted power and was willing to serve the empress, would he be willing to work for the fallen Li Tang and become the enemy of the Wu clan? At that time, Princess Taiping offered Xue Huai to Wu Zetian. After Xue Huai gained power, he immediately got rid of Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping could not instruct him at all. She had to learn from the mistakes of others. Thinking of this, Princess Taiping did not act rashly. She had to first ensure that this person could be used by her. After some investigation, she found that among the several families adjacent to the Zhong residence, one of them belonged to the Kuaiji County Prince, Wu Yuwang. Thus, she came up with a plan. Chapter 438. During the spring and autumn warring states period, there was a border mountain between Wu and Chu. On this side of the mountain, there was a village girl from Wu. On the other side of the mountain, there was a village girl from Chu. One day, they went up the mountain to pick mulberry leaves. They quarreled over a mulberry tree. The girl from Wu scratched the girl from Chu. The girl from Chu gave the girl from Wu a slap. The two girls returned home and wept to tell their father and brother. Their father and brother picked up their sticks and went up the mountain. The two families had a fight. The villagers had lived here for generations. They were either relatives or friends. How could they sit back and watch? Thus, a fight broke out between the two villages. The fight soon turned into a fight between two border cities. Thus, the two countries went to war. Princess Taiping's method was more or less like this. She used a little trick and successfully provoked a fight between the Zhong family and the Wu family. It became a fight between the masters of the Zhong family and the masters of the Wu family. Now that the Wu family was so arrogant, the one who suffered was the Zhong family. The Wu family was unreasonable. They went to the Zhong family and scolded the mistress of the Zhong family, Zhong Shi. Zhong Shi was so angry that she couldn't eat for 2 days. She said that her husband died early and her son was useless. She wanted to hang herself. Zhong Shi's son, Zhong Changzong, was a filial son. He saw it and hated it. But he couldn't help his mother. At this time, Princess Taiping accidentally heard about it. She respected Prime Minister Zhong Xingqing, who had assisted her father and grandfather. Thus, she came out to mediate and settle the matter. Zhong Changzong was grateful. He and his mother, Zhong Shi, brought gifts to pay their respects. They talked happily and started to visit each other frequently. Zhong Shi wanted Princess Taiping to help her son. She often brought her son to the princess's mansion. One day, Princess Taiping wanted to go to the palace to play kuju. She heard that Zhong Changzong also knew kuju, so she invited him to the palace. As a son of an aristocratic family, Zhong Changzong had never encountered any difficulties since he was a child. Only this time, when he fought with the Wu family, he began to realize that it was not enough to protect his family with the protection of his ancestors. Because of this sense of crisis, he took the initiative to curry favor with Princess Taiping. Naturally, he agreed to her invitation. Therefore, he followed Princess Taiping into the palace. After entering the palace, Princess Taiping naturally had a way to let the mother empress see him. After that, it was not her business anymore. Wu Zetian was never willing to show her old age in front of the court officials, and she was never willing to show that she was not a respectable elder in front of her children. Princess Taiping naturally knew how to protect Wu Zetian's dignity as a mother. She just thought of a way to let the Queen Mother see Zhong Changzong, and then went to chat with Shangguan Wanna. In the beginning, the noble princess had wanted to recommend Yang Fan to be Princess Taiping's gigolo. She also wanted to train him in the manners and etiquette he should have in front of noble people, so that Princess Taiping would not despise him. Zhong Changzong, on the other hand, did not need these preparations. He came from a prestigious family and was proficient in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Most of the time, the older the man, the more he liked innocent girls. Because they had the youthful energy that moved him the most. To Wu Zetian, who dreamed of staying young forever, it was probably the same. This handsome young man with red lips and white teeth was like a magnet that deeply attracted her the moment she laid eyes on him. Even though Wu Zetian was a little older, even though she was not wrinkled and her well-maintained skin was wrinkled and loose, she had a powerful charm that no other woman in the world had, the supreme power and the supreme status. For Zhong Changzong, who had realized how important power was, the Empress's power and status were the strongest aphrodisiac. Almost without hesitation, he threw himself into the arms of Wu Zetian. When Princess Taiping took the first step to influence the inner palace, Yang Fan, who had just gained a foothold in the Ministry of Justice, was holding a banquet in the Golden Hairpin Drunken. Today, he booked the entire Golden Hairpin Drunken and invited Xue Huai and Wu Sanxi. He wanted to expand his influence and build his network. These two people would be a great help to him. In the drunken Golden Hairpin, the youthful and beautiful Hu Ji waved their arms and waists to the exotic and cheerful dance music on the stage. Their plump buttocks and slender thighs formed exaggerated curves, and the snow-white skin on their waists was very attractive. Hong 1, Hong 6, and the other monks shouted and looked like they were drooling. Someone slipped off the stage under the pretext of being drunk. When the exotic beauty danced to the edge of the stage, he wanted to sneak an attack on her smooth skin. The beauty giggled and danced away. As long as they didn't go too far, Xue Huai couldn't be bothered with them. He just drank with Yang Fan and Wu Sanxi. Wu Sanxi was now in charge of the construction of Dub, Sanyang Palace, and Xingtai Palace. He was at the peak of his success. With Yang Fan's careful company, he was even more excited to drink. At this moment, a clear shout suddenly sounded in the air. A figure suddenly jumped down from the roof beam. A sword flashed coldly and stabbed straight at Xue Huai's chest. Xue Huai cried out in surprise. His body slanted and slid behind Wu Sanxi. The assassin's sword changed direction and with a whoosh, it stabbed at Wu Sanxi's neck. It seemed that these two people were the assassin's targets. Wu Sanxi had lived like a prince for a long time, but he wasn't as nimble as Xue Huai. He stood there in a daze. Those monks who were staring at Hu Ji's pink and curved jade buttocks on the stage turned their heads to see. They were all shocked. Seeing this sword wrapped in a cold murderous aura, in an instant it tore through the void and arrived in front of Wu Sanxi. Yang Fan suddenly threw his wine cup backhandedly, sure it flew out to meet the tip of that long sword. The wine flew in a rainbow arc in the air. When the fine porcelain wine cup came into contact with the tip of the sword, it was shaken into powder. It was like a white mist suddenly splashed. The tip of the sword pierced through the white mist and continued to stab at Wu Sanxi like a bolt of lightning breaking through the fog. Bang! Yang Fan lifted the short table in front of him. Although the short table was not big, it was still 3 feet square. The cups and plates on the table spilled all over the floor. The table whistled towards the sharp sword, and the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. One could see the strength of this throw. Cha. The tip of the sword pierced 3 inches through the table. The sharp sword was first hit by the wine cup and then by the table. It finally lost its invincible aura. The assassin's attack was only slightly hindered. Yang Fan roared and grabbed the table leg in front of Xue Huai, using it as a weapon. At the same time, he shouted, "Catch the assassin." The assassin's figure stopped and was blocked by Yang Fan. At this moment, everyone could clearly see her appearance. This assassin was wearing a greenish-grey robe. Although she had a face cloth covering her mouth and nose, and a green handkerchief on her head, it was obvious that she was a woman. The female assassin threw off the short table that was pierced through the sword. With a flick of her wrist, 3 dazzling sword flowers appeared. Only the sound of metal clanging could be heard. In that instant, it was unknown how many times she had stabbed. Yang Fan's hands were holding the 2 legs of the short table. He flipped, horizontally, lifted, and sank it. It was as if he was holding a large shield, blocking all of the countless stabs. At this moment, Xue Huai's ruffian disciples and Wu Sance's guards finally reacted. They screamed and grabbed everything that could be used as weapons and surrounded the assassin. Seeing that the situation was not good, the female assassin immediately escaped. Her movements were extremely fast and her martial arts were brilliant. Although the guards and monks had the advantage in numbers, they were unable to surround her and she successfully escaped. Yang Fan couldn't catch up to her, and he was afraid that there would be other assassins as well. He retreated to Wu Sance's side and turned around to ask, "Is His Highness all right?" Everything that had happened just now seemed complicated, but it actually happened in an instant. Wu Sanci didn't have any time to react from the moment he was almost killed to the moment the assassin left. Only now did he jump up in shock. When he recalled the might of that sword, his heart began to pound wildly, and cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. When Xue Huai saw that the assassin had left, he rushed out from behind Wu Sanci and asked with concern, "How is His Highness? Did she injure you?" Without waiting for Wu Sanci's reply, he turned around and puffed out his chest. "Brazen madman! You're completely lawless. You actually dared to assassinate me and King Liang in broad daylight. If I wasn't nimble and skilled in martial arts, I would have been killed by her." Monk Xue had used Wu Sanci as a meat shield just now, so Wu Sanci was naturally furious. Normally, he wouldn't dare to give Xue Huai any face, but this time, he had just returned from the gates of hell, and his mind had yet to calm down, so he couldn't care so much. He fiercely pushed Xue Huai away and gratefully looked at Yang Fan, saying angrily, "This person is so bold, he actually dares to assassinate this king." Xue Huai was startled. "I have always been aloof from worldly affairs. I was only implicated by His Highness." "His Highness, did you offend someone outside?" Judging from the assassin's accent and figure, she should be a woman, and a young one at that. Could it be that His Highness has gotten himself involved in some romantic affairs? Wu Sanci was furious. He thought, "I'm a dignified His Highness. What kind of woman can I not get? Why would I need to do such lowly things?" He snorted and ignored this idiot. Yang Fan slowly said, "When this lowly official was fighting with that assassin just now, I smelled a faint fragrance." Xue Huai said, "She's a woman. Of course there's a fragrance on her." Yang Fan said, "No. That's sandalwood." Wu Sance's eyes flickered. He knew that there was a hidden meaning in Yang Fan's words. He quickly asked, "What Yang Langzhong means is," Yang Fan said, "since this person is in disguise, she must not want anyone to recognize her appearance. Moreover, he would not normally wear that set of martial arts attire. Therefore, this person has a faint sandalwood fragrance on her. It must be because she often stays in places that are filled with the smell of sandalwood. That's why the fragrance can still be emitted even after she changed her clothes." Wu Sance's eyes sharpened. "You're saying that this woman is a nun?" Yang Fan said, "Or a layman who cultivates in a Daoist temple." Xue Huai puffed out his chest and said in a loud voice, "I've already said that none of the Daoist priests in this world are good people." Wu Sanci said, "That person's face is covered. I can't see if she has any hair, so she might be a nun." Xue Huai said, "I don't care if she's a nun or a Daoist priest. We must catch her." Wu Sanci ignored him. He glared at the useless guards and shouted, "Have you sent someone to inform Luoyang Prefecture?" Xue Huai pointed at Yang Fan and said, "Isn't this disciple of mine an official who specializes in catching thieves? Disciple, you must help Master catch this assassin." Yang Fan quickly bowed and said, "Although this matter is the responsibility of Luoyang Prefecture, but, since it involves Master and Your Highness, Yang Fan will not shirk his duty." After they finished singing, a mysterious smile flashed across the eyes of the master and disciple at the same time. Chapter 439. People from Luoyang Prefecture soon arrived. It wasn't just Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong, even Luoyang Magistrate Huang Jijie was here. In the past, Chang'an was the capital, while Luoyang was the auxiliary capital. The officials of these two places were the most respected. Chang'an was called the capital magistrate, while Luoyang was called the Luoyang magistrate. After Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, she set Luoyang as the capital and Chang'an as the auxiliary capital. Logically speaking, it should have been reversed. Chang'an was called the Chang'an magistrate, while Luoyang was called the capital magistrate. But perhaps the people were used to it, or perhaps they didn't approve of the Zhou dynasty, so even though the official documents had been changed, the people still called Chang'an the governor of the capital. The governor of Luoyang was raised by half a rank, calling him the governor of Luoyang. Even many of the officials accepted this form of address from the people. Magistrate Huang and Magistrate Tang were pale when they arrived at Golden Hairpin intoxication. King Liang and Master Huai had been assassinated. This was no small matter. Wu Zetian had been assassinated before. Even though the news had been strictly sealed, Luoyang Prefecture still knew a little. They weren't too worried back then, because it wasn't their responsibility. The Imperial Guard was responsible for the safety of the Imperial Palace. If something happened, they would at most investigate the case, but the responsibility wouldn't fall on them. However, King Liang and Master Huai had been assassinated in Golden Hairpin intoxication. This was a responsibility that Luoyang Prefecture couldn't shirk. How does your Luoyang Prefecture govern this place? This is the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, and even this king and Master Huai were assassinated. Achem. Huang Jijie, do you want to quit your job? Send a book to the Ministry of Appointments and give Huang Jijie a huge demerit in this year's examination, and you, as the Luoyang commandant, you are in charge of the security of Luoyang Prefecture. If the security isn't stable, you. Shui Huai pushed the impassioned Wu Sanci aside and said apologetically to the bowing Huang Jijie, when my disciple was fighting the assassin, he discovered, Huang Jijie only dared to wipe the spittle off his face after Wu Sanci was pushed aside, and continued to bow. Yang Fan quickly interrupted Shui Huai's words and whispered, Master, there are too many people here, so it's best not to reveal any clues for the time being. Otherwise, it might alert the enemy. If the assassin heard the sound and ran far away, it would be difficult for us to track him down. Although his voice was soft, Wu Sanci could hear him clearly. Wu Sanci glanced at Yang Fan with appreciation and nodded to himself. Not only is his martial arts strong, but he is also meticulous. He is indeed a promising talent. Shui Huai exhaled and said, Forget it. Your Highness, you tell him. Wu Sanci coughed and stepped forward. Yang Fan exchanged blows with that assassin, so he might be of help in the investigation. What I and Master Huai mean is that you should investigate the case, but Yang Fan has to participate in the whole process. You have to obey Yang Langzhong's arrangements. Magistrate Huang only hoped that this prince and that Lord Zeng would calm down. He would agree to any request. Moreover, Yang Fan was the director of the Ministry of Justice. With his participation, it would save him a lot of trouble to deal with these two lords. Therefore, he immediately agreed. Tang Zong took the opportunity to say, Your Highness, this matter is of great importance. Should we temporarily seal the news and not let it spread? Otherwise, the various departments of the imperial court will intervene and question us. I'm afraid we will miss the best time to solve the case. Wu Sanci thought about it and slowly nodded. He now suspected that the assassin was sent by Wu Chengxi. If it was about solving the case, he could exert enough influence on Luoyang Prefecture with his status. Reporting to the emperor wouldn't increase anything. Now he was in charge of the three major projects, Tianshu, Sanyang Palace, and Xingqing Palace. The day he succeeded, he would be able to ask for the empress's favor. However, it was inevitable that there would be all kinds of discussions during the construction of these three projects. If the news of the assassination reached the emperor's ears, Wu Chengxi would say that the assassination was due to the heavy labor and anger of the people. Who knows, he might be deprived of his supervision authority. Wu Sanci weighed the pros and cons in his heart and said, Okay. However, the case must be officially filed. Tang Zong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed, Your Highness, rest assured. Of course. For a moment, Shui Huai and Wu Sanci were no longer in the mood to drink. On one side, Huang Jijie and Tang Zong were investigating the scene and sternly warning the people at Drunken Golden Hairpin not to spread the news. On the other side, Yang Fan accompanied Wu Sanxi and Xue Huai out of the restaurant. Wu Sanxi didn't bring any experts to the banquet. Yang Fan escorted him back to his residence and then escorted his master back to White Horse Temple. After entering the mountain gate of White Horse Temple and chasing away the disciples, Xue Huai and Yang Fan walked towards the backyard. At this time, Xue Huai laughed and said, "This game is really interesting. Do you think your master has the talent to be a heroine? Do you think I look good?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Master is a golden-bodied Arhat who descended to the mortal world. Naturally, you can act like a dragon and act like a tiger." Xue Huai laughed proudly and gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. He said, "Speaking of which, my shock was not fake. Although I already knew that my disciple's wife had such a sword, the momentum was really shocking. I couldn't tell that your wife, a delicate and timid little girl, actually has such real martial art. You are indeed worthy of being a captain in the Plum Blossom Guards. Your martial arts. It's not much worse than your master's." Yang Fan said, "Master is flattering me. How could Xiao Man compare to her master's exquisite martial arts? This time, I still have to thank master for your help." Xue Huai smiled and said, "All these years, your master has pretended to be crazy and confused. Others thought that Xue Huai was honest and crude and could be used. Only you were willing to tell me the truth and ask for my help. Your master helped you not only willingly, but also very happily. Besides, this matter is only interesting. What's so difficult about it? However, from what you said, that girl is really infatuated with you. I hope you can find her. At that time, your master will go to your wedding again." At this point, the smile on Xue Huai's face gradually disappeared. He sighed softly and said regretfully, "I've eaten phoenix liver and dragon marrow, I've enjoyed riches and splendor, I've had the most honorable woman in the world. Only, if there is a woman in this world who can treat me like this, old Xue's life in this world will not be in vain." Xue Huai waved his hand disinterestedly and said, "You husband and wife can go home. I haven't drunk to my heart's content yet. I'll go back to the meditation room and drink a few more cups." Xue Huai strode towards the abbot's meditation room. Yang Fan stopped and looked at his back, sighing softly. When it came to telling the truth, Yang Fan felt guilty in his heart. How could such an action be just to find a Nu? He still had something to hide. Looking at Xue Huai's back, Yang Fan secretly said, "I owe Master Xue. I will repay you in the future." Under the Qiyun Pagoda, Xiao Man, who had changed back into women's clothing, was leaning against the railing gracefully. When she saw Yang Fan walking over, she greeted him with a smile and made a face at him. She said proudly, "Do I look good? Full of murderous intent. It's a pity that my wife doesn't become an assassin." Yang Fan said with a smile. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged her tightly in his embrace. Xiao Man was shocked and said shyly, "Langjun, what are you doing? This is a temple. It's broad daylight. Be careful not to be seen by others." "Langjun, good Langjun, let me go." Seeing that she couldn't break free, Xiao Man begged. Yang Fan hugged her tightly and sighed contentedly in her ear. He said, "It's nothing. I just wronged you." Xiao Man stopped struggling. Her eyes widened a little, and then she gradually understood something. Her body softened, and she gently wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's strong waist. She quietly stood with her face close to his for a while, and then she softly said in his ear, "Fool, you are really the biggest fool in the world." Yang Fan said, "How am I stupid?" Xiao Man said, "Which man in the world would feel guilty about this? You are the one who brought trouble upon yourself." Yang Fan gently left her gentle embrace and held her hand. He smiled gently and said, "I am different." Xiao Man's eyebrows raised slightly and asked, "What's the difference?" Yang Fan said, "Because you are Xiao Man, and I am me." Xiao Man carefully pondered this sentence. Her eyes were a little misty, but her smile became sweeter. "Yes. You are you, and I am me. As long as we are happy, why should we care about others?" At this time, Monk Ijua wandered out of the forest. He suddenly saw Yang Fan and his wife standing under the Chiun pagoda, holding hands and looking at each other affectionately. He subconsciously called out, "Supreme Tianzuan." As soon as the words came out, he felt it was inappropriate and immediately corrected himself. Amitabha. Ah. Xiao Man saw Yizhua and felt very embarrassed. She quickly wanted to pull her hand back, but Yang Fan held it and did not let go. He smiled at her and said, "As long as we are happy, why should we care about others?" East of Luoyang, Sanli Nunnery. The nunnery did not have a lot of incense. Today, a group of people suddenly broke into Sanli Nunnery. Not long after, the old nun of the nunnery came out and persuaded the few worshippers to leave. Then she closed the door and hung a sign in front of the door, "Incense." There were 3 reasons why a temple closed its doors and refused visitors. The first was called stop orders, which meant that they would stop receiving wandering monks from all over the world. The second was called seal the mountain, which meant that they would stop receiving all outsiders, including tourists, worshippers, and monks from all over the world. The third was incense release. On the day of incense release, the monks would meditate and arrange their own activities and rest for the day. It was a bit like a secular person's vacation. But this Sanli nunnery release halfway through, it was unknown why. In the nunnery, there were some tall and strong men standing at the entrance. They all wore ordinary clothes, but their waists were bulging as if they were hiding weapons. Looking at their expressions, especially the way they stood, anyone with a bit of knowledge would be able to guess that they were government officials. In the Guanyin Hall, there were 2 rows of nuns standing with their palms together. The head nun was holding a prayer bead in her hand and standing next to them. A handsome young man wearing a Xiao Yarrow headscarf and a dark green robe walked past the nuns with his hands behind his back. He looked very carefully, almost looking at every nun for a long time, no matter if they were old or young, fat or skinny. Every time he saw those slim, delicate and pretty little nuns, this man would stop his footsteps and look up and down, left and right, and sometimes he would circle around the little nun, making the little nun's face blush and her whole body feel uncomfortable. She had no choice but to lower her eyebrows and recite Buddhist scriptures incessantly to calm her Zen heart. This young man was naturally Yang Fan. It was not easy to find Tin Ano. Among the people Yang Fan knew, Tin Ano was the best at disguise. She could imitate a man's voice to perfection, and she could change a charming young girl into a wrinkled ascetic monk. This woman was so powerful. How could Yang Fan not be careful? Chapter 440. Yang Fan looked at the last person carefully. None of them could be Tin Ano. Tin Ano's makeup skills were superb, but Yang Fan believed that under his careful observation, Tin Ano would not be able to fool his eyes. At this moment, Tang Zong hurriedly walked out from the back of the hall. Behind him were a few men in plain clothes with knives in their hands. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Tang Zong shook his head. Yang Fan said, "All temples and Daoist temples often have secret passageways to prevent military disasters and to store scriptures." Tang Zong nodded and said, "Don't worry, Lang Zhong. I've naturally investigated these places. As long as it's a place like this in the nunnery, it won't be able to hide from my eyes." Tang Zong had been in charge of the Luoyang Prefecture's Ministry of Justice for many years and was very experienced in handling cases. If there was really a secret place that even he could not discover, it would be even harder for Yang Fan to discover it. From Tang Zong's point of view, the assassin's murder was real. Therefore, his desire to catch the culprit was even more urgent than Yang Fan's. He would not fool around. Therefore, Yang Fan said, "There's nothing wrong with this nunnery. Let's leave." "All right." Tang Zong agreed and said to the abbess, "Sorry to disturb the abbess and the other masters in the nunnery. We are currently handling a major case. I hope that the abbess will keep this matter a secret so as not to alarm the thief hiding in the temple." The Sanli nunnery's abbess put her palms together and said, "Amitabha. This poor nun will naturally obey." Yang Fan was an official of the Ministry of Justice. Luoyang's criminal and civil cases were investigated and handled by the Luoyang Prefecture. Unless the emperor had a special decree, Yang Fan didn't have the authority to directly intervene in such cases. Naturally, he couldn't visit all the temples and Daoist monasteries in Luoyang. Moreover, most of these temples and monasteries had secular protectors, and they were all either rich or noble families. If Yang Fan did not have a good reason to go in and out of these places where female monks cultivated, he would incur the wrath of the public. Even the emperor would not protect him. That was why he had racked his brains to come up with this solution. In this way, he could openly search for Tin Ano's whereabouts. As for the Ministry of Justice, he only needed to go there every day and didn't need to worry too much. His ambition had never been in the Ministry of Justice. Chen Dong was also a very smart person. Once he realized this, he immediately changed from being Yang Fan's strongest competitor to his supporter. In the Ministry of Justice, Chen Dong, a veteran with a solid foundation, helped him work without complaint. He was only responsible for withstanding the pressure from Kui Yuanzong on the Ministry of Justice and letting Chen Dong do whatever he wanted. The two worked very well together. Soon, Yang Fan, Tang Zong, and the others came to Shangzhen Temple. Shangzhen Temple was more secluded than Sanli Nunnery. The walls were lined with bamboo, and the winding path was deep and serene. It was like the realm of immortals. As soon as they entered the temple, they could hear the faint sound of a flute from afar. There wasn't even a single pilgrim in the monastery. Although the incense was not very strong, the monastery was magnificent and majestic. Even the delicate and pretty little Daoist nun who answered the door was wearing a snow-white undergarment made of silk. The temple master was not old, only 24 years old. His Taoist name was Yang Yuzi. The temple master had almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. Her neck was long and slender. Her shoulders seemed to be cut, and her waist was thin. There was a kind of romantic and refreshing feeling in her. Her charm could not be hidden. She really didn't look like a monk. Yang Fan looked at the situation in the temple and felt that it was not a good way. Looking at the temple master, he knew that it was not a good place. Tin Ano was heartbroken and wanted to become a monk. It was impossible for him to live in such a place. He wanted to turn around and leave. But the more it was a place like this, the easier it was to hide. He was here under the guise of catching female assassins. If he left now, it would definitely make Tang Zong suspicious. Therefore, he still let Tang Zong lead people to search the temple. He only took a cursory look at the female Taoist priests in the temple and went to the small pavilion in the garden to rest. When the temple master Yang Yuzi saw that the young and handsome Yang Langzhong was not going to investigate, she asked the disciples to leave. She then looked at Yang Fan coquettishly and swayed her body, trying to please him. Yang Fan casually dealt with her at first. But this female Taoist priest took an inch and wanted a foot. Her teasing became more and more excessive. Yang Fan could not take it anymore. He frowned and said, "I am really sorry to disturb everyone's cultivation today. The temple master does not need to accompany me. After young Master Tang's residence has investigated, we will leave." Yang Yuzi covered her tender and alluring mouth and giggled, "Dr. Yang is too polite, how can this be considered a disturbance? If Lang Zhong did not come, this poor Taoist would not know that there is such a young and handsome official in the Ministry of Justice. This poor Taoist is a monk and values fate. This can be considered as fate between you and me." As Daoist priest Yang Yuzi spoke, she twisted her slender waist and was about to sit in Yang Fan's arms with her round figure under her Daoist robe. Yang Fan quickly helped her up and said, "Be careful, temple master." As he said this, he looked around hurriedly. Unfortunately, this was a pavilion with tall bamboos planted on all four sides. There was a winding path in the middle and only the chirping of birds could be heard. There was not a single person to be seen. How could there be help? As Yang Fan helped her up, the temple master Yang Yuzi took the opportunity to stretch out her hands and hooked them around his neck. Her round and plump buttocks, which were originally hesitant to sit, were now really sitting in his arms. Her big watery eyes glanced at him and said shyly, "Yang Langzhong, what do you want me to be careful of, huh?" As she said this, she gave him a flirtatious look and moved her cherry lips slightly, as though she was going to move closer to his mouth. "Lang Zhong, there is nothing special in this temple to hide somewhere." Tang Zong's voice came from afar. Yang Fan took the opportunity to move and dashed out of the pavilion. Thanks to his martial arts, he did not know how he moved. He dodged and the Taoist priest Yang Yuzi, who was originally sitting in his arms, was sitting firmly on the stone bench and did not fall. Tang Zong rushed to the front of the bamboo forest and saw Yang Fan walking out of the bamboo forest. One of his hands was pulling up his sleeve and he was wiping his cheeks with all his might. Scary, it was really scary. If Yang Fan did not leave, he was afraid that the Taoist priest Yang Yuzi would force himself on him and he would be sucked out of this bamboo forest. There was a small bridge on the Yi River after leaving Luxin Lane. This area was the southeast corner of Luoyang. It was already sparsely populated and relatively secluded. Naturally, this bridge was not too big. It was not made of stone, but it was an old wooden bridge. Under the bridge, the Yi River was gurgling like a jade belt. On the bridge, there were mules carrying a pole. There were 3 to 5 scholars and the trees were dyed. It was a picturesque scene. When Yang Fan and the rest came out of Shongjin Temple, the sun was already setting and it was almost dusk. Yang Fan's house was relatively close. There was no reason for him to pass by his house and not enter. He stopped and said to Tang Zong, "Young Master Tang, you can lead your men back. We will continue tomorrow morning." "All right. If that's the case, I will leave first. Young Langzhong, farewell." Tang Zong was very polite to Yang Fan. This criminal case was a matter of the Luoyang prefecture. Ever since Yang Fan took the lead, Tang Zong had not received any pressure from the White Horse Temple or the Liang imperial residence. The imperial court would solve major cases within a time limit. If the case was not solved within the time limit, the official in charge would be punished. Because of Yang Fan, he did not feel any pressure in this aspect. That was why Tang Zong was very grateful to Yang Fan. However, he did not know that this matter was basically him helping Yang Fan find a wife. After Tang Zong and the rest left, Yang Fan went up the bridge alone. The autumn sun shone on his body, giving him a quiet warmth. Just as Yang Fan stepped onto the bridge, a person suddenly walked towards him and blocked his way. This person wore a bamboo hat and only a sharp chin could be seen. Yang Fan became vigilant, but he heard the person say, "Yang Langzhong, stop. My master invites you. Someone is actually waiting for me here. It seems that my whereabouts have already fallen into the other party's eyes." Yang Fan pondered and asked, "Who is your master?" That person held the bamboo hat with one hand and raised his head to smile at him. When Yang Fan saw this, the muscles in his legs that were as tense as a bowstring immediately relaxed. It turned out that this person was Xu Haod, the coachman of Princess Taiping. Xu Haod grinned at Yang Fan and turned around to walk to the side of the bridge. Yang Fan did not say a word and followed behind him. In the forest, only a corner of the serene blue sky could be seen. A white cloud gently floated over the treetops. The fallen leaves that covered the ground were piled up in a golden color. Different kinds of trees were scattered, reflecting the layers of red, yellow, and green. A person was standing quietly in the forest, wearing a light green round collar and narrow sleeves robe. A jade belt was loosely tied around the waist and a silk scarf was on her head. She had one hand behind her back and the other raised in front of her chest. She was looking into the depths of the forest, as if she was quietly thinking about something. This person was dressed in men's clothes, but her waist was slightly twisted. Her figure was graceful and her whole body presented a perfect S-shaped curve. Even though she was dressed in men's clothes, it could not hide the thousands of kinds of amorous feelings that emanated from her bones. This was clearly a young woman dressed in men's clothes. When Yang Fan saw her figure, his footsteps paused for a moment, then he quickened his pace. Xu Haod, who was originally walking in front of him, had already unknowingly become walking behind him. At this time, he quietly retreated, and at the same time, waved his hand, and the few figures faintly moving in the forest also quietly dispersed. "Your Highness." Yang Fan bowed to Princess Taiping and tried hard to make his voice not fluctuate. The relationship between him and Princess Taiping was very complicated. Apart from the inextricable and messy personal relationship, there was also political cooperation and alliance. Now what Yang Fan wanted to achieve was only political cooperation. Princess Taiping slowly turned around. Her two thin eyebrows were curved, and her facial features were still soft and beautiful. Yang Fan suddenly found that her chin was slightly pointed. After not seeing her for a period of time, She unexpectedly lost a lot of weight. Was it because of poor appetite in summer that she became thin? But young Fan remembered that the last time he saw her, it was already early autumn. When Princess Taiping saw young Fan, her eyes slightly shrank. It seemed that she did not dare to look at him. She gently leaned to one side and slightly frowned. Then she said, "These days, you go in and out of temples and Taoist temples. What do you want to do?" Young Fan asked curiously, "How does Princess know these things?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "Because I have been a monk. Some Taoist temples have some relationship with me." Young Fan slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Highness is very curious about this matter. I am not interested in catching thieves. What I want to know is..." After talking for a while, Princess Taiping's nervousness and timidity gradually disappeared. Her expression became calm. She turned around and looked at young Fan. Then she said, "Those temple heads told me that you went to the temple to investigate a thief who was hiding in the temple. You are a minister of the Ministry of Justice. Why did you suddenly condescend to handle the task of investigating and arresting criminals?" Chapter 441. Young Fan frowned and said, "What does it have to do with Her Highness?" "Of course it does." Princess Taiping questioned, "Mother trusts you very much now, do you know that?" "So what? What do you think?" Princess Taiping became agitated. "Do you know how powerful Juxing was? Do you know why Wu Chengxi tried so hard to seize the military power? Because with his power and status, plus Juxing's accomplices, he was no longer a threat in the imperial court. What he lacked was the military power. Now you have such a good opportunity to seize the power that Juxing only had when he was at his peak, but you. I don't care why you, a minister of the Ministry of Justice, would investigate a case and arrest a murderer. Since the end of the three-law division case, you have become famous. Now is the time for you to seize power. How could you?" Young Fan said, "I understand what you mean." He slowly paced a few steps and sat down on the grass full of golden fallen leaves. He leaned against the trunk and hugged his knees. After thinking for a while, he said to Princess Taiping, "My idea is a little different from yours. Although we have the same goal, I can't be the second Juxing, and I don't want to be the second Juxing." Princess Taiping walked over and said, "I didn't ask you to be the second Juxing, and I didn't want you to frame innocent ministers. If there is someone you need to eliminate, do you think he is clean?" Young Fan snorted. "You think you can grasp enough power with this method?" Princess Taiping said, "At least, this is the best way to preserve the forces loyal to the Li family." She felt it was inconvenient to talk to young Fan with her head down, so she suddenly sat down beside young Fan and angrily hugged him with her shoulder. She grabbed the big tree behind him and leaned against it. Young Fan sat cross-legged and said, "Many people have different methods to protect the Li family. General Xu Jingye and King of Langye Li Chong use force. Grandmaster Di wants to preserve the forces loyal to the Li family and let them lie low until Her Majesty passes away." Princess Taiping interrupted him coldly and said, "But the premise of all this is that the Li family is the heir of the emperor." Young Fan said, "So what? I heard that His Majesty now has a new favorite and treats her like a pearl in his palm." Princess Taiping's heart skipped a beat. "You already know?" Young Fan sighed and said, "This kind of news always spreads especially fast. Everyone can only hide it from Master Xue and the monks around him. Although I am also Teacher Xue's disciple, I am in the bureaucracy. How can others hide from me?" Speaking till here, young Fan suddenly smiled. He looked at Princess Taiping and said, "There are also rumors in the streets that Zhong Changzong, the great beauty, and you." Princess Taiping's face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly explained, "I have nothing to do with him, really. How could I like a man who looks more like a woman than a woman?" Young Fan saw her flushed face and quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, I didn't say anything. I know it's just a rumor. As long as a beautiful woman is involved with a man, can those people think of a second relationship? You see, I have nothing to do with you, but it still spread like wildfire." Princess Taiping was sad. She faintly looked at him and faintly said, "Are we really not related? We just haven't had any relationship yet." Young Fan hurriedly coughed twice and quickly changed the topic. "Now what you need to do is to ensure that the imperial heir does not fall into the hands of the Wu family. and Zhongchangzong is your chess piece, right? Princess Taiping said, yes, but his role is in the palace. What about outside? As long as the mother empress is alive, it's not convenient for me to show up. As long as I don't show up, the power I can secretly absorb is limited. And when the emperor chooses the imperial heir, the opinions of the foreign officials are always very important. Yang Fan said, I have also thought about this, but my consideration is different from yours. Princess Taiping said, what do you think? Yang Fan said, my opinion is similar to Master Di's. The general trend cannot be reversed, so now we can only push the boat with the current and make some small moves. It's better to wait for the empress to die before taking any action. Unless the empress has become senile and has completely lost control of the imperial court. What we should do now is to recuperate, protect, and strengthen the officials who are loyal to Li Tang's royal family. But Yang Fan turned to look at Princess Taiping and said, these officials are precisely the ones that Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi want to eliminate. They use both carrot and stick, threatening and enticing to recruit the officials for their own use. If they refuse to obey, they get rid of them by cruel officials. You also know that the empress is partial to the Wu family. Princess Taiping nodded silently. Yang Fan said, so, if I imitate them, can I succeed? The emperor can tolerate Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi doing this, but if we do the same, I'm afraid that once the empress opens her golden mouth, the power we have painstakingly controlled will be completely destroyed. Yang Fan raised his head slightly, his eyes flickering slightly. At this time, the setting sun had already dimmed, and the dim sunlight shone on his face, giving his thoughtful face a hint of maturity. We can't directly challenge the Wu family, at least, we can't let the emperor know that we are representing the Li family to oppose the Wu family. Therefore, the most I can do is to attach myself to Wu Sanxi and use my identity as his disciple to fight against Wu Chengxi. If that's the case, even if we succeed, we'll only be defeating Wu Chengxi's faction. Wouldn't that just be helping Wu Sanxi? Right now, it's better to let Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi be in a deadlock. As long as they will not cooperate, we will have an opportunity to take advantage of. So, there will be an assassination attempt on the golden hairpin drunk? This thought only flashed in Taiping's mind, but she did not say it out loud. She only frowned and said, then what do you want? Yang Fan said, I want to bypass Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi and directly oppose those ruthless officials. The case of the 3 law departments a few days ago was originally an accident, but it helped me. Not only did it help me quickly gain a foothold in the Ministry of Justice, but it also caused me to have a conflict with the Imperial Envoy Station and the Supreme Court. Then, it will be logical for me to fight with them. Princess Taiping asked doubtfully, you want to directly deal with the ruthless officials of the 3 law departments? Yang Fan said, that's right. Losing these ruthless officials, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi will at most ostracize the loyal officials or demote them. They won't go as far as setting up prisons and killing thousands of families. In this way, won't we indirectly protect the power that is loyal to Li Tang? Princess Taiping frowned and said, do you know that the source of the ruthless officials' existence is the Queen Mother? The Queen Mother needs ruthless officials, so there are ruthless officials. If you want to eradicate these ruthless officials, then when the Queen Mother feels that she needs to use ruthless officials, and your methods do not satisfy her, she can raise another group at any time. Yang Fan said, that's right. But this needs time. Although the Queen's body is still healthy, she is so old. How much time do you think she has? The two of them were talking about their emperor, and more importantly, Princess Taiping's mother. But the two of them were very calm about the Queen's gigolo and what would happen after her death. They even wanted to seize the Queen's country, so what else did they have to worry about? Princess Taiping thought for a moment and seemed to approve of Yang Fan's choice. She followed his thoughts and analyzed, then, what you need to do now is to first take control of the Ministry of Justice and become the Assistant Minister of Justice or even the Minister of Justice. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, have you ever seen such a young Assistant Minister of Justice or Minister of Justice? For me to be able to reach my current position, it is already unusual. Moreover, it is inconvenient to do things if the position is too high. The Ministry of Justice is a small Ministry of Justice. As long as I control the Ministry of Justice, I will be able to control the Ministry of Justice. But, he frowned and said, although Kui Yuanzong is ridiculed as a clay bodhisattva, he is actually quite scheming and ambitious. Now that Chen Dong and I are working together, although we are not afraid of him, it is inevitable that he will be a hindrance. Do you have a way to get rid of him and replace him with someone who is not in charge? Just like the commander of the Imperial Envoy Station, Sun Chenyu. People only know Lai Junchen, who knows who Commander Sun is. Princess Taiping thought for a moment and said, I am not sure, but I can try. She thought for a moment and said to Yang Fan worriedly, according to your plan, you will continue to oppose the Imperial Envoy Station. Although the Imperial Envoy Station is not as powerful as before, it should not be underestimated. They have almost the same judicial power as you, and they can report to the Emperor. Once they use this to deal with you, it will be a headache. Yang Fan nodded his head and said, I will be careful. Besides, you will not just stand by and watch. As long as that person in the palace gives pillow talk in front of the Emperor. Princess Taiping said, Zhong Changzong has just been favored, so we cannot let him interfere in the court affairs. Besides, his role is in the imperial harem. Princess Taiping tilted her head slightly, her pair of eyes glittering in the setting sun. She slowly said, Li Zhaoda hates those ruthless officials who sowed discord and framed the ministers. He is now the head of the hundreds of officials, and he is the mortal enemy of those ruthless officials. This person may be able to help you. Yang Fan hesitantly shook his head and said, Prime Minister Li is now the #1 person in the court, and he is somewhat arrogant. It is said that not only the 6 ministries and 9 ministers are often ridiculed in front of him, scolded as if they were his disciples. Even Su Wei and the other prime ministers are ordered around by him. Let me ask you, I am just a little doctor, how can I enter his eyes? Princess Taiping smiled and said, I did not say that you should form an alliance with him. As long as you know his attitude, can't you make good use of him? Yang Fan thought for a moment and suddenly nodded his head. Princess Taiping's expression turned serious and said, You have not said, why did you help the Luoyang government investigate the case? Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, It is a private matter, can I not say it? Princess Taiping looked at him deeply, stood up and said, Fine, if you do not say, I will not ask. I should go back. Yang Fan stood up, cupped his hands and said, Yang Fan will see you off, Your Highness. Princess Taiping pursed her lips and said softly, Mother Empress is in charge of the affairs of the world, and it is not easy to train a handy person by her side, so she relies on WNR a lot, and will not easily let her go. I also have no way to let her leave the palace, but I can help you create more opportunities to meet with her. Yang Fan looked at her with some surprise. Princess Taiping's eyes were actually avoiding him. Yang Fan asked suspiciously, What conditions do you have? Princess Taiping angrily stared at Yang Fan, but as soon as she met Yang Fan's eyes, she suddenly softened and weakly replied, Don't always think of me as such a bad person, okay? I just want to atone. Yang Fan only knew that she was referring to the matter of forcing WNR to swear an oath, and could not help but lightly sighed and said, If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the beginning? Princess Taiping was somewhat absent-minded. After a moment of disappointment, she faintly smiled and sadly said, Yes, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the beginning? Chapter 442. Princess Taiping's figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the jungle. On the night of Chinese Valentine's Day, did you accompany your wife on the long street? She did not ask this question. It was better to hide some sweetness in the heart. The longer it fermented, the sweeter it would be. The beauty had gone far away, and Yang Fan did not notice her abnormality today. Taiping's personality had always been ever-changing. Sometimes she was straightforward, sometimes she was magnanimous, sometimes she was gentle, and sometimes she was fiery. The slight changes in her mood would be reflected in her attitude, so Yang Fan did not think it was strange. But Princess Taiping's promise to him made him see a glimmer of hope. He and Wan had not seen each other for a long time. Since Taiping promised to help him create an opportunity to meet WNR, she would certainly find a way to untie the knot in WNR's heart according to his request on the night of Chinese Valentine's Day. Yang Fan was very happy. He stood there alone, immersed in a happy mood. After a long time, he wanted to leave. Thinking that he had been running around the whole day, but still could not find RNU, he could not help but feel a little depressed. At this time, the sky was already dark. The layers of forest had lost the warm color bathed in the sunset. It looked like a faded painting, less poetic and more desolate. Yang Fan did not return to the bridgehead, but directly went through the forest. This was a forest in the city, so he did not have to worry about getting lost. But after walking for a while, Yang Fan found it was not as simple as he thought. The road in the forest was not straightforward. Some places were full of bushes, so he had to take a detour. The forest path was like sheep intestines, intersecting and confusing, so he took a big wrong path. If he wanted to return to the bridgehead now, it would be too far, so Yang Fan just walked forward. After circling in the forest for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water in front of him. Yang Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly quickened his pace. After flashing through the forest, his eyes suddenly opened up. In the twilight forest, there was actually a grey temple. The temple was not very big, and there were hidden eaves and corners peeking out from the green tiles and white walls, which made people forget the secular world. Yang Fan had been dealing with temples and Taoist temples for the past few days. He did not expect to see one on his way home. He slowly walked to the front of the temple. By this time, the sky was already dark and the mountain gate was already closed. Yang Fan looked up at the lintel of the temple and saw 3 words written on it, tranquil sect. Yang Fan had been going in and out of temples these days, so he had some understanding of temples. He knew that there were government temples, public temples, family temples, and private temples in Luoyang. According to the size of the temple and its status in the Buddhist world, it was also known as the Kaiki Temple and the Descendants Temple. The so-called Kai Chi Temple was large in scale and powerful. The abbot of the temple was profound in Buddhism and had great prestige. Such a temple had a role model in the local area. Other temples were considered as children's temples. The temple in front of him was obviously a temple for descendants. It might even be a private temple or a family temple. Yang Fan did not go forward to knock on the door. This was a nunnery, and there were only female cultivators inside. It was late, and he was alone. Even if he was an official, it would not be convenient for him to enter. Since he knew that there was a nunnery here, he could just come back tomorrow to check. Although the temple was as far away as possible from the places where mortals lived, it was impossible for it to be truly isolated, especially a temple built in the city. Yang Fan took a closer look and realized that there was only one path in front of the temple. He knew that he would definitely be able to walk out of the forest if he followed this path. He walked forward along the path. After walking for a short distance, he heard the sound of water splashing. From his position, there could only be one river here. It was the Yi River. The Yi River meandered past the back of the temple and circled here. Both sides of the river were filled with reeds and weeds that were as tall as a person. Yang Fan suddenly found a place with low vegetation. There was a nun in grey clothes squatting on a bluestone by the river, washing clothes. From Yang Fan's angle, he could see the nun's side profile. When Yang Fan saw her face clearly, he was stunned, and his heart jumped quickly. That beautiful and refined face, wasn't it Tin Ano? Yang Fan was surprised and delighted. Looking at Tin Ano's obviously thin face from afar, he had mixed feelings in his heart. At this time, Tin Ano washed her clothes, wrung them out and put them in a big wooden basin. She picked up the basin and stood up. Yang Fan quickly squatted down and hid in the bushes. Tin Ano walked through the weeds not far in front of him. Yang Fan quietly followed behind her. He saw that Tin Ano came to the front of the temple and went around to the back. There was a corner door behind the gable wall. Tin Ano opened the corner door and disappeared into the nunnery. Yang Fan hurriedly walked to the front of the corner door. He stretched out his hand and pushed. The nunnery door was already closed from the inside. Yang Fan stretched out his hand and was about to knock on the door. His finger had just touched the door when he abruptly stopped. He stood under the corner door and thought carefully for a while. Then he turned and left quietly. The next morning, Tang Zong rushed to the Ministry of Justice with his men. Yang Fan invited him into the detention room and said, "Young Master Tang, I received news yesterday that our investigation of the various monasteries has been leaked. I was too naive. The various monasteries all have complicated connections. How could those abbots and nunneries not inform each other?" Yang Fan's face darkened. Once the news is leaked, how could the assassin not leave? Would he wait for us to capture him? You should be able to imagine that someone who dares to assassinate King Liang and Master Shui definitely has a great background. They definitely have considerable power, and their eyes and ears are everywhere. We won't be able to capture the assassin like this. Tang Zong said. Then what does Yang Longzhong mean? Yang Fan smiled and said, I've thought about it. This isn't a case that your Luoyang prefecture can handle. If you want the mastermind to give himself away, you might as well dispel their wariness and lure the snake out of its hole. I plan to ask for King Liang and Master Shui's permission to let me investigate this matter in secret. Your Luoyang prefecture can stay out of this case. Tang Zong was overjoyed when he heard this. This was clearly a fight between deities. Even a blind man could tell that the assassin's background was definitely not inferior to theirs. Even though he had done everything he could to solve this case because of the pressure from King Liang and Shui Huai, he had always been worried that another great bodhisattva would be dragged out after the case was solved. It wouldn't be easy for his Luoyang prefecture to get caught in the middle. Now that Yang Fan was willing to shoulder the responsibility, he was naturally more than happy to do so. Tang Zong was pleasantly surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he said, Yang Longzhong is right, but will King Liang and Master Shui agree? Yang Fan said, am I not discussing this with you? If you think this is feasible, I will convince the King and Master Shui. Of course it's feasible. It's absolutely feasible. Tang Zong hurriedly agreed. He looked gratefully at Yang Longzhong, who was willing to shoulder the burden of justice. He clasped his hands and said, if that's the case, then I'll leave it to you. Yang Fan nodded. With a grave expression, he said, take your men back and wait for my news. After sending Tang Zong away, Yang Fan immediately headed for Wu Sanxi's residence. Wu Sanxi was currently in charge of 3 major projects, so he had many things to do every day. However, it was still early for Yang Fan to arrive, so Wu Sanxi hadn't left yet. When Yang Fan arrived at the manor, Wu Sanxi had just called for someone to prepare a carriage. In the past, when Wu Sanxi went out, he would either ride a horse or an ox cart in the style of the Han and Jin dynasties. Ever since the assassination attempt, he changed to a carriage. Once there was an assassination attempt, a carriage could escape faster. This carriage was also specially made. It had sturdy wooden panels to prevent arrows and hidden weapons from entering. Wu Sanxi had also selected a few skilled guards. They were all dressed in dark armor and were extremely careful when entering and exiting. Hearing that Yang Fan had arrived, Wu Sanxi thought that he had found some clues and immediately invited him into his study. In the study, Yang Fan put on a thoughtful expression and said to Wu Sanxi, Your Highness, after this period of investigation, we still haven't found the whereabouts of the assassin. Furthermore, the news of our search of the nunneries and monasteries has already been leaked. It is impossible for the assassin and the person behind her to not notice it. In this lowly official's opinion, there is no point in continuing to investigate. Wu Sanxi said, To dare to assassinate this prince and Master Shui, how can their plan not be secretive? Not to mention the fact that we can't catch the assassin, even if we do, I believe that we won't be able to uncover the true mastermind behind the scenes. It's just that if we just let this matter rest, this prince really can't swallow this anger. Yang Fan said, Your Highness is wise. This lowly official also has the same opinion. However, if we continue to investigate, we won't be able to get any results. Even if the Luoyang government runs around all day, it won't help. Moreover, this lowly official is in the Ministry of Justice. After the joint trial between the 3 departments, this lowly official should use this small victory to serve Your Highness. If we delay too much on this impossible matter, I'm afraid. Wu Sanxi blushed and said, What you say makes sense. These days, you've been running around all day and have neglected proper business. You don't need to worry about this matter. As long as you can control the Ministry of Justice, It will be of great help to this prince. Young Fan said, "This lowly official is seeking an audience with your highness because of this. In addition, there's no need for your highness to force the Luoyang government to continue investigating. They won't be able to find any results. If you force them too much, they can only report it to their superiors, which will definitely be known by His Majesty. Once His Majesty finds out, our enemies might make a big deal out of this, which may not be a good thing for your highness." Wu Sanxi nodded and said, "That's right. A high official has many scruples. When His Majesty was assassinated, he also kept his mouth shut and didn't want to talk about it. If the assassin can't be caught, then everyone will know that he was assassinated. There's no benefit in gossiping. However, this case can't be dismissed. Let them treat it as an unsolved case. Who knows when they can take it out and make another article out of it." Young Fan smiled and said, "As long as the timing is right, it will be a great article." Wu Sanxi laughed heartily and suddenly paused. He hesitated and said, "Your master, with his temper, will he be willing to let this go?" Young Fan sighed and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. My master still relies heavily on me, so I'll go and convince him." Wu Sanxi was overjoyed and said, "Good. Erlang, do a good job. The world now belongs to our Wu family. In the future, if I can inherit the throne and ascend to the imperial throne, I will definitely not shortchange you." Young Fan bowed and said, "I am willing to serve your highness." Young Fan left the Liang imperial residence and rushed to the White Horse Temple. The White Horse Temple master, Shui Huai, was practicing his punches and kicks in the pagoda forest behind the temple. After stretching his body, he walked out of the pagoda forest with a monk's robe draped over his arm. His fair and sturdy chest was bare. He saw Young Fan waiting there with a smile. Shui Huai pointed at him and said with a smile, You don't come without a reason. If you come, there must be a reason." Young Fan poured out his grievances and said, "This disciple is tied up with secular affairs. I can't compare to Master, who is a free and unfettered living immortal. Naturally, I can't come to the temple often to show my filial piety." Shui Huai pretended to be angry and said, "I hate your pretentious behavior the most. Tell me, what trouble do you have for coming to see me today?" Young Fan laughed and said, "There's no trouble. This disciple just wants to ask for a decree from Master." Chapter 443. The winding path led to a secluded place, and the meditation room was filled with flowers and trees. The tranquil nunnery was different from the solemn and magnificent temples like the White Horse Temple and the Heavenly Palace Temple. The tranquil nunnery had pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Even the 7-story pagoda, which wasn't too tall, had a soft and smooth beauty. Seeing the simple architecture of the temple, Young Fan knew that this was a private temple. At least, it was when the temple was first built. Most of these small temples were built by rich and noble families because their young ladies had converted to Buddhism and vowed to become a Buddhist nun. They were also unwilling to let their young ladies go to a big temple and start as a little nun, so they funded and built these temples for them. Even though these girls who were pampered from a young age were indifferent and didn't crave for material things, they weren't cut out for manual labor. It was fine for them to suffer in daily life, but if they asked them to wash clothes and cook, they wouldn't be able to endure that kind of hardship. Their families funded the construction of a small temple for her, and once the temple was built, she would become the head of the nunnery. Those who were more particular would invite an old nun with cultivation to live in the temple and accept their daughter as a disciple. However, this first disciple was destined to take over the position of the head of the nunnery, but she only had to chant and learn Buddhism and didn't need to do manual labor. However, although Young Fan's guess was right, the young lady from a rich family who was devoted to Buddhism at the beginning of the tranquil nunnery was probably already dead. From the stone steps covered in moss and the pagoda that was full of vicissitudes, it could be seen that this small temple had existed for at least 100 years. Entering the ancient temple in the early morning, the sun was high up in the sky. There was a rare freshness and transparency in the temple and forest. The golden sunlight shone on the tall treetops and glazed tiles, making it seem especially tranquil and warm. A morning like this should have been a happy day, but young Nun Yuan Jing was very unhappy. Young nun Yuan Jing originally left the nunnery to ring the bell in the bell tower. After the bell was rung, the nuns in the nunnery would begin their morning classes. However, she didn't expect to hear someone knocking on the door the moment she came out of the nunnery. Young nun Yuan Jing was very unhappy. Offering incense so early in the morning? This devotee is too insensible. However, when she saw the visitor, she became even more unhappy. The visitor was actually a man. Although he was quite good-looking, it was inappropriate for a man to come to a nunnery to offer incense and worship Buddha. Did such a person come to pay respects to Buddha, or did he have other intentions? Little nun Yuan Jing muttered to herself. She wanted to send this tactless man away, but who would have thought that this hateful man would take out another dharmic decree? It was the dharmic decree of the abbot of the White Horse Temple, Great Master Huai Yi. Master Huai Yi was the protector of the nation and the highest-ranking monk in the world. He had jurisdiction over all monks and nuns in the world. The temple department of the imperial court was responsible for the management of the monks' records, the construction of the temples, the economy of the temples, and other affairs. The monk officials had the power to educate the monks, translate scriptures, select the monk officials, maintain the discipline of the Sangha, rectify and punish mistakes, and so on. These rights were similar to the abbot, except that the abbot's power was limited to the temple, while the monk officials could interfere with all the temples in the world. Monk Shui Huai Yi had never exercised this authority, but he did have it. Therefore, the Tranquil Nunnery couldn't refuse his request to inspect the Tranquil Nunnery. The problem was that Yang Fan wasn't a monk. This was a problem, but who could she talk to? Had Master Shui ever played his cards according to common sense? Therefore, even though young nun Yuan Jing was unhappy and pouted, she still let him into the nunnery. Then, little nun Yuan Jing warned him, "It's time, this poor nun is going to ring the bell. Seng Ji, Inspector, please wait a moment, don't miss the morning class." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Very well, Xiao Shitai can go about her business, I will take a stroll around the nunnery." "Hey, no. You're a man. How can you walk around?" Yuan Jing said worriedly, "Come with me. When the bell rings, I'll bring you to the nunnery." Yang Fan had already entered the nunnery. He couldn't wait any longer, so he followed her. The bell in the nunnery wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. It was also hanging in a 2-story pavilion. When Yang Fan arrived at the pavilion, he quickly walked to the railing and looked into the distance. From his vantage point, he could see the open door of the nunnery. There were many nuns in green and yellow inside. Yang Fan gazed at the nunnery from afar. He was excited. "RNU has become a monk. I saw her wearing a nun hat yesterday. I wonder if she's shaved her head. Such beautiful long hair." As soon as Wei Xiaobao went up the bell tower, Yuan Jing Shitai leaned on the railing and poked most of her body out to look into the nunnery. She was even angrier. She picked up the fishing staff hanging under the beam and struck the bronze bell with all her might. The bell knob was in the shape of a dragon-shaped beast. It was the mythical beast, Pu Laro. The dragon had 9 sons, and the 4th son was Pu Laro. He was the best at roaring. Although Pu Laro was the son of the dragon, he was most afraid of whales. He would scream at the sight of a whale. Therefore, when people cast bells, they cast the bell knob in the shape of Pu Laro and cut the wooden rod into the shape of a whale. The little nun Yuan Jing picked up her fishing staff and struck the bell with all her might. Dang! A loud noise was heard. The nunnery was small, the bell tower was also small. The bell tower on which the bronze bell was hung was not big, the surrounding space was very small. Yang Fan stood there and heard the loud noise, his eardrums were ringing, he almost fell down from the tower. "You little nun, how come, dang tilde." Another bell rang. Yang Fan covered his ears. His eardrums were rumbling. For a moment, it was as if someone was beating drums and cymbals in his ears. It was as if someone was opening a musical instrument shop. When Nun Yuan Jing finished ringing the bell, Yang Fan said angrily, "You little nun, why didn't you say anything? Who could bear such a loud noise?" Nun Yuan Jing rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. Yang Fan couldn't do anything to her, so he followed her angrily. When he went down the stairs, he felt his head was heavy and his feet were light. He couldn't even stand steadily. Seeing that Nun Yuan Jing was walking lightly, he couldn't help but wonder, how could you bear such a loud noise? Or are you deaf? Yang Fan thought that he was talking normally, but in fact, his ears were still buzzing. He could not hear normal sounds, so he unconsciously raised his voice. His voice was so loud that it sounded like he was roaring. The little Nun Yuan Jing turned around and rolled her eyes at him. She took out 2 cloths from her ears as if she was looking at an idiot. Yang Fan was speechless at first, but then he said, "You little nun, you're up to no good. You plugged the plugs yourself, but you told me to listen to the bell." Nun Yuan Jing was impatient to hear him yell at her, so she stuffed the plugs back in. In the nunnery, Master Ding Ding stood at the forefront with Buddhist prayer beads in her hand. Behind her were 3 old nuns with official positions. They were all wearing yellow kasayas, each holding a magic tool in their hands. Behind them were disciples who stood according to their ranks. They clasped their palms together and held Buddhist prayer beads. They stood neatly in several rows, chanting sutras in a deep and rhythmic manner, making them appear exceptionally solemn and dignified. Every nun's face was full of piety and holiness. This nunnery seemed to be a world of its own, with a sacred power that ordinary people couldn't understand, making people feel awe at first sight. However, Yang Fan, whose ears were ringing, was an exception. The chanting was no different from the buzzing of mosquitoes in his ears. "Little nun, are all the people in the nunnery here?" Yang Fan asked Yuan Jing in a very low voice. The nuns who were striking the copper bell and the wooden fish in the nunnery while chanting suddenly heard a man talking loudly at the door. They could not help but be shocked and turned their heads to look at him. RNU. As soon as the nuns turned around, Yang Fan saw Tin Ano. Because she was standing at the back, she happened to be at the front when she turned around. The tranquil nunnery was extremely strict. To become a monk here, one had to first receive the 3 refuges and 5 precepts. They had to stay in the nunnery for at least 2 years. This was to prevent them from getting pregnant when they became a monk, which would ruin the reputation of Buddhism. At the same time, they had to learn the ritual of personal discipline and the ritual of diligent female discipline. It would take at least 3 years before they could receive the Samanitra precepts and become an official monk. For example, although the little nun Yuan Jing was younger than Tin Ano, she became a monk at the age of 6. Therefore, Tin Ano's rank was the lowest in this nunnery. This wasn't the White Horse Temple. No one could accept disciples without following the rules like Shui Huai. When Tin Ano saw Yang Fan, her eyes widened. She never thought that Yang Fan would appear here. She was stunned for a moment. Yang Fan leaped over and grabbed her arm. He whispered, "RNU, I've been looking for you for a long time. Let go of me." Tin Ano finally reacted. Her eyes filled with tears. She broke free from Yang Fan and turned to run away. "You're not allowed to leave." Yang Fan shouted and grabbed her wrist again. "Can't you just listen to me?" Tin Ano was furious. "Listen to what you said. How dare you yell at me?" Yang Fan said, "I didn't yell at you." The tranquil nunnery's abbot, Nun Ding Ding, walked over quickly and said with displeasure, "Benefactor, please let go of this nunnery's disciple. Benefactor is a man. Why did you trespass into our nunnery and harass our disciple? Please leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll report you to the authorities." Yang Fan said, "I'm the authorities. Where can you report me to?" Tin Ano said, "Let go of me. I'm a monk. Since I haven't broken any laws, what can you do to me even if you're an official?" Ding Nun was really angry. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Even if you're an official, you're still bound by the laws of the country. Since Benefactor is an official, you should respect yourself. Why aren't you letting go of our disciple?" Yang Fan took out the imperial preceptor's decree signed by Shui Huai and handed it to Ding Nun. He said, "Nun, take it and read it clearly. I have some worldly entanglements with this young nun. I don't dare to disturb your peaceful cultivation. Let's talk outside." After saying that, he pulled Tin Ano and left. Tin Ano struggled with all her might and shouted, "I'm not going." Yang Fan crouched down, picked up her legs, and carried her horizontally in his arms, walking out in large strides. Tin Ano was angry and embarrassed. She beat his chest with all her might and said, "What are you doing? Let me down." Yang Fan ignored her. Under the stunned gazes of the nuns who were doing their morning classes, he carried the struggling Tin Ano and walked out. Chapter 444. Yang Fan carried the struggling Tin Ano and went around a small bridge and a stream to a secluded place. He put her down first and then picked his ears. Only then did he feel that his hearing had returned to normal. Tin Ano's face was flushed with anger. Seeing his actions, she thought that he was deliberately acting in front of her, so she became even angrier. She opened her eyes wide and glared at him angrily. Yang Fan looked at Tin Ano's sharp chin and big eyes and said softly, "RNU, you've lost weight." Tin Ano's eyes became misty for a moment because of his gentleness, but quickly recovered her angry expression. She snorted and said, "This poor nun is now a monk. Her Buddhist name is Jinglian. Benefactor, please don't call this poor nun by her secular name." Yang Fan smiled indifferently and said, "I have checked all the spies in the temple, but your name is not among them. RNU, it is not so easy to become a monk. You can't become a monk just by wearing a monk's robe and shaving your hair. You." Yang Fan's voice suddenly became sad. He reached out and touched Tin Ano's monk's hat. He said softly, "Has your hair been shaved? RNU, how can you bear to have such beautiful long hair? Why do you?" Tin Ano slapped his hand away and said angrily, "What does it have to do with you whether I shave my hair or not? What does it have to do with you whether I become a monk or not? What are you doing here?" Yang Fan said confidently, "How is it not my business? If you returned to Mount Hua and returned to young Master Jiang's side, then, it has nothing to do with me. But since you came to Luoyang to find me and became a monk for me, then it has to do with me." Tin Ano's face turned red like a hen laying eggs for the first time. She clucked and said, "Who said I came to Luoyang to find you? Who said I became a monk for you? Don't think too highly of yourself." Yang Fan said, "Then, when I was locked up in the council, why did you save me? Why did you leave after knowing that I was safe?" Tin Ano stammered, I saved you out of affection for an old friend. Now that you're safe, of course I have to leave." Yang Fan looked at her deeply and said softly, "What is the feeling of an old friend?" Tin Ano turned around and avoided his gaze. He said coldly, "The affection of an old friend is the affection of an old friend. What else could it be?" Yang Fan gently walked to her back. Tin Ano's back immediately straightened. However, Yang Fan did not touch her. He only looked at the sliver of skin on her nylon cap. He softly said, "Your hair is originally black and shiny. No matter if you tie it up, let it down, or hide it like a man, it is still very beautiful. Of course, now that it's been shaved off, it's still very beautiful." Tin Ano was originally filled with hatred and sorrow. But after hearing his words, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She tightened her lips and did not speak. Yang Fan continued, "You have a beautiful figure. No matter if you wear women's clothing, men's clothing, or night clothes, you are still very beautiful. Of course, you are wearing a monk's robe. Although the monk's robe is dusty, it still looks good on you. Even if you don't wear it, you still look good. You. Tin Ano was so angry that she did not know what to say. She turned around and said angrily, "You scoundrel, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Fan innocently said, "Am I talking nonsense? What nonsense am I talking about?" "You." Tin Ano flicked her sleeve. She turned around angrily and said, "Are you done? If you are, please leave." "Not yet." Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said, "RNU, I know you like to eat delicious food. Now you only eat vegetables and tofu every day. There's not much oil in it. Are you used to it?" Tin Ano coldly said, "Vegetarian food is not as bad as you think. When it's done, it's more fragrant than vegetables. All the masters in the monastery love to eat the dishes cooked by this poor nun." Yang Fan said, "Even so, you are thin. When you are thin, you are not as beautiful as before." Tin Ano said, "This poor nun is a monk. My body is just a bag of skin. What's the big deal if I look good or not?" Yang Fan said, "The bag of skin is just a saying. A monk cherishes the moth and gauze lamp. How can you not cherish your own body? You always like to wear soft and close-fitting clothes. Now you are wearing coarse clothes. It must not be comfortable, right? Tin Ano did not say anything. Young Fan waited for a while. He quietly turned his head to take a look. He saw Tin Ano was facing a pool of water. Tears were dripping down her cheeks. Young Fan was distressed. All right, she hastily said, I just wanted to make you happy. I wanted to make you laugh. Then you won't be angry with me. Don't cry. I won't say anything. Tin Ano wiped her tears. Choking with sobs, she said, Do you know what happened after I returned to Mount Hua? What happened? Young Fan quickly asked. Tin Ano sobbed, I narrowly escaped death. I recuperated for more than half a month. My leg has not recovered yet. I came to find you. My heart was filled with joy. As she said this, her tears fell like a broken string of pearls, trickling down her cheeks. What actually happened? Young Fan asked in shock. With your martial arts, who injured you? Tin Ano ignored him and continued to speak. I came with a heart full of joy, but who knew that when I arrived at Luoyang, I would only see you and your wife in love, spending the rest of your days in vain. I almost died on Mount Hua, but that was only the pain on my body. Young Fan, this stab of yours has hurt me deeply. I stood opposite your house and watched you two walking together, talking and laughing. My heart hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. Young Fan said softly, RNU, that is the Emperor's decree. Tin Ano glared at him with teary eyes and said coldly, Excuses. It's just the Emperor's decree. Don't you love her? After a brief silence, Young Fan slowly replied, When I married her, I didn't love her. Tin Ano immediately asked sensitively, So you're in love now? Tears streamed down her cheeks again. Congratulations. This poor nun has converted to Buddhism. Please leave now and don't come back again. Don't disturb this poor nun's practice. Young Fan became irritated and said, Practice my ass. If I don't agree, which temple in the world will dare to take you in? Why? Because my master is the highest monk in the world. He governs all the monks and nuns in the world. I have already asked for a decree from him to be a Buddhist protector and a monk of White Horse Temple. Do you think I have this authority? Will the abbot of the nunnery give me this face? Tin Ano was angry again. She flicked her sleeves and said, Are you threatening me? Then I'll leave. The world is so big, where can't I go? Young Fan said, You can't go anywhere. If you dare to leave, I will take the charge of sheltering an unknown person and revoke the qualification of this nunnery to build a temple and teach disciples. You have always been clear about kindness and hatred. Do you have the heart to let these old nuns who kindly took you in practice Buddhism for the rest of their lives? Do you dare to take them in? You, Tin Ano said angrily, Fine. I won't leave. If no temple dares to take me in, I will build my own grass nunnery in the forest. If no one dares to take me in, I will do it myself. If no one dares to take me in, Buddha will. As a monk, you can't even control Buddha, can you? Of course I can't control. Young Fan smiled and said, But Buddha won't take you in. Tin Ano laughed coldly and said, How do you know? Don't tell me you are so powerful that you can even recognize Buddha. Young Fan shook his head and said gently but firmly, I don't. But Buddhism doesn't take those who are impure. I am your mortal karma. How can you become Buddha if your 6 senses are impure? While Young Fan and Tin Ano were talking in the tranquil nunnery, a carriage slowly entered Luoyang from Hosai Gate. The carriage was very big and looked ordinary. It had 2 wheels and a horse. This was a long-distance carriage that was suitable for all kinds of roads. The driver of the carriage was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His appearance was very ordinary. If he was thrown into a group of people and you looked at him 3 times, the person you would notice would still not be him. It looked like he had a good temper. Although he had a whip in his hand and there was only a horse with dust on its fur in front of him, and the passers-by had nothing to do with him, he always had a faint smile on his face. He smiled when he looked at the sky, he smiled when he looked at the water, he smiled when he saw people, and he smiled when he saw horses. This smiling ordinary person was called Sichu Liang. The first time he appeared was in the market of Mingwei Garrison. That time, He brought Tin Ano away. The second time he appeared was in the Pine Pavilion at the peak of Mount Hua. That time, he saw Tin Ano jump off the cliff. This was the third time he appeared. Sitting next to him was an old man dressed in green. His waist was slightly bent, and his face was full of wrinkles like pine bark. He leaned against the carriage and sat lazily, but he was also like an old pine tree that was exploring the clouds. He had an invisible aura that made people not dare to look down on him. This white-haired old man was Lu Boyon. Although Lu Boyon's aura was like an old pine tree that was filled with a vigorous aura, his face was a bit too pale. Wherever the carriage passed, there was a faint smell of incense, so the passers-by on the road couldn't smell the faint smell of medicine on his body. That was the highest quality gold saw medicine. The #1 expert under young Master Jiang who could take Tin Ano's life in 7 moves was actually injured, and it seemed like the injury wasn't light either. It's better if you stay in the noble princess's palace. Right now, that place doesn't attract much attention. A clear voice suddenly came from inside the carriage. Sichu Liang responded and whipped the horse, causing the carriage to move even faster. Inside the seemingly ordinary carriage, the decorations were abnormally gorgeous. This was an extremely clean and refreshing type of gorgeous. The floor was covered with a snow-white Persian carpet that was spotless. The 4 compartments were decorated with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. There was also a large and comfortable bed with a few cushions. Young Master Jiang was still wearing a snow-white robe as he leaned on the bed. He lazily threw a black chess piece onto the chessboard, and after giving an order to the people outside, he pressed on the side of the bed. A drawer silently slid out, and inside were 5 silver cups arranged in the shape of plum blossoms, as well as a few silver wine bottles. Young Master Jiang obviously didn't lack people to serve him, but in his eyes, there was almost nothing in this world that was clean, especially women. He had brought Tin Ano by his side since he was young, so he didn't have much resistance in this area, so Tin Ano became the only woman by his side that he could accept. Now that Tin Ano was dead, as long as he was willing, no matter how pure and beautiful a girl was, he could do whatever he wanted. But right now, he would rather do some things himself than have a woman serve him by his side. He thought it was dirty. Young Master Jiang poured a cup of wine and took a sip. His eyes slightly narrowed. He lost. In the battle with Shen Mu, he lost very miserably. The result of his loss was that he came to Luoyang and gave up his foundation in Chong'an to Shen Mu. He wanted to make a comeback, he wanted to completely defeat Shen Mu. His only hope was here. Chapter 445. Yang Fan did not rush to the nunnery to find RNU after seeing her yesterday because he wanted to solve the King Liang's assassination case first. Otherwise, if Tang Zong and a group of Luoyang government servants followed him all day, it would affect his plan of chasing after RNU. After figuring out how to solve the King Liang's assassination case, Yang Fan also thought about how to change RNU's mind. After thinking about it, Yang Fan felt that he could only use the method that was overused by the ancients: a virtuous woman is afraid of being pestered by a man. It was an old saying passed down by the ancients for thousands of years, so there must be a reason for its existence. Therefore, after seeing RNU today, the series of seemingly joking words that Yang Fan said were all painstakingly thought out. Seeing that RNU was angry and laughing at the same time, Yang Fan knew that RNU's guard had been somewhat loosened. He was about to strike while the iron was hot when Ding Ding suddenly led a large group of old nuns, middle nuns, and young nuns to find them. A group of nuns surrounded Yang Fan. Ding Ting Shatai put her palms together and said, "Since you have the decree of the national protector, naturally you are a Buddhist monk. I wonder what is the purpose of your visit to our nunnery?" Tin Ano hurriedly bowed to Ding 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 and said, "Disciple greets master." Ding 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 nodded and looked at Yang Fan in a dignified manner. Yang Fan calmly said, "You are the abbot of this nunnery, right? To tell you the truth, I came with the decree of Master Huai Yi. Although I am a monk, I am not here to audit the affairs of your temple, but to find my wife who ran away from home." Wife who ran away from home? The nuns were in an uproar. Ding 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 was slightly surprised and quickly asked, "Who is your wife?" Yang Fan pointed at Tin Ano and said, "Of course it's her." Tin Ano was angry and anxious and shouted, "I am not." I have nothing to do with him. Yang Fan spread out his hands and said helplessly, women always say one thing but mean another. You should understand. Ding Ding and the group of old nuns, middle nuns, and young nuns were all speechless. Yang Fan, shut up. Tin Ano's almond-shaped eyes widened and she was full of anger. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly said to Nun Ding Ding and the others, I'll tell Nun Ding the details later. Now, can Nun Ding give me some time to settle our family matters? Who has family affairs with you? She glared at Yang Fan and said, Fan. Ding Ding glared and Yang Fan. Yang. She glared at Ding Ding. She glared at Fan. Ding 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 was extremely angry. However, I Don Fan, Monk Ding Fan will Hua, and is Fan, Master Hua Fan is Huai, Ding Master is Huaren Yu. However, since Monk Ding came with Great Master Hua Yi's decree, I believe he is not a bad person. I will leave for the time being. I hope Monk Ding can give this poor nun a satisfactory explanation. Of course, of course, of course. Take care, Master. Yang Fan smiled from ear to ear and nodded his head repeatedly. Just as Nun Ding Ding left with the nuns, Tian Ari Enyu's palm blade arrived. Yang Fan tilted his head and dodged her palm strike. He bent his fingers like a claw and grabbed Tian Ari Enyu's wrist. Tian Ari Enyu used her fingers like a sword and stabbed at Yang Fan's meridian point. The two of them started fighting in the bushes. Ding Ding walked to a distance. When she turned her head and saw this scene, she couldn't help but put her palms together and repeatedly chanted, Amitabha. As soon as Tin Ano and Yang Fan fought, she was surprised to find that Yang Fan's martial arts skill was far above hers. In addition, she didn't want to hurt Yang Fan, so she didn't dare to use many sinister and ruthless moves. Inevitably, her hands and feet were tied. After exchanging dozens of moves, Yang Fan used a small grappling hand to entangle her wrists and firmly captured her. Tin Ano glared at Yang Fan. She said angrily, What do you want? Don't tell me you want to force me back home. Yang Fan said, You were the one who made the first move. Don't blame me, okay? At least calm down and listen to me tell you a story, okay? Tin Ano's eyes widened. She said in surprise, Tell a story. Yang Fan nodded solemnly. That's right. A story. Yang Fan was afraid that she would escape. Still holding her hands, he dragged her to the edge of the pond. The two of them sat down on a rock by the pond. Yang Fan held her hands and suddenly asked, Do you remember what I told you about me? I told you at that time that I can only tell you what happened after I turned 9. Tin Ano suddenly thought of that day, that night. That sumptuous meal on the table. Under that lonely lamp, he and she, a pair of man and woman in the same boat, each recounting their painful past. Tin Ano's eyes suddenly became somewhat hazy. The strength in her hands also unknowingly dissipated. Yang Fan sensed her reaction and gently let go of her hands. Tin Ano fixed her eyes on Yang Fan. She faintly said, Could it be that you want to tell me the story before you turned 9? Yang Fan lightly shook his head and said, Yes and no. Not only the story before I turned 9, but also, from the day we broke up, the story that happened after that. Yang Fan began to narrate to Tin Ano. He first told her about his childhood, which made Tin Ano cry in sadness. He then told her about how after Tin Ano left, Ma Qiao accidentally killed Bao Yinyan, Wu Guangde was unjustly imprisoned, and Ma Qiao admitted his guilt. He told her about how he robbed the execution ground and was hunted down. So they stole the Taoist robe and were purposely forced by Xue Huai to shave their hair and sneak into White Horse Temple. He continued, for revenge, after he found out that Xue Huai intended to participate in the Shangyuan tournament, he racked his brains to organize the Kuju, Juju, and Sumo tournaments. How he participated in the palace tournament, how he became an imperial guard, and why he approached Shanghai Wana, Yang Fan spoke in great detail, and Tin Ano listened attentively. In the beginning, she wanted to put on a dismissive look. But who else in this world would have a life that was more tortuous, bizarre, and full of ups and downs than Yang Fan's? Unknowingly, Tin Ano was completely captivated by the story he told. Yang Fan did not hide anything from Anu, including the ambiguous relationship between him and Princess Taiping. He had already discovered that Anu was the one who lacked the most sense of security among all the women he knew. At the same time, she was also the most meticulous and sensitive girl. In this era, there might occasionally be one or two women who would have the idea of equality between men and women, especially when it came to marriage. But in this era, it was definitely an exception, a weirdo. They tried to challenge the order of this patriarchal society and were destined to have a tragic ending. Based on the environment in which Tin Aino grew up and the education she received, it was impossible for her to have such an idea. When she saw that young Fan got married, she was inconsolable and even fled to Buddhism. It was not because he married a wife, but because she felt that she had been abandoned. Although young Fan's marriage was arranged by the emperor, unless he left, there was no way he could resist. But she came with a heart full of enthusiasm. Seeing this scene, it was natural that she was struck by lightning. How could she think so much? Therefore, when young Fan told her about himself, he did not want to hide anything. Any concealment might cause a greater misunderstanding when she discovered something in the future. Moreover, the relationship between Princess Taiping and him had long been known to everyone. Although Anu was practicing hard in the nunnery, it was not certain that she would not hear these rumors. It did not mean that she would not know in the future. It was better to let her know as early as possible. Young Fan talked about his and Wan's mutual love. He also talked about Princess Taiping's obstruction. He talked about his return from the western region, Princess Taiping's suggestion to the emperor to arrange a marriage, and then he and Xiaoman's recognition as brother and sister. Along with his narration, Anu's mood was sometimes happy and sometimes worried, sometimes sad and sometimes angry. When young Fan finished, he looked at Tin Aino and said, "This is everything that happened to me before and after. If you were me, what would you do?" Tin Aino was silent. Young Fan gently held her hand and said, "I always felt that I already had Wn in my heart. If I let you follow me, it would be wrong for you. But in the western region, under those circumstances, it was a matter of life and death twice in a row. What could I say? After that, I wanted to say it, but I didn't have the chance. You did everything to me, especially when you came to Luoyang. After I was imprisoned, you risked your life to save me and became a monk for me. Anu, I am not a plant. How can I not be moved? If you don't mind that I already have Wn and Xiao Man, let me be a little greedy, okay? No, I don't like you anymore. I have converted to Buddhism." Tin Aino spoke with a straight face, but his tone had obviously softened. Girls were always a little reserved. Previously, she had sought death to become a monk. Now that he said it, she had to obediently go home with him. How embarrassing would that be? Fortunately, although Tin Aino was delicate, young Fan was very thick-skinned. He said shamelessly, "But I like you now." Tin Aino said, "You like me, so I have to go with you." "Why?" Young Fan laughed, "Because I am thick-skinned. Think about it carefully. This is the first time I have taken the initiative to chase after a woman. Why don't you promise me?" Tin Aino turned her head and ignored him. Young Fan also knew that he couldn't be too hasty. He had to give her some time to recover. Otherwise, how could she leave the mountain gate shyly because she was embarrassed? Now that she was willing to act coquettishly, the matter was half done. Young Fan pressed her soft palm and asked, "Anu, what happened to you on Mount Hua?" When Tin Aino heard his question, she felt wronged. Suddenly, she thought of how powerful the young master was. She had betrayed the young master because of young Fan. It was hard to guarantee that the young master wouldn't pay attention to young Fan. If she really went with young Fan, it would be troublesome to hide her identity. She couldn't help but feel troubled again. At the princess's mansion, young Master Jiang was sitting upstairs. His thoughts were like a tide. There was no one else upstairs. Young Master Jiang was very clean, so even though he had just arrived, no one dared to disturb him. He remembered the last time he was here. It was also an autumn day. That day, it was raining continuously. Today, it was not raining, but it was still a pool of water with half of the autumn lotus. The only difference was that there was a young girl in green making tea and a handsome young man walking in the corridor beside the pool. At that time, the man walked in the corridor and the young girl passed by him through the window. Now, she was finally like a swallow cutting the water, never to return. Young Master Jiang sighed and suddenly felt like drinking tea. He knocked 3 times on the barrier door and stopped. Young Master Jiang said lightly, "Come in." The barrier door opened and Lu Boyon walked in lightly. He stood still and said softly, "When do you plan to see him?" "This old servant will arrange it." Young Master Jiang said indifferently, "Tomorrow." Lu Boyon frowned slightly. He hesitated and reminded, "Young Master, I am afraid the imperial court will send troops soon." Young Master Jiang didn't answer him. He just sat cross-legged, but he gave off a feeling of tall and straight bamboo. Lu Boyon gave a slight bow and quietly retreated. Young Master Jiang was silent for a while. He slowly raised his head and looked at the heaven in the distance. The giant Buddha in heaven was looking down at Luoyang. He had a tranquil expression, just like young Master Jiang at this moment. The setting sun shone on the face of the giant Buddha. The golden light shone brilliantly, but the giant Buddha bathed in the twilight gave people a feeling that he was past his prime. Young Master Jiang smiled and said to himself, "If the general trend cannot be reversed, what is the use of pushing the boat with the current?" Chapter 446. In the morning mist, Yang Fan and Xiao Mang came out of the back garden in martial attire. Both of them were martial artists. Other than those passionate days when they had just consummated their marriage, they had resumed their habit of waking up early to practice. Naturally, the two of them didn't practice separately. They would spar from time to time, which was a great help to both of their martial arts progress. Back in the central room in front of the bedroom, Daomai and third sister had already prepared water and toiletries. The two of them washed up and got ready for breakfast. Xiao Mang said while washing her face, "Lang Jun, do you want me to go to the tranquil sect today? No matter what, I fought alongside her, and we have a relationship. Besides, we're both women, and some things are easier to talk about." Yang Fan was brushing his teeth. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. He opened his mouth full of foam and said, "Forget it. She hasn't left, so there's hope. NU is the most meticulous. If I let you do it, she might think that I don't care about her. There's no rush, let me do it." Xiao Mang said, "Oh, then I'll go to the store today." Yang Fan said, "Okay. Do what you need to do, but don't overwork yourself. Don't tire yourself out." Speaking of this, Yang Fan secretly smiled and said to Xiao Mang mysteriously, "If you want to fight alongside NU, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Xiao Mang rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Bah, bah, bah. Jinx. Is it fun to save you from prison? And in the future, huh?" Seeing Yang Fan's naughty smile, Xiao Mang knew something was wrong. Her big eyes turned slightly on her face covered in water droplets. She suddenly understood and couldn't help but be shy and embarrassed. She raised her hand and a string of water droplets sprayed at Yang Fan. She said coquettishly, "Bad thing, in your dreams." Yang Fan laughed out loud and jumped to avoid the water she splashed at him. In the courtyard, Daomai and third sister, who were sweeping the leaves, couldn't help but smile when they saw the quarrel between the master and the mistress. Speaking of which, the master and mistress of his house were really very sweet. The two of them had been servants in other people's homes before. Of course, there were newlyweds in those big families, but how could there be a couple who loved each other so much, not to mention observing etiquette every day? Even though they were husband and wife sleeping on the same bed, they were still very respectful to each other, making it even more awkward than when they met a guest. It was said that this was called raising the table to meet eyebrows, the way of husband and wife. Daomai and third sister didn't understand. They only knew that they were truly in love like Yang Fan and Xiao Man. Only then would they be truly happy every day. The two little girls were not considered young in this era. They hoped that their future husband would also be a man like him. He did not need to be as high an official as him, nor did he need to be as handsome as him. He only needed to be as good to his wife as he was to her. The two little girls had already reached the age of yearning for love. The breakfast of the Yang family had always been relatively simple. Of course, this simplicity was also based on the standard of a big family. The husband and wife were still young and practiced martial arts, so they ate more than ordinary people, so the breakfast was still very sumptuous. The two of them sat down behind the table. Yang Fan first filled a bowl of meat porridge for Xiao Man and placed it in front of her. Xiao Man smiled sweetly at her Lang Jun. Just as she picked up the chopsticks, she suddenly smelled a strong smell of meat in the porridge, and her stomach suddenly turned. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yang Fan put down the chopsticks and chased after Xiao Man, who ran out of the door. He nervously stroked her back. Xiao Man leaned against the osmanthus tree and vomited for a long time, but she didn't vomit anything. She waved her hand to her husband and said, "Nothing. It's probably because I was practicing martial arts this morning, and I suddenly felt a little nauseous when I smelled the smell of meat." Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief and gently stroked her back. He said, "That's true. It's getting colder. My wife, don't wear so thin when you wake up in the morning. Just do some simple exercises every day, and don't practice so hard. There won't be a chance for my wife to practice martial arts in the future." After a while, the churning in Xiao Man's stomach gradually calmed down, and the two of them returned to the room. Yang Fan asked the servants to remove all the meat porridge and other food from Xiao Man's table, and replaced it with plain porridge and a few light side dishes. As the two of them ate, Yang Fan said, "Don't go to the shop today. Our shop is managed and arranged by my wife. The shopkeeper and the shop assistants all have their own duties, and everything is in order. There's no need for my wife to go there. If you're worried, you can check the accounts every half a month." Xiao Man made a face at him and said, "It's just occasionally uncomfortable. Look at how nervous you are. Don't worry, I'm just going to sit and watch. I'm not going to do anything. It's boring to stay at home for too long, so I'm just going out to relax." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "You just don't know how to enjoy the good fortune." The couple bickered as they finished their breakfast and rinsed their mouths with salt water. Xiao Man then helped Yang Fan change into his formal attire. Seeing that Yang Fan was wearing a hat and belt early in the morning, Xiao Man couldn't help but ask, "Are you not going to the tranquil sect, Lang Jun?" Yang Fan scratched her nose and said, "Once I'm sure she's there, I'll just visit from time to time. How can I go there early in the morning? I've been neglecting the Yaman's affairs these days. It's confusing to do this in the beginning. I don't know what I'm up to, but I can't pretend to be profound for too long. I'm going to the Yaman to take a look first." As the two were talking, the doorman, Mo Xuanfei, suddenly ran over. The people from the front residence were not allowed to enter the backyard, and everyone in the residence knew this rule. But no one knew what urgent matter he had, so third sister didn't stop him. Mo Xuanfei ran to Yang Fan, who was about to leave, and said while panting, "Ah Lang, a high-ranking official is here to visit." Yang Fan was startled and asked curiously, "Who's visiting so early in the morning?" Mo Xuanfei presented a greeting card and said, "Ah Lang, look, he claims to be a friend of Ah Lang. He said something about the general of the right guard and something about the Khan. I don't understand, but I know it should be a very, very high-ranking official." When Yang Fan heard the general of the right guard, he couldn't help but be startled. He thought that the general of the right guard, Wu Yuji, had come to visit again. He hadn't had any contact with his princess wife these days. When he heard Mo Xuanfei say something about the Khan, his heart couldn't help but be moved. He quickly grabbed the greeting card and opened it to have a look. Xiao Man asked, "Lang Jun, who is this person?" Yang Fan's expression was a bit strange. He said, "It's Ashina Husello. Now he has been conferred the title of Khan by the court and is also the general of the right guard. Of course, this general of the right guard is just a title. The real power is still in Wu Yuji's hands." Xiao Man said, "This General Husello's rank is higher than Langjuan's by more than 1 or 2 ranks. For him to lower himself to pay a visit, what does he want?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll personally go and welcome him." Yang Fan and Ashina Husello had first met through bowstriking. At the time, he had been a lowly guard, but when Husello had personally invited him to a banquet to celebrate his victory, the two of them had become friends. Later on, when the Western Turkic tribes were jointly oppressed by the Tibetans and the Eastern Turks, their territory gradually shrank. With no other choice, Ashina Husello could only follow the advice of the tribal leaders and hand over the elite forces to his subordinate, Mohedegan, official name. This Mohedegan was also the leader of the strongest Turkic tribe, the Turkishi tribe, and his name was Wujile. Ashina Husello brought nearly 100,000 women, children, and elders to the east, and the imperial court made arrangements. The settlement of more than 100,000 people was an extremely complicated matter. Pasture or ploughing had to be arranged, they had to have a livelihood, and they had to be helped to build residences. As tribal chief, Ashina Husello had naturally stayed behind to take care of everything. It was only recently that he had come to Luoyang. Yang Fan had already heard that he had returned to Luoyang. When Wu Sanxi had led the chiefs of the 4 barbarians to request permission from Wu Zetian to build the bronze dub, Ashina Husello had been one of the tribe leaders who had been one of the leaders. But he had not sought out Yang Fan, and Yang Fan had not gone to see him, as Yang Fan felt somewhat ashamed. Ashina Husello's subordinate, Wujile, had been supported by Shen Mu with the intention of replacing Husello. Yang Fan had learned of this plan during his last trip to the western regions at Big Dipper Valley, and after seeing the support of the western Turkic tribes for Wujile, Yang Fan knew that if Husello tried to return to the western regions, it would be a tragedy for him. The result would either be that the western Turks would completely fracture and become a ball of loose sand, losing the ability to restrain the eastern Turks and Tubo and being swallowed up. Or that the deserted Husello would be killed by his own subordinates, and the Ashina clan would be completely erased from the western Turkic tribes. Thus, while Yang Fan had agreed to Shen Mu's plan, he still viewed Husello as a friend, and this was tantamount to betraying Husello. How could Yang Fan have the face to meet him again? But now that Husello had come of his own accord, Yang Fan could not close the door and refuse to see him. Yang Fan hurriedly welcomed Husello and invited him into his study. After exchanging some pleasantries, he asked about the purpose of his visit. Husello had not been very old, but he now looked rather haggard, completely lacking the high-spirited spirit he had when they first met. There was a faint air of decadence about him. Husello softly sighed and said to Yang Fan, "Erlang, I came today for no other reason than Erlang is teacher Shue's disciple. I heard that teacher Shue has always been close to Erlang and listens to his every word." Yang Fan slightly creased his brow in surprise. "Brother Luo, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Ah, could it be that the great general has come into some sort of conflict with teacher Shue? Don't worry, this little brother will host a banquet and invite master to make peace with brother Luo. If it's not too intense of a conflict." Husello waved his hand and bitterly smiled. "Erlang misunderstands. This means that the imperial court is preparing to send troops, do you not know?" Startled, Yang Fan curiously asked, "Who are they sending troops to?" A thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that the emperor has decided to send troops to the 4 garrisons of Anxi? Husello replied, "It seems that Erlang really does not know. Yes, this is an important military matter that cannot be discussed in the imperial court. Before the decision to send troops is formally made, it cannot be announced to the world. Erlang is currently a civil official and an official of the Bureau of Punishments. He has not participated in this plan, so he naturally does not know." Not only did Husello's spirit seem old, but he also liked to talk a lot. After rambling on and on, he took in a deep breath and said, "The Eastern Turkic Khaganate, Mosh, has invaded spiritual province." Chapter 447. Mok invaded the spiritual state. Yang Fan thought for a while and asked curiously, "What does Mok's invasion of the spiritual state have to do with Brother Luo and Master Shue?" Before Yang Fan could finish his sentence, he remembered that the imperial court appointed Shue Huaiyi as the commander-in-chief and Prime Minister Li Zhaoda as the vice-commander-in-chief during the last Mok invasion. Did the imperial court send Shue Huaiyi this time? At this thought, Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. Seeing his frown, Husello nodded and said, "Yes, this time, Her Majesty still wants Master Shue to be the commander-in-chief." Yang Fan was rather dissatisfied with the Empress's plan. In order to ascend to the throne, she had brutally slaughtered members of Li Tang's royal family. It could be said that anyone who didn't have the qualifications to become an empress but wanted to do so. She supported ruthless officials with the intention of attacking her political enemies who stood in the way of her ascension to the throne. However, after she ascended to the throne, she stayed in the imperial palace and was deceived by the ruthless officials, creating a series of unjust, false, and wrong cases. As a result, the imperial court became unstable, which could be explained by the fact that the people didn't approve of her ascension to the throne as a woman, which was why she was overly cautious and panicked. However, what other reason could there be for her to treat military affairs like child's play? Who didn't know how capable Master Xue was? To begin with, he was just a person who brandished his spear and baton and sold medicine in the city square. Even though it was said that there were no true heroes in the wilderness, other than being majestic in bed, did this Master Xue really have the qualifications to lead an army? Anything could be faked, but leading an army to war couldn't be faked. Once a war was lost, not only hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be sacrificed, but hundreds of thousands of families would also be torn apart. It would also affect the rise and fall of the nation and the fate of countless people. However, the empress who had been in the palace since she was 14 didn't seem to realize this. Or perhaps, in her eyes, tens of thousands of casualties were just insignificant numbers. She could actually make rash decisions time and time again, appointing a gigolo who had never been a soldier or fought in a war to be the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. Of course, for the sake of safety, every time Wu Zetian sent Xue Huai out to battle, she would send some generals who were good at fighting and some experienced and prudent civil officials to form a team of advisors to assist Xue Huai. But with Xue Huai's personality, if he wanted to do things his own way, these advisors were just decorations. On the battlefield, even an incompetent and arbitrary supervisor could make a wise commander feel at a loss, let alone Xue Huai, who was the commander of the 3 armies. If he made a rash decision, the life and death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the key to the rise and fall of the country, would be destroyed. Military and national affairs were like child's play. Which wise lord would do such a thing? Last time, Mo had feared the strength of the Great Tang army and the instability of the internal politics of the Turkic Khaganate, so he had chosen to avoid battle. Xue Huai had only needed to wave his saber at the air for a while to achieve victory. Would he be so lucky this time? Seeing him in deep thought, Husello couldn't help but bitterly smile. The emperor has already decided that Master Xue will be the commander-in-chief. Erlang is worried for your master, and this is the relationship between master and disciple. But once the emperor has made up his mind, no one can change it. Yang Fan laughed bitterly and went along with his words. If there's anything, I'll do it for you. Although Yang Fan isn't a famous general who is proficient in military strategy, I'm very willing to accompany Master Xue into battle. However, Yang Fan is currently a minister of the Ministry of Justice. There's no reason for the royal court to send a judge into battle. Yang Fan paused, then said, but Brother Luo's visit, could it be that Brother Luo is also going to war? Husello also bitterly smiled. Yes. This is Master Xue's suggestion, and the imperial court has not yet responded. But, Erlang should also understand that the imperial court will rarely refuse Master Xue's requests. Yang Fan's eyebrows rose. Then, Brother Luo does not want to go? Husello fell silent. Who would be willing to go with Xue Huai as the commander-in-chief? Yang Fan's question was an unnecessary one. Husello was silent for a few moments before slowly saying, although I am the great general of the Right Guard, it is only an empty title. In reality, I am the ruler of the Turks, and my title is Khan. If I were to join the army, I would have to summon the warriors of my tribe to accompany me. But my 10 tribes are weak, and those who follow me into the pass are all old, weak, women, and children. I truly have no soldiers. Husello's words were an excuse, and the most fundamental reason was that going to war with Xue Huai was a gamble, but he was also speaking the truth. Yang Fan thought for a moment, and then he suddenly had an idea. He probed, Brother Luo was once the ruler of the 10 tribes of the Turks, so you do have some elite soldiers. They are currently stationed at Dunhuang and Yangguan, very close to Spirit Province. This is probably why Master Xue wants to use Brother Luo. If Brother Luo can mobilize them, and if we succeed in this battle. Husello said, Wuzhile is currently in command of all the tribes, and he is compassionate toward the tribes. All the tribes near and far have submitted to him, and his strength is gradually rising. He truly is a useful army. However, my tribe was originally stationed near the 4 garrisons of Rest, but now it is difficult for us to return home. It seems that the imperial court wants my 10 tribes to rest and build up strength so that we can be of assistance when the imperial court reclaims the 4 garrisons of rest. In addition, they are currently resisting the attack from the Tufan Empire, so this can be considered a relief for the imperial court's army. It is best not to use them in the siege of Spirit Province. Yang Fan gently sighed and said with a smile, "What Brother Luo said makes sense. Since that's the case, this little brother will accompany you to see Master Shui." After hearing Huthro's reply, the trace of guilt in Yang Fan's heart finally dissipated. Huselo's words, whether intentional or not, had already revealed his intentions. He was well aware that Wuzhile had tried to win over the hearts of the tribes and that more than half of the Western Turkic Khaganate had abandoned him. Even if he hadn't known before, how could he not have heard about this in the last 2 years? And his reaction had been to let nature take its course. It seemed that Huselo, who had inherited the position of Khagan from a young age and had led his people through the cracks between the Tufan Empire and the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, had long ago become exhausted. He had no desire to do anything about Wujile's usurpation of power, nor did he have any desire to regain it. Since he had made this choice, Yang Fan had nothing to feel guilty about. Or perhaps he could continue to be a high-ranking official and enjoy riches and riches. He could live in a world of sensual pleasures and live in peace. There was no need for him to lead his people into battle, rushing through the wind and snow over the wastelands. This was the life that Huselo yearned for. Not everyone was passionate about power. Huselo was overjoyed by Yang Fan's agreement. He hurriedly said, "If Erlang is willing to help, I trust that Master Shui will definitely agree. But I already feel bad about having Erlang do me a favor. If I go with Erlang to the White Horse Monastery, it will seem like I am lacking in sincerity. Why don't I invite Master Shui to my residence for a banquet? Wouldn't it be better to mention this matter during the banquet?" Yang Fan smiled. "The last time I drank with Brother Luo and Master Shui was just yesterday. This little brother would naturally wish for nothing more than for the 2 of us to drink together. Since this is the case, I will go see Master Shui and invite him to your residence for a banquet." Huselo cheerfully said, "Since this is the case, this Luo will immediately go and make arrangements. This Luo will be waiting for Master Shui and Erlang at the front of my residence." Because of Huselo's visit, Yang Fan's trip to the Ministry of Justice was delayed. By the time he reached the Ministry of Justice, the various departments had already begun their work. Yang Fan walked around the Ministry of Justice. Chen Dong was handling files. Seeing Yang Fan's arrival, Chen Dong hurriedly put down his things and called for the person who had come to handle the matter to wait outside. He chatted in detail with Yang Fan. Chen Dong had lost to Yang Fan and was destined to pack up and leave. However, Yang Fan persuaded him to stay. He knew that Yang Fan's target was not just the Ministry of Justice. His cooperation with Yang Fan could be said to be close and seamless. Currently, Yang Fan was handling the pressure and restraints from above. Chen Dong was concentrating on the various affairs of the Ministry of Justice. The 2 of them could be said to be a perfect match, complementing each other. Yang Fan sat in the detention room for a while and then left. With Chen Dong in the Ministry of Justice, everything was handled flawlessly. It was 100 times better than if Yang Fan handled it himself. Chen Dong was, after all, a professional and had been immersed in the judicial system for many years. It was not that the Supreme Court and Assistant Minister Kui did not want to cause trouble for the Ministry of Justice. It was just that they could not find him. When he left the detention room, the people waiting outside to handle the matter and the people from the Ministry of Justice and the Yamen who saw Yang Fan were very polite and respectful. Everyone knew that although Yang Langzhong did not seem to do much, he was the number 1 person with real power in the Ministry of Justice. Even in the entire Ministry of Justice, he was the number 1 person with real power. Yang Fan did not report to Assistant Minister Kui. He only went to sit with Sun Yuxuan and Yang Xiaojun. He chatted with Manager Feng and Monitor Yuan, who rushed over after hearing the news, and then left the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. After Yang Fan left the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice, he rushed in the direction of the White Horse Temple. When he galloped on the Tianjin Bridge, he suddenly saw a carriage coming towards him. There were 7 or 8 strong men dressed in bright clothes and riding on horses to protect the carriage. They were waving the horsewhips in their hands. They chased the passers-by along the way. It was truly awe-inspiring. The carriage was very gorgeous. It was decorated with gold and inlaid with jade. The curtains fluttered in the wind. It was a gorgeous open carriage. Through the curtains that were gently fluttering in the wind, one could clearly see the person sitting in the carriage. There was a young man in the carriage. He was wearing a large robe with wide sleeves in the ancient style of the Han and Jin dynasties. He did not wear a headscarf on his head. He only wore a scarf on his head. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his complexion was like jade. Because the layer of gauze had a slightly hazy effect, many passers-by were talking about the handsome young man sitting in the carriage. They did not know which family's noble daughter was wearing men's clothing when she went out. She was so ostentatious. The person in the carriage was as beautiful as a blooming lotus. She was exceptionally enchanting and charming. How many people would believe that such a beautiful woman was actually a man? Chapter 448. What was this place? This was Tianjin Bridge. North of the bridge was the imperial city. South of the bridge were the residences of high officials, nobles, and relatives of the imperial family. They had to pass through here if they wanted to enter or leave the palace or go to the various government offices. Very few people dared to be ostentatious here. Who knew if they would bump into an official even more powerful than them? But this person did not have any misgivings. When Yang Fan first saw the carriage swagger onto the bridge, he was slightly puzzled. He thought, who is this? Even the emperor's most beloved Princess Taiping or the domineering Wu Sanxi would not dare to act like this. In the entire world, probably only teacher Xue would. When Yang Fan thought of this, he saw the person in the carriage, Zhong Changzong. With just one glance, he saw Zhong Changzong, who was more beautiful than a woman. Yang Fan immediately recognized him. So it was him. No wonder he was so arrogant. At this moment, behind Yang Fan, another ox cart slowly galloped over. The banner of an official was raised high. A sharp-eyed scholar saw it and immediately shouted excitedly, "Look! The great Honglu is here. The great Honglu of the 9 ministers is here. The great Honglu is in charge of etiquette and the etiquette of the imperial family and the ministers. This fake man dares to be so ostentatious on Tianjin Bridge. There will be a good show to watch." The great Honglu was now called the Minister of State. He was one of the 9 ministers. He was in charge of the etiquette of the imperial court and received the envoys of the 4 barbarians. He was also in charge of the etiquette of the imperial family and the ministers. In other words, part of the great Honglu's function was like the military police, but it was limited to etiquette. He was not like the imperial messengers who could report everything. The current minister of state of the Zhou dynasty was called Dou Qinwang. Dou Qinwang had just come out of the imperial city with a ceremonial carriage. He sat in the carriage, twirling his beard. He seemed to be very pleased with himself. At present, Li Zhaoda was the most powerful in the imperial court. He was favored and trusted by the emperor and controlled all the civil and military officials. Dou Qinwang saw that Li Zhaoda had monopolized power and was extremely arrogant. He wanted to curry favor with him and expressed his goodwill. Today, Li Zhaoda finally summoned him to the political affairs hall. After a conversation, Dou Qinwang felt that Li Zhaoda seemed to appreciate him and was overjoyed. At this moment, he was thinking about every word that Li Zhaoda had said to him after his meeting with Li Zhaoda. During my visit today, Prime Minister Li specifically mentioned the 3 law departments. He said that the law and discipline are corrupt and the discipline is not upright. What does this mean? I was just an official in charge of etiquette. Li Minister specifically mentioned this to me. Dou Qinwang was in charge when a whip sounded in front. Someone shouted, "Dou Qinwang, Dou Li Dou." When Dou heard this, he frowned, instantly displeased. He was one of the 9 ministers, and his position was not low. He could barely be considered an extremely high official. Although he did not have much power, in terms of rank, the number of officials in the court who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him could be counted on one hand. This 6th minister, just from hearing it, he could tell that he was not an official in court. What kind of relative of the emperor was he? As P. Lu was thinking this, his entourage had already stopped and was shouting at the other party. P. Lu snorted coldly, calling out slowly, "Housekeeper, housekeeper." The steward of Do Lu's house was called back from the front. Panting with rage, he rolled up his sleeves, looking like a loyal protector of his master. He approached the carriage and said, "Ah Lang, did you call me?" Do Lu Qinwang stroked his beard and said unhappily, "Who dares to be so ostentatious on the road ahead, daring to block my honor guard?" The housekeeper said, "I don't know which family's son is from. What a grand show of extravagance, a horse carriage occupying the middle of the road. There's only a young man in the carriage. He's gorgeously dressed and looks like a virgin. He says his surname is something like Zhong, but I've only heard his family servant call him something like Liu Lang. I don't remember any royal relatives being called Liu Lang in the current dynasty." Do Lu Qinwang was originally very displeased, but as soon as he heard this, his mind flashed like lightning. A person he had heard of not long ago suddenly leaped into his mind. Do Lu Qinwang hurriedly asked, "Surnamed Zhong, this person's surname is Zhong? His family calls him Liu Lang?" As Do Lu Qinwang said this, he did not wait for the housekeeper to reply and had already rushed forward. With a sure sound, he lifted the curtain of the sedan. He stuck his head out to take a look and saw a luxurious carriage with a golden roof and a fluttering gauze curtain. In the carriage, there was a young man dressed in luxurious clothing sitting arrogantly. From his angle, he could only see a very delicate chin. It seemed like he did not care about the quarrel in front of the carriage at all. "It's him, it must be him." Do Lu Qinwang thought to himself and hurriedly shouted, "All of you, shut up." Do Lu Qinwang shouted at his family servant to stop and quickly crawled out of the carriage. As soon as the steward put down the pedal, Do Lu Qinwang hurriedly lifted his robe and got off the carriage. He quickly walked to the front of the luxurious carriage, cupped his hands and asked with a face full of smiles, "Excuse me, is this young master in the carriage the sixth Langjun of the Zhong residents of Jishan Lane?" The young man in the carriage was sitting up, playing with something in his hands. He did not pay any attention to Do Lu Qinwang. One of his servants, dressed in green and wearing a small hat, arrogantly said, "That's right, it is my family's Liu Lang in the carriage." "Who are you?" When Do Lu Qinwang heard this, he hurriedly bowed again and said with a face full of smiles, "Ah, it is indeed Liu Lang. This old man is Sai Bin official Do Lu Qinwang. I have long heard of young Master Zhong's great name. Seeing you today, you are indeed handsome, like a jade tree. Qinwang is fortunate to be able to see Liu Lang today." The Zhong resident's servant impatiently waved his hand and said, "Go, go, go. Quickly move aside. My family's Lang Jun wants to enter the palace to see the emperor. If he is delayed, can you bear the responsibility?" Do Lu Qinwang immediately waved his hand at his servants and said, "Quickly, quickly move the carriage to the side of the road. Please let young Master Zhong pass first." Do Lu Qinwang's servants did not know who this person was, for his master to curry favor with him. They hurriedly moved the carriage to the side of the road. Do Lu Qinwang bowed to the carriage again and said flatteringly, "Sorry to disturb young master." "Young master, please." At this time, Zhong Changzong finally sat up straight and glanced at him lightly. He lazily asked, "You are Do Lu Qinwang, right? You are a very good person." Hearing this, Do Lu Qinwang was filled with joy and smiled even more flatteringly. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. This lowly official is indeed Do Lu Qinwang. It is a sin to disturb young master." Qinwang respectfully sees young master off. Zhong Changzong smiled and waved his hand. The carriage swaggered off. Do Lu Qinwang stood there with his buttocks in the air. Only when Zhong Changzong's carriage had left the Tianjin Bridge did he dare to straighten his back. The scholars on the Tianjin Bridge were all dumbstruck. Many of them still could not guess who this young man was to make Do Lu Qinwang, one of the 9 ministers, treat him with such respect. Yang Fan saw all of this and thought, it seems that the matter of Zhong Changzong being favored by the empress is known by most of the officials. However, Teacher Shui is favored by the empress. He can run amok in Luoyang and do whatever he wants. Compared to Zhong Changzong, his power and dominance are somewhat higher. However, when it comes to the matter of the heir apparent, he can't interfere. I wonder if Taiping's painstaking efforts to promote Zhong Changzong can help her achieve her wish. The small interlude at the bridgehead passed in a moment. The bridgehead returned to its bustling state. After Zhong Changzong and Dolu Qinhuang's carriages left, he urged his horse to continue on to White Horse Temple. Dolu Qinhuang and Zhong Changzong were already thrown to the back of his mind. He did not think that he would have any interaction with them in the future. Yang Fan hurried to White Horse Temple to see Xue Huaiyi. As soon as he saw him, he told him the reason for his visit. He could not hide this matter from Xue Huaiyi. After interacting with him for a long time, he found that Xue Huaiyi was not as straightforward and boorish as others thought. Although he often messed around, he was still quite clever. If he hid anything from him and Xue Huaiyi found out, it would affect their relationship. Moreover, between Xue Huaiyi and Huzero, he was clearly closer to Xue Huaiyi, so he had no reason to trick Xue Huaiyi. He was willing to help Huzero because he felt that Xue Huaiyi would not suffer any loss. Uzheil had long ago taken over Huzero's figurehead, so it was impossible for him to mobilize his Western Turkic soldiers who were skilled in battle and most familiar with the Eastern Turks. As for using Huzero's familiarity with the Turks, that was even less useful. The border army had far more officers and soldiers familiar with the Turks than Huzero, the nominal king of the Western Turks. He had grown up in the Tang dynasty and only returned to his tribe after he came of age. In just a few years, Uzheil had taken over his power and driven him back to the Tang dynasty. How familiar could he possibly be with the Eastern Turkic tribes? Huzero's greatest skill might have been in riding and archery, but how much use could one man's bravery be on the battlefield? Moreover, the imperial court would never permit Huzero to charge into the enemy ranks and serve as a general. If he died on the battlefield, he would be far more useful to the imperial court than a general. The current Huzero had lost all of his spirit and was as lifeless as an old man. Perhaps this was closely related to his 2.5 years in Chang'an. In these 2 years, the entire tribe he had brought into Guangzhou had to live under someone else's roof, so it was impossible for them not to have any complaints about him. Each tribe had its own habits and customs, and there were bound to be many conflicts between them and the natives of Guangzhou. He had to mediate and make all sorts of arrangements, so he was bound to be both mentally and physically exhausted. Ashina Huzero had long since lost his former spirit, so it was better to let him live a comfortable life as a resident of Luoyang. This was the best outcome for everyone. Ashina Huzero's residence was in Dunhua Workshop, only 2 workshops away from Yang Fan's residence. In Luoyang, he could be considered a close neighbor. Yang Fan and Xue Huaiyi brought a few trusted disciples to Huzero's residence. Just by looking at the layout of the residence, they knew that their previous judgment had been correct. Huzero was the Khagan of the Western Turks, but there was nothing Turkic about the furnishings in his residence. He was a general, but there wasn't even a martial arts arena or weapon rack in his residence. It seemed like this Khagan was truly content to live a peaceful life as a wealthy man. Chapter 449. If one were to say that Huzero still retained some of his Turkic style, it could only be seen in the servants and courtesans of his residence. The majority of the people in Huzero's residence were people of the western regions. In the inner hall, a thick carpet of wool was spread over the floor. 2 rows of beauties in red dresses, their wide sleeves fluttering in the wind as they performed a joyous and enchanting dance from a foreign land. In front of 2 screens, 10 some musicians were focused on playing the zither, drums, and flutes. The 2 rows of 12 dancers had their skirts fluttering in the wind, creating a bewitching and enchanting scene. The author of Volume 34 of 2 Quarters of Amazement, indulging in pleasure at the ruler's pleasure, Grand Commandant Yang's palace guests, began, "There is not a single wealthy family in the world that does not have concubines. To have a concubine on one's left and a woman of Zhao on the other, to dance and dance in a procession is the greatest thing in life." These words exposed the true nature of men. The 12 beauties in front of the hall not only had enchanting bodies, but they also had brown eyes and high noses, golden hair and blue eyes, snow-white skin, or tanned skin that was as smooth as satin. All of them had a unique and exotic charm that was enchanting and alluring. The beauties were all top-class concubines. The beauty of the concubines had long been renowned in the Tang dynasty, and the dancers of Huzero's residence were all top-class among the concubines. The wine was also excellent, the best quality Jiannan spring wine. The beauties were beautiful, but Shui Huai could do nothing but look at them. This was the sorrow of being a male escort. Everything he had came from the empress, and what he needed to pay was his body and freedom. Thus, the only thing he could do was drink as much as he could, treating the 3 cups of wine as those provocative beauties and fiercely swallowing them down. Yang Fan naturally wasn't restricted by this. However, he wasn't very interested in putting on a show. He was rather averse to flirting without any feelings. If not for this, he wouldn't have kept his virginity to Luoyang when he was pursued by so many hot and passionate Nanyang girls back in Nanyang. Husaro carefully accompanied Shui Huai by his side. Seeing that Shui Huai was drinking happily, he told him his intentions in a roundabout way. Shui Huai had already heard Yang Fan explain Husaro's intentions to him, so he naturally agreed. Huselo didn't expect Shui Huai to agree so readily. He was pleasantly surprised. In fact, he was worrying too much. He didn't even need to ask Yang Fan for help. As long as he showed some fear in front of Shui Huai naturally wouldn't use him. In Shui Huai's heart, fighting a war was no different from fighting. Deploying troops and arranging formations were never within his considerations. His mind was still stuck on the routine of street fighting. I have a lot of underlings. I'll block both ends of the alley and use people to crush you to death. If any of the underlings were timid, of course, he would be too lazy to use them. Shui Huai casually agreed to Husaro's request. When he turned his head to look at Yang Fan, he reminded him with drunken eyes, "This time, you've offended the Supreme Court and the Imperial Messenger Station. Wu Chengxi will definitely want to make trouble for you. When I'm not in the capital, you must be careful." Yang Fan's heart warmed. "Master, you must also be careful when you go to war." This disciple wishes Master a quick victory and immediate success. At this point, Yang Fan hesitated for a moment and then seriously reminded, "Master, you should listen to the opinions of your generals when it comes to deploying troops and arranging formation." Shui Huai laughed and raised his cup. "Of course. You don't need to worry too much. When I go out, who can be a match for me? Ha 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 ha, let's drink, let's drink. First, we can celebrate how easy it is to obtain military merit." When the news of Mo Jiyu leading an army to attack Lingju reached Luoyang, the imperial court quickly responded and decided to immediately send troops to counterattack. The right guard supporting the nation, the Duke of Yi, and the national guardian Master Shui Huai were appointed as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. In the late autumn of this year, Shui Huai was appointed as the chief supervisor of the crusade against the Path of Defiance. He commanded 200,000 soldiers and had the 2 prime ministers, Yang Jiro and Su Weiwei, as his advisors. A total of 18 generals who were skilled in battle followed him to the war. The reason why there were a total of 18 generals was Shui Huai's request. He felt that 18 was the perfect number for the 18 arhats, which was a good match for him as the Lord Buddha. Wu Zetian purposely stopped the court for a day so that the civil and military officials could see him off. Not only did the civil and military officials come to the 10-mile pavilion to see Shui Huai off, but there were also relatives of the emperor, members of the royal family, and nobles. It was an extremely grand occasion. Perhaps it was because Wu Zetian had a new favorite, but she still hadn't forgotten her old love who had accompanied her for more than a decade, or because she felt apologetic towards him. The standard of this farewell party was even grander than the last time Shui Huai led the army to war. This also made the civil and military officials in the imperial court realize one thing: Shui Huai's favorite had not waned. Outside the Weian Gate, in the 10-mile pavilion, banners covered the sun, and drums and music filled the air. The 200,000 soldiers had gathered, and their weapons and spears were everywhere. The atmosphere was awe-inspiring. Li Zhaoda stood at the forefront and said to Shui Huai, who was dressed in martial attire, "On behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, the civil and military officials, the relatives of the Emperor, and the millions of people of Great Ju, I offer this humble cup of wine to His Excellency, His Excellency. I wish that His Excellency will be victorious and successful, and that he will return triumphantly soon." Li Zhaoda took a cup of wine from the tray and offered it to Shui Huai, then took another cup and offered him a toast. Shui Huai was dressed in golden armor. He was tall and handsome to begin with, and the radiant golden armor accentuated his brilliance. For those who didn't know his background, just by looking at his appearance and figure, coupled with this kind of armor, he really was an awe-inspiring general. Xue Huai took the cup and downed it in one gulp without saying a word. The blood-red tassel on his helmet trembled in the autumn wind. Li Zhaoda took another cup and offered a toast to Yang Jiro and Su Weiwei. These two prime ministers were worried that they would follow Xue Huai, a muddle-headed man who only knew how to fight rotten battles, to oppose the famous Turkic general Mordwa. But in front of so many civil and military officials and relatives of the emperor, they didn't dare to show off. They hurriedly raised their cups and drained it in one gulp. Xue Huai stared at Yang Jiro and Su Weiwei. Seeing that the two had finished their wine, he immediately put on the stirrups. Needless to say, Xue Huai's martial prowess and horsemanship were quite good. The way he mounted his horse was elegant and agile. Xue Huai flipped onto his horse and squeezed the horse's abdomen with his legs. The fine horse galloped forward and galloped for about half a mile in front of the three armies that were as still as mountains. Suddenly, he pulled on the reins. The fine horse neighed and stood up. With a clang, Xue Huai unsheathed the saber at his waist. The saber cut through the air like a bolt of lightning and suddenly froze in midair. A thunderous roar exploded in the army. Soldiers, the Turks have the ambition of wolves. They have repeatedly invaded the great Zhou dynasty, plundering our wealth and killing our people. Today, we will go to war for the country. If we do not destroy the Turkic Khaganate, we will not return to the court. If we do not destroy the Turkic Khaganate, we will not return to the court. If we do not destroy the Turkic Khaganate, we will not return to the court. If we do not destroy the Turkic Khaganate, we will not return to the court. The soldiers of the three armies struck the ground with their spears and struck their shields with their sabers and swords, shouting in unison. Xue Huai faced the sky and laughed 3 times, shouting, "Go to war." With that, he took the lead and galloped into the distance. Wherever the horse passed, a cloud of dust was kicked up. Li Zhaoda smiled, an imperceptible trace of contempt flitting across his lips. With a turn of his body, an imperial guard brought his horse over. The civil and military officials and relatives of the emperor who came to see them off were also chatting in groups of 2s and 3s, preparing to return to the city. Prime Minister, Princess Taiping has a few words to say to Prime Minister. Just as Li Zhaoda was about to mount his horse, a trusted imperial guard quickly walked over and whispered a few words to him. Li Zhaoda's eyes flickered slightly, but he still mounted his horse and sat down firmly. Only then did he arrogantly say, "Then invite Her Royal Highness over." With that, he kicked the stirrups and galloped away, purposely slowing down the speed of the horse. Dolu Qinwang originally wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Master Li, but seeing his actions, he knew that there must be a reason, so he did not dare to step forward and disturb him. The civil and military officials were all smart people, who wanted to get closer to this powerful prime minister. Seeing this posture, they did not step forward and ask for a snub. Princess Taiping's groom Xu Haod received Li Zhaoda's reply and hurriedly rushed back to repeat to Princess Taiping what Li Zhaoda had said. He angrily said, "What a vile person, unexpectedly being so rude." He did not think that when he and Monk Xue went on a punitive expedition against the Turks, just because they had different opinions, Monk Xue grabbed his collar and slapped him until he was dizzy. Monk Xue was not willing to let it go. After returning to the capital, he wanted to punish him for disobeying orders. At that time, he begged Her Royal Highness to put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. Princess Taiping, dressed in men's clothing, was waiting there. Hearing Xu Haod's words, she could not help but smile and said, "Times have changed. The current Li Zhaoda is the empress' most trusted minister. Naturally he has the capital to be arrogant. If he asks me to teach him, I will go over." Princess Taiping was smiling. She was not angry. She asked Xu Haod to bring a snow-white steed, turned over and mounted it, and chased after Li Zhaoda, who was walking slowly. Princess Taiping caught up with Li Zhaoda and rode side by side with him. She first praised him with a few words. Since he was in charge of the political affairs hall, the ruthless officials had almost disappeared. It was not known whether Princess Taiping did it intentionally or not, but this topic happened to scratch Li Zhaoda's itch. Li Zhaoda immediately spoke with fervor and assurance, expressing his opinion to her. Your Royal Highness, the harm of the ruthless officials is more than anything. The ruthless officials of the Han dynasty, Ji Du, dared to humiliate the ministers in court, and did not avoid the nobles. When he was a prefect, as soon as he arrived, he hunted down and killed the playboys, destroying the tyrants. The nobles did not dare to look him in the eye, and called him Goshawk. Zhong Tang was even more specialized in ruling the princes, killing the rich merchants, the big families, and the tyrants. He was known for his strength. When Wang Wenshu was ruling Guangping, he wantonly killed the tyrants in the county. He killed more than 1,000 families, and blood flowed for more than 10 miles. In less than a year, he killed so many thieves in the county that not even the barking of dogs could be seen. It could be said that he did not pick up the loose ends on the road. These ruthless officials were not only capable, but most of them were very incorruptible. Ji Du never accepted gifts, and when he was in office, he did not even open the private letters written to him by his relatives and friends. After Zhong Tang died, his inheritance was less than 500 gold, and Wang Wenshu did not even have 50 gold. The ruthless officials of the Sui dynasty, Di Shiwen, were even more willing to live in poverty, and had no extra money. Such officials, capable and incorruptible, should have been praised by the people. But why is it that from ancient times to the present, from the officials to the common people, all hate them to the bone, and let each and every one of them end up with infamy?